Chapter 4755. These people all looked at Lin Fei. They were really curious. That was because it had been a long time since anyone had come here. The people who could come here had a certain level of ability. They also had certain life-saving methods. Of course, sometimes they relied more or less on luck. At this time, luck became very important. Without a certain level of luck, one wouldn't be able to come here. Lin Fei smiled when he saw them. Finally, he found a place with people. At the very least, he could understand what this place was. He had more or less heard what these people were saying, so he could understand them. He also knew that the red mist seemed to be called the Red Devil. The feeling was very different. I came here by accident. I should be able to go in and have a seat. After all, we are all in trouble. Who knows when we will leave? We can help each other, don't you think so? Lin Fei's words moved them. One had to know that they were also great experts in the outside world. In the end, they came here. Every time, they were actually very interested in welcoming newcomers. If they thought of a way to leave. Hence, at this time, everyone was a new force. Hence, it was easy for Lin Fei to enter the village. The moment he entered the village, Lin Fei felt that something was different. There was a layer of defense here. It seemed like it could really resist the invasion of the Red Devil. I will bring you to see our village chief. Only if the village chief says that he can keep you here, then we will naturally keep you here. If not, you can only leave. Lin Fei didn't expect to hear such words the moment he entered. There was actually a village chief in this village. Lin Fei was really surprised. He was a little interested in this mysterious village chief. Indeed, it's time to meet your village chief. I also want to know what kind of situation this place is. The village wasn't very big and it looked very primitive. Everyone lived in a stone house. Large pieces of stones were piled up. Very quickly, Lin Fei saw a huge house. It was also a stone house. Of course, it was a little different compared to the ones outside. Whether it was the position or anything else, it was much higher. He could tell at a glance. This was the most prestigious place in the village. There's a newcomer. It was a young man. It seemed that he had been here for quite a while. Lin Fei was slightly stunned. He actually heard a woman's voice. The woman's voice was quite pleasant to hear. The village chief said that you can go in. In the blink of an eye, all of them had left. Only Lin Fei was left here. Of course, he didn't go too far. It was standing in the distance. They seemed to be discussing something as well. Lin Fei walked into the house. He wanted to see what kind of background this village chief had. These people seemed to be very afraid. As soon as he entered, he saw a figure. This figure was a woman dressed in red. She sat there quietly. There was a pot of tea in front of her, and the fragrance of the tea filled the air. I didn't expect the village chief to be a woman, and a beautiful one at that. You must be extraordinary to be able to become the village chief in such a place. My name is Lin Fei. I'm new here, but I've been here for half a year. Lin Fei swaggered and sat down. First, he introduced himself. Then he took the teapot and flipped over a cup. He poured a cup of water for himself. He drank it. As soon as he drank it, a raging aura started burning in his stomach. It was really violent. However, Lin Fei's fleshly body was still quite strong. He was able to easily suppress this violent burning sensation. This cup of tea was really comfortable in his stomach. In the past half a year, Lin Fei really didn't drink anything. The woman in red was also sizing up Lin Fei in front of her. You're quite daring. You started drinking tea the moment you came. Aren't you afraid that a cup of tea will poison you? You should know that if you die here, no one can save you. Lin Fei smiled faintly. I feel that with the village chief's character, he wouldn't put a cup of poison here. Lin Fei really didn't have anything to worry about. Even if he put a cup of poison here, it would be really difficult to poison him. Right now, Lin Fei's physical body couldn't be said to be immune to poison, but it wasn't far from it. The woman in red smiled. Then, welcome to the colony. There's one more refugee here. Perhaps you don't know much about this place, so I'll tell you about it first in case you don't know anything when the time comes. You should know that if you want to eat here, you have to do something. Lin Fei listened attentively. Actually, I also want to know what kind of place this is for you to be so moved, and for there to be such a gathering place. Lin Fei really wanted to know. He had a feeling that this wasn't an ordinary place. Instead, it was very mysterious. The woman in red smiled. Her smile was quite beautiful. It was filled with an ethereal and carefree feeling. This place is indeed not ordinary. It's not ordinary for you to be able to come here because this place is called the Immortal World Cage. Are you surprised? Lin Fei stood up. He didn't dare to believe the woman in red's words. This place was actually called the Immortal World Cage. What kind of joke was this? He was just tricked by the 10-star grindstone god and ended up in the Immortal World Cage. One must know that with the addition of the word Immortal World, it was really different. Lin Fei had always known about the existence of the immortal world. Previously, he had passed through the barrier and arrived at the spiritual world. The spiritual world was a part of the immortal world. However, he never expected that he would actually arrive at the Immortal World Cage. Since the words Immortal World were attached to it, this place naturally became very unusual. That's right, this is the Immortal World Cage. It's a special place. To put it bluntly, it's a place of exile. The people you see outside are actually some great experts. In the end, after coming to the Immortal World Cage, they completely lost their temper. If you don't want to starve to death here, you have to do things honestly. It's the same for you. Lin Fei really didn't expect that he would come to the Immortal World Cage. Then if I'm not interested in doing things, you won't deal with me, right? The woman in red smiled faintly. If you don't want to do things, then I'll throw you outside again. When that red devil comes, then you can contribute yourself. Lin Fei felt that this place was getting more and more interesting. Chapter 4756. Is there any way for me to leave this place? It's impossible to say that I can't leave the cage of the immortal realm forever. If that's the case, it's really a pity. At this moment, Lin Fei could no longer see through this woman in red. She felt quite mysterious. He still wanted to know if he could leave this immortal world cage. The woman in red glanced at Lin Fei. None of us can leave this cage of the immortal realm. You're thinking quite far ahead. So long as you're here, then you can only accept your fate. Because it's impossible to leave this place. This is an entrance, and there's no exit. Of course. Unless you became extremely strong, you wouldn't be able to leave this place. However, you couldn't even absorb a trace of the world's spiritual energy in this place, let alone leave. Let alone break through your strength. I see that your body is quite strong, so you are suitable for hunting. From today onwards, you will be a member of the training team. This was equivalent to saying nothing. Lin Fei originally wanted to say a few more words to the woman in red. Unexpectedly, a surge of power surged into his body. Lin Fei was like a lone bird, flying out and landing outside. Lin Fei frowned slightly. This woman in red was indeed a little different. She could actually control treasures. That power just now was definitely the power of a treasure. Lin Fei didn't resist it. When he came in previously, Lin Fei had already sized up this small village. The people here were all left with their bodies. They couldn't absorb heaven and earth's spiritual energy at all. I heard from the village chief that you will be a member of the hunting team from now on. Come with me, I will take you to a place to live. From now on, you will be a member of the village. Of course, you can't be a hunter. If you do, we will throw you out. Lin Fei decided to stay and observe for a while. It wasn't easy to find a place with people. If he was thrown out again, it would be really bad. Especially when the Red Devil came once a month, sometimes 3 days and 3 nights were really uncomfortable. Therefore, Lin Fei became a member of the village's hunting team. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei stayed here for half a month. He also learned a lot about the situation in the village. Today, Lin Fei was going to go hunting with them. Lin Fei was a little surprised that there was prey to hunt in this place. The leader of the hunting team was a tall and sturdy man. He was missing a leg. This guy's movement speed was quite fast. He carried a big axe. Where did such a person come from? Lin Fei didn't ask. He also realized that people basically wouldn't ask where they came from. He could only say that at this time, everyone was stranded. Naturally, they wouldn't talk about the past. It could more or less be seen that they were quite strong in the past. This is your first time out hunting, so there are some things that I have to tell you. This time, we are hunting something called the Red Devil. These Red Devils are a special kind of demon beast. You can only find them after the Red Devil arrives. This is your first time going out to hunt, so I have to tell you something. The thing we are going to hunt this time is called the Red Devil. These Red Devils are a special kind of monster. You can only find them after the Red Devil comes. The strong man who spoke was called Shi Chang. As his name suggested, he was indeed tall and sturdy. After some explanation, Lin Fei was also very interested in this Red Devil. When he lived in the village, he could eat meat once a day, and the taste was average. However, Lin Fei found something quite unexpected. That was, after eating this meat, the heaven's spiritual energy in the infinite grotto heaven increased a lot. As for whether there was any connection during this period, he didn't know. At the very least, Lin Fei had found a way. Previously, Lin Fei had already calculated. If he wanted the heaven's spiritual energy to recover faster and faster, that was naturally impossible. According to the current speed, if he wanted the infinite grotto heaven to completely return to its previous level, it would take a very long time. It would at least take more than 1,000 years. If you asked Lin Fei to stay here for 1,000 years, Lin Fei really wouldn't have the intention to do that. In the span of 1,000 years, things in the outside world had changed abnormally fast. Naturally, Lin Fei hoped to leave this celestial world cage early. When he found out that these beasts were different, he naturally hoped to eat more of them every day. That way, his speed would increase a lot. At the very least, 1,000 years of time would be left with 500 years of time after a discount. That was more or less acceptable. Of course, it would be best if he could leave earlier. They had been gone for almost 10 days. Very soon, a huge mountain appeared in front of them. The mountain was endless, but there were many caves on the mountain. There were a total of 10 people in Lin Fei's group. All of them were left with their strong physical bodies. Lin Fei also took out his weapon. After all, Lin Fei had brought a lot of weapons with him. However, these weapons were more or less affected by this place. Everyone, be careful. Those beasts have very sensitive noses. We are here to eat them, and they are here to eat us. Therefore, once they sense that someone is coming, they will appear. Shi Chang's expression also became a lot more solemn. Then, he saw red figures appearing at the entrance of the cave. These red figures were like foxes, filled with greed and greed. They found us. Let's go and lure them out first. These red devils live in groups. Once we are surrounded, it will be too difficult to escape. Everyone retreated one after another. Just like what they said, these fox-like guys were quite fast. They turned into a red shadow like a gust of wind. They chased after them directly. Fortunately, Lin Fei's group wasn't slow either. They retreated all the way and only stopped after retreating for about 200 or 300 miles. At this time, there weren't many red figures following them. There were only about 10 or 20 of them. Everyone, form a circle. That way, we won't be defeated by them one by one. Everyone formed a circle one after another. At this time, the dozen or so figures surrounded them. All of them revealed their true faces. They were quite big. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and could feel the blood-sucking aura on them. As expected, they were similar to the Red Devil. In fact, Lin Fei even suspected that the Red Devil was transformed from these guys. Later on, he rejected this idea because these guys did have a fresh aura. Their bodies were real too. They are coming. Everyone, stay alert. Chapter 47-57. Swoosh 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 swoosh. The red shadows came at them instantly. They turned into a red moonlight and bombarded him. Every single attack made them feel an extremely strong pressure in an instant. No matter who it was, all of their expressions became a little serious. Lin Fei could also feel that the Red Devils were indeed quite strong. Coupled with their speed, they weren't easy to deal with. It was no wonder that everyone had to form a circle. Otherwise, if they were easily defeated one by one, it would be hard for them to escape death. Lin Fei's body was very strong. Of course, the attack just now only caused his body to tremble a little. No one else had a body as strong as Lin Fei's. These Red Devils must have a certain connection with the Red Devil. The closer they are, the more chi and blood they can devour. Fortunately, they aren't as strong as the Red Devil. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to make a move. He was prepared to study the Red Devil. What was going on? After all, the meat of the Red Devil was very helpful for him to recover the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At the very least, his infinite grotto heaven still needed the meat. As for why, he didn't know. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard. Every time the Red Devils attacked, they were very powerful. It could be said that they were going all out. On the contrary, they couldn't take down the Red Devils so easily. As long as one Red Fiend was injured, another Red Fiend would instantly take its place. It looked like they were fighting one after another. Everyone's faces turned darker and darker. Shi Chang, the team leader, was also feeling quite uncomfortable. Everyone, be careful. The ones we encountered today should be quite powerful. Their defense is quite tight. We can only waste time and find an opportunity to kill them in one blow. Shi Chang's words floated over. While a Red Devil was changing, Shi Chang suddenly slashed with his saber, following the traces of two Red Devils. With one slash, he killed a Red Devil. It was split in half and fell to the ground. This also reduced the pressure on everyone by quite a bit. Lin Fei had also observed for a while. He knew that these Red Devils were indeed quite different. If he wanted to kill them, he had to find an opportunity. Otherwise, they would keep moving back and forth. Even if they were injured, he would not be able to find any traces of them, so he was destined to waste his time. Lin Fei had a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Although some of the 3,000 Great Tao couldn't be used now, Lin Fei had hatred, which was still quite useful. For example, the current causality. Previously, it had been useless against the Red Fiend. However, Lin Fei had a different feeling when facing these Red Fiends that were moving. Traces of connection were established. Although the connection was not that strong, Lin Fei knew that he could kill these Red Devils instantly with the Great Karma technique. However, Lin Fei did not do that. After all, the Great Karma technique was one of his trump cards. If he really used it now, the heaven and earth spiritual chi that he had painstakingly accumulated would be completely used up. The scimitar in his hand instantly slashed out. Lin Fei's physical body was very strong, so the speed at which he slashed was naturally faster than everyone else. After a crescent moon flashed past, a Red Devil fell down. Lin Fei only chopped off the Red Devil's head, so the Red Devil was preserved very well. When the others saw this scene, they were a little surprised. Lin Fei's newcomer was quite powerful. Good job. To deal with this Red Devil, you have to be fast. That way, you can catch him off guard. Shi Chang also smiled. Just as this smile faded, Lin Fei swung his saber again. Another Red Fiend fell to the ground. Any Red Devil that came close was dealt with by Lin Fei's slash. Shi Chang originally thought that his strength should be considered strong among these people and that he could be considered one of the older ones. However, he did not expect Lin Fei to be much stronger than he had imagined. The speed at which he swung his saber, one slash after another, instantly killed these red devils. He did not give the red devils any chance to resist. In the blink of an eye, other than one red devil that escaped, the rest of the red devils were dealt with by Lin Fei. These red devils are not that dangerous. They are just fast. It just so happens that my speed is not slow either. My blade is also quite sharp. Lin Fei also smiled. To him, killing these red devils was quite easy. He casually picked up a red devil. He casually kept it. He wanted to see if he could recover some of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. For a moment, Shi Chang did not know what Lin Fei was doing. If it was in the past, he would have scolded him. But it was different now. It would not be so easy for them to kill the red devils. However, it was very easy in front of Lin Fei. Naturally, it was recognized by them. Taking away a red devil wasn't a big deal. One must know that they did not have so many red devils in the past. This time, it could be said to be a huge harvest. After the red devil's corpse was taken away, Lin Fei directly threw it into the infinite grotto heaven. The moment he threw it in, the entire red devil instantly turned into a blood mist. Following that, Lin Fei could keenly feel the traces of spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the blood mist. In the blink of an eye, it was purified. Previously, there was too little demon beast meat. Lin Fei did not see anything special about it. Now, he finally understood. It turned out that these red devils had spiritual energy of heaven and earth in their bodies. No wonder everyone wanted to eat this red devil's demon beast meat. Eating it was beneficial to the body. Of course, it was impossible for them to accumulate spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This was because once they absorbed it, they would basically be digested. However, Lin Fei was different. He had the infinite grotto heaven. It's just a small trick. It won't make it to the main hall. Lin Fei's mood instantly improved. He finally found a way to quickly recover the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He just had to keep killing these red devils. These red devils were much easier to deal with than he had imagined. Let's take away these red devils first. I'll go over there and kill some more red devils. After all, it's not good to come out often. It's better to take some red devils back and store them. Don't you guys think so? Shi Chang, the leader, agreed with him. These red devils weren't that easy to kill. With Lin Fei's help, it was naturally much easier. He couldn't wait to bring back more red devil corpses. He cupped his hands towards Lin Fei. Then I'll have to trouble brother Lin Fei. Let's bring the red devils back first. It's rare for us to have a huge harvest this time. The village chief will definitely be very happy when he finds out. This time, it was indeed a huge harvest. There were too few opportunities like this. If it wasn't for Lin Fei killing these red devils quickly, they probably wouldn't have such a huge harvest. You have to be careful. These red devils are quite cunning. Chapter 47-58. Shi Chang and the rest brought the red devils back first. Lin Fei wasn't in a rush. He was prepared to go ahead and kill a bunch of beasts. One by one, red devil beasts came out of the cave. The moment these red devil beasts saw Lin Fei, they immediately attacked him. This was because Lin Fei had some sort of karma connection with them. When he saw them, Lin Fei's lips curled up and he smiled. You came at the right time. If I don't kill all of you today, wouldn't I be Lin Fei? In the past, Lin Fei had been annoyed by the red devils. Naturally, he had to seize the opportunity. At the same time, he used the body of nothingness. The moment the body of nothingness appeared, it was as if he didn't exist. The moment the red devils attacked, he felt that something was different. They all missed. Naturally, the saber in Lin Fei's hand didn't stand on ceremony as he swung it again and again. He killed the red devils one by one. With this one attack, the red devils were killed. In an instant, it was collected and turned into wisps of spiritual qi. Lin Fei didn't know how many red devils there were. No matter what, this was a chance to recover the spiritual energy. Who knew if the number of red devils would decrease? Let's kill a bunch first. Anyway, there was still time. The further Lin Fei went, the more red devils he killed. But to Lin Fei, it was great. The recovery speed of the spiritual energy was much faster too. Compared to before, it really looked like it was there. Although it wasn't as good as before, it was still an improvement. The further Lin Fei went, the more he could feel the power of these red devils. Their speed and strength were much stronger. Of course, the amount of spiritual energy they could absorb was much more. Lin Fei's body of nothingness came in handy. He killed his way into the cave. The red devils inside were much bigger. They were like calves. Of course, their attacks and strength were very strong. When Lin Fei accumulated a certain amount of spiritual energy, he used the Great Karma technique. When Lin Fei had accumulated a certain amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy, he immediately used the Great Karma technique. The effects of the Great Karma technique were quite good. In an instant, all the red devil beasts in the lair were wiped out. None of the red devils could withstand Lin Fei's Great Karma technique. Of course, in this way, the heaven and earth spiritual energy that Lin Fei had accumulated was completely consumed in an instant. Fortunately, Lin Fei's prediction was not wrong. He was indeed able to kill these red devil beasts. The power of the Great Karma technique was still very strong. If they followed the karma, they would be able to kill them. This feels great. It's too troublesome to kill with one slash. Now it's much more convenient. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth curled up slightly. He was elated. He began to collect the corpses. They were all thrown into the infinite grotto heaven. After clearing one nest, Lin Fei went straight to the second nest. For several days, Lin Fei did not stop at all. He continued to kill these red devil demonic beasts. Fortunately, these red devils did not seem to be smart. Lin Fei killed all the way and basically did not escape. They only fought non-stop. On the contrary, Lin Fei liked them more and more. This time, it was really a big harvest. Lin Fei broke into another lair. However, after breaking into this lair, Lin Fei's brows furrowed slightly. He actually discovered that there was a humanoid red fiend here. This was the first time he saw this humanoid red devil. As soon as it saw Lin Fei, it immediately attacked. Streaks of flowing light were everywhere. Lin Fei's body of nothingness instantly took a hit. The Great Karma technique directly blasted out. Streams of time followed the connection and blasted the red devil's body. In just a short period of time, the red devil exploded with a crash. It was directly killed by the Great Karma technique. Of course, Lin Fei was also very tired. It was not easy for him to accumulate some heaven and earth spiritual energy, but it was all used up. Wait a minute. This guy actually dropped shards. This is unbelievable. Lin Fei was still lamenting how difficult it was to accumulate heaven and earth spiritual energy. However, he did not expect that after killing this red devil, it would actually drop shards. These shards were like red crystals. He casually picked them up. After checking them, he couldn't find anything special about them. Subconsciously, he threw them into the infinite grotto heaven. The moment he threw them in, a shocking scene appeared. The red crystal was instantly digested. Then, Lin Fei felt the heaven and earth spiritual energy skyrocket. Yes, it skyrocketed. It wasn't the slightest bit like before. This was a complete increase. Just this crystal alone allowed Lin Fei's heaven and earth spiritual energy to reach the level when he used the Great Karma technique. Although there wasn't much heaven and earth spiritual energy at this time, the Great Karma technique was already amazing. This thing could kill people invisibly through the connection between them. If he used the Great Ice technique, it wouldn't work. Its power wouldn't be able to reach its maximum. It's really good stuff. Luckily, I didn't ignore it. Otherwise, if all the good stuff escaped from under my nose, I wouldn't even have a place to cry. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced. Otherwise, if he didn't check these red crystal pieces, he would have missed an opportunity. It was really rare to see such a speed of recovering heaven and earth spiritual energy. Lin Fei had to seize the opportunity. Lin Fei had collected a total of more than 20 crystal pieces. Without any hesitation, he absorbed and refined them. Finally, it allowed Lin Fei to recover a lot of heaven and earth spiritual energy. Although it hadn't reached the first level, at least he had some confidence. He could use the Great Karma technique. There should be a lot of red devil giants in this area. I have to find them and kill them. When that happens, I will be able to recover some heaven and earth spiritual energy. I will be able to use the great Tao of time and leave this place. Lin Fei didn't dare to hesitate. He just had to leave this nest. He would find another nest soon. While killing these red devil beasts, he searched for the red devil giants. He had been busy for half a month. If it wasn't for the red devil coming, Lin Fei probably wouldn't have come out. He returned to the village covered in dust. As soon as he entered, he realized that Shi Chang and the others looked at him differently. You're really bold. You actually dared to stay there for so long. Aren't you afraid of being killed by the red devil giants? I was lucky and didn't encounter the red devil giants. I was just moving outside. Whoosh 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 whoosh. A large pile of red devil corpses fell. It was a very casual action, but it made their breathing quicken. Chapter 4759. Lin Fei had also brought back quite a few corpses of the red devil beasts. After all, he had indeed killed quite a few of them over there. Therefore, he had to bring some back. Shi Chang had never mentioned the existence of the red devil giant before. He didn't know if the other party didn't mention it or if he had forgotten about it. It's a good thing that nothing happened to you, otherwise I would be very sorry. I almost forgot to tell you, the red devil giant inside is extremely terrifying, and each of them is extremely strong. Shi Chang had indeed forgotten. They were only going to the periphery to kill this red devil beast, but they never expected that Lin Fei would actually volunteer to kill it. By the time he was halfway there, only then did he remember that there was a red devil giant inside. This red devil giant was even more difficult to deal with than this red devil beast. Their strength was also stronger. If he wasn't careful, he would be killed. Oh right, the village chief wants to see you. You have done a great deed for the village. These red devil corpses probably won't be able to go out for a long time. Regarding this village chief, Lin Fei had always felt that he was very mysterious, so he didn't deal with the corpses of these red devil beasts. He might as well go and see the village chief first. He had been here for so long, but he hadn't spoken much to the village chief. Lin Fei walked into the village chief's stone house just like that. The village chief was as cold and mysterious as ever. When he saw Lin Fei enter, he said indifferently, "You sure have guts to even dare to go to those places. Aren't you afraid that the red devil giant will kill you and the dark reincarnation giant that will appear soon?" The village chief's voice was very cold, so cold that it penetrated into his bones. Lin Fei didn't care much about it. After all, he had already recovered quite a bit of heaven and earth spiritual energy. He had a certain level of strength. It's not that nothing happened, I just brought back more red devil beasts for the villagers. I feel that this red devil beast is quite extraordinary. Lin Fei was prepared to get some information out of him. He wanted to see how much this village chief knew. He had a feeling that this village chief definitely knew a lot of things. It was just that the other party didn't want to say it. He had a cold expression on his face all day long. Don't think that you can leave this place just because you found the spirit chi of heaven and earth in the red devil's corpse. You're thinking too simply. It's too difficult to preserve the spirit chi of heaven and earth here, because your body is no longer flawless. Instead, there are loopholes, so naturally, you can't lock the spirit chi of heaven and earth. Of course, Lin Fei knew about this. However, he still had the infinite grotto heaven, which was even better than this physical body. It could perfectly store the spiritual energy of the world. Otherwise, how could he execute the great karma art? By the way, what is this dark samsara giant you were talking about? It sounds pretty fierce. Lin Fei asked curiously. You also know how to ask. I almost forgot to tell you, in the 1 year that we're trapped in this immortal world cage, there will be a day where demons will run amok. On that day, all kinds of special demons will appear here, and these demons are very powerful. They only have one goal, and that is to attack our village. In the past, there were a total of 18 villages here, and now there's only one left. So, you're lucky to be able to come back at this time. Lin Fei really didn't know that this was the case. It was really a place where demons ran amok. No way, there's such a thing. What should we do? Do we have to fight them? Lin Fei was even more puzzled. This place really didn't allow people to exist. It could even create a day where demons ran amok. In other words, there would be all kinds of existences like the Red Devil Giant. What else can we do? Of course, we'll defend. If we can defend, we'll survive. If we can't, we'll die immediately. It's that simple. Do you think we can do anything? Lin Fei was speechless. He actually encountered such a situation. However, he inexplicably thought of the Red Devil Giant. If these guys could also drop fragments, it would really be great. His chances of recovering his strength would also be faster. I also know what you're thinking. It's nothing more than killing these giants. However, their strength is much more terrifying than you think. It's too difficult to kill them. Although they can also drop fragments of heaven and earth's spiritual energy, it's too difficult to obtain them. Because at that time, you won't even have the chance to attack. The village chief's thoughts were still quite fast. He could guess what Lin Fei was going to say next. Then I'll have to give it a try. Anyway, I'm quite interested in this. I don't want to stay here for the rest of my life. Swoosh. Another force landed on Lin Fei's body, and he was directly blasted out. Lin Fei came down steadily. This village chief was getting more and more unfathomable. In any case, he finally got to know a piece of good news today. At night, they went out for a feast. More than half of the Red Devil demonic beast had been eaten. The taste was as ordinary as ever, but the heaven and earth spiritual energy was no less than a real tonic. As the days approached, Lin Fei also found that Shi Chang and the others seemed to be under more and more pressure. Everyone was here, preparing the weapons in their hands and rubbing their palms. This is your first time here, so you definitely haven't seen the demon dance. I've seen it 5 times, and every time it's very terrifying. Our village owes to the village chief. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have been able to hold on at all. Lin Fei frowned slightly. He thought that there was originally a formation here that could resist the attacks of those giants. He didn't expect that it was because of the village chief. I think you're pretty good. When the time comes, you'll be the main force. Live as long as you can. As long as you can hold on for 6 hours, we'll win. We'll be able to live here for another year. Although that was what he said, Lin Fei could also see that Shi Chang was really under a lot of pressure. Lin Fei also nodded, I'm actually quite interested in these things. If possible, I'll definitely kill them at that time to relieve everyone's pressure. They didn't reveal their identity, but one thing was certain. That was, they all somewhat recognized Lin Fei's strength. At least, his speed and his saber technique were indeed not comparable to anyone. When the time came for the demon dance, they really had to count on Lin Fei. On this day, the sky and the earth instantly darkened, and even the vision was infinitely limited. They immediately came to the gate of the village. Their expressions were all dignified. It's coming. The demon dance is coming. It'll be here in at most half an hour. All the people in the village ran over. There were about 50 people in total, and all of them looked terrified and fearful. Chapter 4760. At this time, the sky was unusually dark, and there was a vague sense of danger. Even Lin Fei could feel it. No wonder everyone was so nervous. There was a loud rumbling sound. It was as if something in the world was heading towards them. They're here, they're here. Shi Chang was experienced and knowledgeable, but at this moment, he could clearly feel fear. It was very different from before. Everyone started to take deep breaths. Lin Fei looked forward too. The footsteps were getting louder and louder. After a period of time, the sound would become much heavier. After about half an hour, a hill-like figure finally appeared in front of everyone. Lin Fei finally saw what the hill-like figure was. Red Devil Giant. Lin Fei had killed the Red Devil Giant when he was there. It wasn't as big as this Red Devil Giant. It was really unbelievable. The Red Devil Giant wasn't just a normal size. After the Red Devil Giant appeared, another black figure appeared. This was the so-called Dark Reincarnation Giant. It looked a little similar to the Red Devil Giant. Just these two existences alone were enough to make everyone feel endless fear. Following that, some special beasts of various sizes came over just like that. As soon as they arrived, they headed straight for the village. There was a loud rumbling sound. A monster that was the size of a hill spat out something that looked like a ball. It smashed into the sky above the village. Hua 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 hua. Every hit was extremely powerful, as if it had smashed through the village. However, there seemed to be an invisible force spreading in the sky above the village. He had withstood the attack. Lin Fei didn't need to guess to know that this should be the treasure that the village chief mentioned. Only then could it withstand the attacks. They are part of the demon dance. When the time comes, there will be more and more monsters, and the only thing we can do is to kill them before they get close to us. Fortunately, they will only attack from the front and not from other places. This is our only chance. Shi Chang took a deep breath. He pulled out the knife beside him. He roared. Kill! Like a bolt of lightning, he dashed out and appeared in front of a Red Devil Giant in an instant. The Red Devil Giant turned around and swatted down. Following that, streaks of red light struck Shi Chang's body. Shi Chang stood in front of the Red Demon Giant. He seemed to be prepared and instantly dodged it. The Dark Reincarnation Giant actually came out from the side. In the blink of an eye, Shi Chang became a shriveled corpse. The powerful defense was directly penetrated by the claw. Lin Fei finally knew why Shi Chang was the first to rush out. Even though he knew that he was no match for these things, he still wanted to charge out. At this moment, the other people's expressions also darkened and they were ready to rush out. Discovered. Someone was faster than them, and that was the newcomer, Lin Fei. Lin Fei quickly ran towards the Red Demon Giant. The saber flashed. He chopped down on half of his body. Because the saber was very fast, the Red Demon Giant was split in half on the spot before it could resist. Whoosh! Whoosh! Some of the pieces fell off. If you want to attack this village, you have to ask me first. I, Lin Fei, didn't agree, so you don't have the right to attack. It's just that simple. Lin Fei laughed out loud and stood with his saber horizontally. The Dark Reincarnation Giant instantly turned into a black whirlpool and enveloped them. It really caught Lin Fei off guard. Inside the stone house, the village chief's expression was also very natural, but there was still a flash of emotion in his eyes. He didn't expect that Lin Fei would actually attack so decisively. He was much better than the others. This kid has a bad temper, but his fighting ability is strong too. He actually attacked the Dark Reincarnation Giant. There was a loud rumbling sound. Just as the village chief was feeling worried, a figure rushed out of the whirlpool. Following that, the whirlpool broke, and the behemoth fell to the ground, bursting out black crystals of various sizes. Lin Fei waved his hand and kept them all. He knew that today was going to be a party for him. For these beasts, it was also a day of celebration. Nobody knew who was going to party. All of you don't have to come out. Deal with these monsters for me. I, Lin Fei, can finally be of use. Whoosh! The thin threads instantly pierced through the bodies of these behemoths. Lin Fei didn't just stand there and use the great karma technique right away. There were too many monsters here. If he wanted them to stop, he naturally had to use his killer move. The great karma technique was the most suitable. The great Arctic technique and great 5 elements technique were a little weak at this moment. This kid used the 3000 great Daos. Everyone was slightly shocked. Because they felt that this technique was different. Although they didn't recognize it, at least they knew that he definitely used the 3000 great Daos. Even the village chief, who was inside the house, was very surprised. This guy is crazy. Why did he use up the spiritual energy of heaven and earth at this moment? If he uses it up, it will be difficult to accumulate more. No one knew one thing better than they did. That was that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was a very precious existence here. Even if there was a trace of spiritual energy of heaven and earth, no one would be willing to use it so casually. But now, Lin Fei used it so easily. No one took it seriously now. When the time came, a large number of monsters fell to the ground. Even the earth was trembling along with it. Lin Fei was like the Grim Reaper harvesting lives, harvesting everything along the way. The large and small crystal chips were taken away one by one. Lin Fei still underestimated the power of this group of demons. There were more and more monsters, and their strength was getting stronger. Lin Fei's body of nothingness kept repeating back and forth. Of course, the most important was the great karma technique. Good. Good. This time, I will definitely be able to accumulate a lot of spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Maybe I can use this opportunity to leave this place. I must seize this opportunity. I can't miss it easily. Lin Fei didn't think too much at this moment. He directly killed his way over. Soon, his figure disappeared in front of the village. A large black fog shrouded over, and he disappeared in an instant. Chapter 4761. The village chief thought that the village wouldn't be able to withstand the attack. Even if she had a treasure, this would be the last time. She didn't expect that the newbie, Lin Fei, would actually be so capable. He could actually block the attacks of the beasts. He even killed his way in. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. The village chief carried the treasure and walked out of the stone house. It was a rainbow-colored umbrella. There was already a huge crack on the umbrella. He casually threw it into the air and instantly, a huge umbrella opened up. All of you stay here, don't leave. I will go find that Lin Fei. We can't let him die in there. He quickly chased after him. With every step he took, a white lotus would appear on the ground. After each lotus bloomed, it would disappear. From start to finish, the village chief's feet never touched the ground. The others didn't expect that the village chief would leave the village at this moment and release the umbrella treasure. Lin Fei didn't know that the village chief had run out. He was having a good time killing. He used the great karma technique again and again. Although these beasts were strong, under the karma connection, they were more or less weak in front of Lin Fei. Lin Fei didn't know how many he killed. Anyway, there were these special beasts everywhere. They were very strong and very mysterious. Unfortunately, he met Lin Fei this time. He could only say that he was unlucky. Another batch was wiped out. Just as Lin Fei kept the chips and converted them into heaven and earth spiritual energy, he saw a snow lotus bloom. Then, a wind shadow walked out. Village chief? Lin Fei was a little surprised. Village chief, why did you come out? Don't you have to guard the village? Leave the rough work to me. I will definitely kill them all. The village chief never thought that there would be someone with such a trump card. Even in the cage of the immortal world, there was still enough spiritual energy accumulated. You've really gone mad. Stop killing. If you continue and kill too much, then it'll alarm the guardian of the immortal dimension. Once he makes an appearance, he'll be able to directly annihilate you. Do you really think you're invincible here? Lin Fei really didn't know anything about the guardian of the immortal world. The village chief said so. He also understood that there seemed to be a big shot in this cage of the immortal world. This big boss seemed to be in charge of everything here. Lin Fei, who was about to continue charging forward, frowned slightly. If I don't kill my way in, am I supposed to wait for death here? Why don't I go meet the guardian of the immortal world? Lin Fei said to the village chief. Or should I say, you should tell me everything that's going on here, so that I don't run into any landmines and bring you trouble? Lin Fei didn't know that there was a guardian of the immortal world here at all. But he also knew that the village chief definitely knew a lot of secrets. Obviously, the background was a little different. He actually deceived him. If he didn't come out and tell him, he wouldn't even know that there was a guardian of the immortal world here. Before coming here, I didn't think it was necessary to tell you such a small matter because you wouldn't alarm the guardian of the immortal world. But now it's different, because these demons are deliberately released by the guardian of the immortal world. And the more you kill, it's equivalent to taking energy from the guardian of the immortal world. Don't you think he'll be angry? Once he's angry, it's hard to say. Lin Fei seemed to understand what was going on, which was quite unexpected. Doesn't that mean that as long as I kill the guardian of the immortal world, I can leave this cage of the immortal world? Is that the logic? Lin Fei's brain was still very fast. Since he knew about the guardian of the immortal world. Naturally, Lin Fei had some ideas. For example, now he had obtained a lot of heaven and earth spiritual energy. Although he couldn't reach his strongest state, if he used it to sneak attack the guardian of the immortal world, he could still try. In theory, it can be done like this, but no one has ever been able to kill the guardian of the immortal world. It's too difficult. The village chief shook his head and didn't agree with Lin Fei's words at all. If the guardian of the immortal world was really so easy to kill, then she wouldn't have waited until now. Lin Fei laughed. That's because we haven't cooperated before. How about we cooperate once? I'll be the vanguard. Tell me what other tricks you have first, and let's try first. If we really kill it, I don't want to stay here for the rest of my life. This feeling is really too unpleasant. The village chief still shook his head. I advise you not to do this, because in front of the guardian of the immortal world, all tricks are useless, except for strength. Lin Fei didn't know what kind of suffering this village chief had suffered in front of the guardian of the immortal world. Anyway, this village chief didn't want to make a move, and even Lin Fei saw a trace of helplessness in him. If you want to try, then try. But if you die, it's none of my business. After all, the existence of the guardian of the immortal world is a cage that controls the entire immortal world. No one has ever said that they can deal with this guardian of the immortal world. After the village chief finished speaking, he didn't say anything else, and just stood there quietly. No matter how Lin Fei asked, he didn't say anything. Lin Fei didn't continue to ask. He decided to kill these monsters first. First, he would test the strength of the guardian of the immortal world. If it was really that strong, he could only say that his luck was bad. If this guy's strength wasn't that strong, then he was absolutely sure that he could kill him. Don't forget that Lin Fei still had hatred. Just like that, Lin Fei killed his way through. He still used the Great Karma technique. The village chief also recognized that this was the so-called powerful Great Karma technique of the so-called 3,000 Great Daos. He never expected that this Lin Fei could actually master the Great Karma technique. This was definitely a super terrifying technique outside. He could kill whoever he wanted, and he could even do it from a distance. Unless the other party had a super treasure that could resist the invasion of the Great Karma technique, or continuously increase his strength to resist the power of the Great Karma technique. Apart from these two methods, there was no other way. Your Great Karma technique is very powerful, but you can only injure the guardian of the immortal world. It's still a little difficult to kill him. This time, the village chief spoke again, but there was a slight change from before. Lin Fei knew that this was the case, so he wasn't surprised at all. If the guardian of the immortal world is injured, then naturally there's a certain chance that we can kill him. Don't you think it's very challenging? Lin Fei looked back at this person. A trace of emotion appeared on the cold face of the village chief. It seemed that his performance was quite good. Chapter 4762. Lin Fei couldn't care less at this moment. He just charged forward. First, he would kill all these fellows who were dancing like demons. Slowly, Lin Fei's heaven and earth spiritual energy accumulated more and more. It was time to use the Great Plunder technique. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. At least the Great Plunder technique was quite effective. At this moment, there really wasn't much heaven and earth spiritual energy to plunder. It was more or less a little disappointing. Lin Fei was very interested in the guardian of the celestial realm. If he could plunder heaven and earth spiritual energy from him, that would be the best. Vaguely, he already knew who the guardian of the celestial realm was. 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours. Lin Fei used almost 12 hours to kill them. The huge demonic beasts all fell to the ground. The fragments were all taken away by Lin Fei. The village chief had been following behind them all this while. His heart was also secretly shaken. This Lin Fei was truly quite strong. This was especially true for his great karma technique. He could actually use it non-stop. Although there would be a certain gap in between, it was really rare to have such a strong combat power. If it was in the past. If there was an expert like Lin Fei in the village, the people in the village wouldn't have died so quickly. If you go from here, you will see the guardian of the celestial realm. Be prepared, that guy is much more terrifying than you think. Along the way, Lin Fei obtained a lot of heaven and earth spiritual energy. He was looking forward to meeting the guardian of the celestial realm. There was a buzz. A saber light came, like a rainbow, and instantly fell on Lin Fei's body. This saber came without any warning, and directly slashed on Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei was sent flying. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This saber made Lin Fei's body full of cracks. It was really unbelievable. I didn't expect that there would be another stubborn person in the cage of the immortal realm. You actually dared to kill so many of my little clones. You are quite capable. Let's see how many of my sabers you can block. A cold and gloomy voice pierced through the air. One slash followed by another. It kept slashing on Lin Fei's body. The opponent's every slash was very precise, and he didn't give Lin Fei any time to rest. Lin Fei finally knew how strong the guardian of the celestial realm was. Although my physical body has improved very quickly and has reached the level of a heavenly god, I didn't expect that my defense would be broken by a single slash from the guardian of the immortal world. Although his body's defense was broken, Lin Fei didn't feel uneasy. He threw a punch, and then his whole body moved quickly. Treasures were released one after another. Of course, these treasures were at most used for defense, and they could only last for a short while. But it was enough to let Lin Fei feel that the guardian of the celestial realm was powerful. Your strength is not bad. You can still hold on for so long after your defense was broken. It seems that you are worthy of me killing you personally. That cold voice floated over again. Then, Lin Fei saw a huge hill appear. This thing appeared in front of Lin Fei like a mountain of flesh. And on the top of the mountain, there was a red figure. He couldn't see its face clearly, but it was obviously an illusory figure formed by the mountain of flesh. This is the original body of the Red Devil, the so-called guardian of the celestial realm. It is a special creature, and it is extremely powerful. The voice of the village chief fell into Lin Fei's ears. Do you regret it now? This is the guardian of the celestial realm. He is not that easy to kill. Even I can't do anything to him. The illusory figure looked directly at the village chief. The village chief smiled faintly. Hong Wan, I didn't expect you to come personally. Are you ready to fight with me again? But you didn't even bring the rainbow treasured umbrella, so you are no match for me. Who asked you to have such a powerful Tianxian treasure body? But if we really fight, you are still inferior to me. Lin Fei also knew the name of the village chief. He was called Hong Wan. No wonder he had a high and mighty aura. And it seemed that he had fought with the guardian of the celestial realm countless times. Yes, that's why I'm here. He wants to challenge you, so I naturally want to see how you'll be killed. Although I can't kill you, there will be someone who has the strength to do so one day. Hong Wan's voice was as cold as ever. I can't kill you at all. I am the guardian of the celestial realm. As long as you enter here, you will not be able to get out. Hong Wan, you are the same. Although your Tianxian treasure body is very unusual, sooner or later, it will lose its effect. When that time comes, I will definitely swallow you. Don't worry, I will not kill you, I will raise you. Lin Fei's voice also came. So, you are the guardian of the celestial realm. You look so ugly, and you still have the nerve to say that. If I were you, I would just kill myself. With such a shameful appearance, you still want to win the favor of a beauty? I really don't know what is going on in your mind. Lin Fei was finally able to stabilize himself. He could more or less see that Hong Wan should be a fairy from the celestial realm. His physical body should also be one of the extremely powerful ones. Even the guardian of the celestial realm would not be able to do anything to her. Just like his body of nothingness, it was purely immune to some attacks. You talkative guy, I will eat you first. Hong Wan, don't you want someone to kill me? Then I will destroy your hopes one by one. You will never be able to leave this cage of the celestial realm. Whoosh. That huge mountain of flesh actually turned into a series of shadows, and directly charged towards Lin Fei to kill. In the blink of an eye, the overwhelming attack was about to drown Lin Fei. Lin Fei already knew the strength of this mountain of flesh. It should be at the level of a 6-star celestial god. It was indeed very powerful, and this guy seemed to have a certain immunity. Just now, Lin Fei did not sense any cause and effect relationship with the other party, which was very surprising. In other words, this was indeed a special kind of creature. If you don't split up, I can't do anything to you. But once you split up, I won't be polite anymore. Who asked your body to contain the spiritual chi of heaven and earth? Mind projection. Lin Fei laughed. He saw an opportunity. This was a chance to change the situation. Heaven was really on his side. He instantly displayed the ability to move. Chapter 4763. Even though Lin Fei couldn't use the Great Karma technique on him, he realized that he could attack him at this moment. Lin Fei could feel the beauty of the heaven and earth spirit chi from his body. It was a great feeling. Thus, without hesitation, he immediately cast a spirit projection. This thing didn't consume much energy. The only mistake the celestial realm guardian made was to disperse his power. That was why Lin Fei was able to enter his body in an instant. The celestial realm guardian was slightly taken aback. Yi Xian's body turned into a vortex. Endless spirit auras of the universe were taken away by someone in an instant. Because Lin Fei used the Great Plunder technique in an instant. He didn't give the celestial realm guardian any chance to fight back. Hong Wan, who was far away, was also surprised. Because at this moment, she couldn't grasp any traces of Lin Fei's movements. There were no clues at all. He just appeared in the celestial realm guardian's body. Following. Another terrifying plundering power was produced. It was actually plundering the heaven and earth spirit chi in the celestial realm guardian's body. Why was he so powerful now? It was because he could control the heaven and earth spirit chi. People like them couldn't accumulate heaven and earth spirit chi at all. Why could they last until now? It was because the heavenly arcane treasure body was different. Even the celestial realm guardian couldn't control it for a while. If they were outside, Hong Wan could use the heavenly arcane treasure body to suppress the celestial realm guardian. But here, she couldn't. But now, Lin Fei's performance really surprised Hong Wan. What an interesting fellow. He actually managed to grasp a divine ability like the Great Karma technique. Even in the upper echelons, no one would dare to look down on him. The number of people who can grasp it is simply too few. Unexpectedly, not only did he manage to grasp the Great Karma technique, he even managed to grasp a divine ability like this. This time, the guardians of the immortal plane are probably going to suffer greatly. A technique like this. Hong Wan hadn't seen it before. Of course, she had seen the great karma technique. Very few people could cultivate it. It required a certain amount of talent. The other techniques were more powerful. Especially the plundering technique. It was ferocious and domineering. The illusory figures kept twisting and exploding one by one. Their heaven and earth spiritual chi had been plundered, so they naturally lost the opportunity to exist. Naturally, Lin Fei would not let it go. He would take advantage of this opportunity to plunder everything. Whoosh! In an instant, the great chill appeared in this small area. The great glacier spell sealed the void. Even the immortal world protector, who had already been plundered by the great plunder, was slowed down by the great glacier spell. A great glacier spell like this was extremely powerful and had a certain degree of penetrative power. Naturally, it would affect the guardian of the immortal world. Hateful guy, you dare to steal the heaven and earth spiritual chi in my body. You're dead. I'll definitely eat you, I'll definitely refine you. The ice shrouding his body was instantly shaken off. The immortal world protectors transformed into unique existences. They were no longer the spheres from before, causing Lin Fei's great plunder to fail. In that instant, it allowed Lin Fei's strength to recover completely. In just a short period of time, he had already plundered half of the heaven and earth spiritual chi. That's right, half. The opportunity to control his strength was too good. Time is like a blade, destroy your body. Recovering half of his strength was something to celebrate for Lin Fei. He knew that the immortal world protectors were hard to kill, but with half of their strength, things were different. He directly displayed the Tao of time. With a slash, time was the blade. One by one, those unique existences instantly crumbled. Initially, the guardian of the immortal world didn't think much of it. Even though he was still roaring in anger, it was still a piece of cake for him to say that he was just a suppressive fellow. But after the slash, he realized that he had underestimated this guy. He was filled with fear. That was because his doppelganger had been destroyed in an instant. It had completely disappeared. Hong Wan's countenance instantly changed. I can't believe that this guy can actually control time. Time is like a blade. Because the immortal world protector was a special life form, it was naturally difficult to deal with. She didn't expect to meet a tough guy this time who had mastered the Tao of time. Time was like a blade, and with one slash, the special life form collapsed. I said I'll kill you, so I'll kill you. There's no need to explain. I don't want to stay here anymore, so I can only kill you first. Lin Fei's time is like a knife had grasped the trick to this. He skillfully executed chain slash after chain slash. Every slash that landed on the guardian of the immortal world caused him to shriek miserably and his aura to plummet. Don't do it, don't do it. You won't have a good ending if you kill me. I'm willing to let you go. Let you go. The immortal world protector kept screaming in pain. This was because he couldn't run too far. Even if he ran very far away, time wouldn't be able to ignore distance. The saber landed on his body, cutting off more than half of his life force. This was the most terrifying thing. Even if the immortal world protector had a lifespan of hundreds of thousands of years, in front of this, one slash was tens of thousands of years. No one would be able to withstand it. He really regretted it. Who brought this guy in? Lin Fei, don't listen to him. Kill him in one go. Otherwise, once he notifies the higher-ups that stronger people are coming, it will be even harder to leave. Hong Wan reminded him. At this time, if he didn't remind him, once the immortal world protector sent the message back, it would really be a great despair. Of course, Lin Fei wouldn't let the other party leave. One slash after another. In just 8 slashes, the immortal world protector was taken down. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth floated out. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony and used the great plunder technique again. Of course, the power this time was much weaker. Fortunately, Lin Fei grasped the time well and absorbed the remaining spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It was incomparably thick. Finally, he maintained his strength at the 5th level. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Immediately, the sky full of fragments fell. Of course, other than that, there was also a key. Seeing this key, Lin Fei's eyes lit up. He instantly grabbed it and it landed in his hand. Seems like we have a chance to leave this damn place. Now, do you believe that I can kill the immortal world protector? Lin Fei turned around and said to Hong Wan with a smile on his face. Chapter 4764. Actually, Lin Fei was quite surprised. He didn't expect that he would be able to kill this guy under such circumstances. He thought that he would be able to severely injure him using the Great Karma technique. However, he realized that there was no karma connection between them. Fortunately, this guy was a special life form with a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy in his body. Lin Fei naturally wouldn't hold back. He projected his soul over. Then he used the Great Plunder technique. This allowed him to instantly plunder the opponent's heaven and earth spiritual energy. Finally, he was able to use time like a blade and kill him off. He even dropped a key along the way. He saw the key. Lin Fei knew that this was the chance to leave the celestial world cage. It was on this key. Because this key was quite extraordinary. I wonder if we can leave the celestial world cage with this key. Hong Wan was also very excited at this moment. He wasn't as cold as before. No one knew the importance of this key more than him. This is indeed the only key to leave the celestial world cage. As long as we push it, we can leave the celestial world cage. If we want to leave, we need a key. The key is kept by the celestial world guardian. Hearing this, Lin Fei finally heaved a sigh of relief. They could finally leave this place. Then let's go back and bring them along. We'll leave the celestial world cage directly. I don't want to stay here anymore. Not long later, Lin Fei and the others returned. Because Lin Fei could use the great teleportation technique, he accurately locked onto their location. This time, these people were still very nervous. When they saw the two of them return, they heaved a sigh of relief. In an instant, Lin Fei used a technique to wrap them up together. Hong Wan also kept the treasure. Lin Fei pushed the key, and in an instant, a light enveloped them. Swoosh. They left the celestial world cage. After Lin Fei and the others left, a figure descended from the celestial world cage. His face was very gloomy and scary. He also saw the guardian of the immortal world being killed. Oh no. What's going on? The protector of the immortal world has been killed. I can sense the aura of time here. Could it be that an expert who has mastered the grand Tao of time has barged in? This person immediately came to the vicinity of the village, but he didn't see anyone. Hong Wan has been imprisoned for nearly 100,000 years. I didn't expect that we would be so close to success. I didn't expect her to escape. Now we are in big trouble. Whoosh. He disappeared again. Lin Fei finally experienced the incomparably vigorous spiritual chi of heaven and earth again. At this time, he appeared in a starry sky, and so did the people around him. In an instant, Lin Fei turned into a huge vortex, crazily absorbing the spiritual energy of the world. In the blink of an eye, the spiritual energy of the world had recovered to 100%. That was the only way. Lin Fei could finally heave a sigh of relief. This place was still a different world. Lin Fei was very familiar with it. There was absolutely no other place. In other words, there was an immortal world cage in this alternate world. It was really a little unbelievable. These people also breathed in the spiritual chi of heaven and earth again. In the blink of an eye, all of them emitted a strong aura. Thank you, Brother Lin. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to get out. This is my identity token. When you come up, you can look for me. Everyone knew. If it wasn't for Lin Fei, they wouldn't have been able to get out at all. Not to mention breathing in the fresh spiritual chi of heaven and earth again. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony. They all kept it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Beams of light landed on them. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. Their strength is too strong. They were discovered by the will of this side and were directly driven out. I will also leave soon. Hong Wan looked at Lin Fei in front of her and really couldn't believe it. One day, she was actually saved by him. Then, the guardian of the immortal world would definitely eat her. She couldn't obtain the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, but she didn't expect to meet a different kind of existence. This is something that I carry with me. When you come to the celestial world, look for me. Before that, I won't forget it. The light shone down. It shone on Hong Wan's body. In the blink of an eye, she entered the void and then disappeared without a trace. I'm leaving now. Lin Fei blinked. You are an important person. Are you going to give me such an item? At this moment, Lin Fei had a handkerchief in his hand. It was a really comfortable handkerchief and it was filled with a different aura. It even had a bit of Hong Wan's fragrance. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He also knew that Hong Wan's identity shouldn't be simple. He might even be an important person. That was because he felt a really terrifying and dangerous aura from her. No matter what, Lin Fei had managed to escape in the end. Then, he remembered. The 10-star demon god ancient tomb was a huge trap. Who would have thought that there would be such a person in there? Just an instant. Lin Fei was prepared to head back and wipe him out, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. Who knew what traps were there? Although he grasped the time Dao, his physical body was still a little weak. If he really went back, it wouldn't feel good if he suffered. Lin Fei would be careful. He kept the handkerchief. Once he reached the celestial world, he had to see what kind of background this Hong Wan had. Although he was quite strong now, he didn't have enough accumulations. This infinite grotto heaven was too small. The accumulated power was too weak. He had to be really thick so that he would have a chance to head up. Right, I have to capture that king of 10,000 demon. This fellow knows how to craft grudge thought beads. He is a great helper, I can't let him roam freely outside. Somewhere else. Lin Fei didn't want to go. He had to capture the king of 10,000 demon. Lin Fei had thought about this before. Now, he could finally bring him back with a justifiable reason. Let me see where this fellow is. Luckily, I have the great karma technique. I should be able to find him. He activated the great karma technique. Lin Fei saw many karma lines in the air. He searched. He had finally found a karmic line. It belonged to the king of 10,000 demon. This guy is quite interesting. He actually snatched away such a body and suddenly became a great expert. He's really good at hiding, but it's a pity that he met me. Lin Fei laughed. It was too easy to find people now. Chapter 4765. Recently, the Demon King's mood was quite good. Because he had seized a rather high-level body. This high-level body had quite a background. So he recovered his strength in a short period of time. He was relatively low-key and did not expose himself. But in his heart, he had always hated a person, that Lin Fei. If not for him, he would have been so unlucky. With great difficulty, he dug a big hole. In the end, he did not collect many resentment beads and it became someone else's. Later, he used this body to return to that place, but he could not find his ring at all. Even the ring seemed to have been opened by someone. This made the Demon King even more furious. Killing intent began to rise in his heart. He also arranged many people to investigate this Lin Fei. The more they investigated, the fewer clues there were. The only thing they knew was that this Lin Fei should be an intruder. This kind of situation was quite common for people who came from outside the world. This was because the king of 10,000 demons had killed many invaders in the past. He did not expect that this time, he would actually suffer a big loss. Thinking of this, the killing intent in the Demon King's eyes became even heavier. I have to find that kid as soon as possible. If I let him leave this place, it will be too difficult to kill him in the future. I might not be able to meet him in this lifetime. Regarding the other world, the Demon King really did not dare to go there easily. It was really too dangerous. In the past, there were also people who went there, wanting to take advantage of it. In the end, they were careless and suffered heavy casualties. Since then, no one dared to go there easily. It was better to stay in their own homes. The King of 10,000 Fiends also thought so. Why would he go out? It was so dangerous. If he was careless, he would be killed. In his own territory, it was different. He could kill whoever he wanted, it was just a matter of a word. After I come out from the blood pool, my strength should be able to completely recover. At that time, I must go and find that Lin Fei. Right now, the King of 10,000 Devils had quite an impressive background. Now that he has seized this body, he has the identity of the eldest son of the Dark Church. So in a short period of time, his strength increased very quickly. He had already reached the level of a 5-star demon god. If he went into seclusion again, he would be able to regain the strength of a 6-star demon god. In this area, he was already a top-notch expert. Thinking about it, the King of 10,000 Fiends was quite grateful to Lin Fei. If he hadn't helped her, how could she have snatched a body so easily? People might not even believe him if he said it out loud. Lin Fei had also started searching. He followed the path of the Great Karma technique and saw some things. One couldn't help but say that this King of 10,000 Demons' luck was pretty good. He actually managed to snatch away such a fleshly body. They were actually from the Dark Church. Lin Fei naturally knew about the Dark Church. Previously, when he went to the ancient tomb of the 10-star devil god, he encountered the people of the Dark Church. He didn't expect that the 10,000 Devil King would also come to the Dark Church at this time. He also had such a status. His strength should have increased extremely quickly. Lin Fei didn't really care. No matter how fast his strength increased, it couldn't be as powerful as him. Taking down the King of 10,000 Demons was a piece of cake. Lin Fei spent half a month and finally arrived at the territory of the Dark Church. This place used darkness as the base, shrouding everything inside. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth contains some dark elements. If one didn't practice dark techniques here, they would feel very oppressive and uncomfortable. This was the same as going to the light church. One was darkness, one was light, both were opposites. Lin Fei didn't have such a big experience. He released the power of 5 elements around his body and directly blocked the dark forces outside. His body was like a vacuum zone, basically not affected at all. There were still a lot of people from the Dark Church. From time to time, he could see some merchants. Lin Fei didn't care about this. He came here this time to look for the King of 10,000 Demons. He wanted to capture this guy first. He couldn't miss such a good labor force. If Lin Fei wanted to get more faith value or more resentment beads, he would have to rely on the King of 10,000 Demons. The King of 10,000 Demons, who was preparing to go into seclusion, suddenly sensed something. He seemed to be thinking about something. Soon, the corner of his mouth rose and he laughed. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect my luck to be so good. I ran into that kid so quickly. Could it be that this kid came to the Dark Church to do something? The King of 10,000 Demons still had some means. He immediately sensed the aura of Lin Fei in the vicinity. Faintly discernible. He was very sure of one thing, that is, this Lin Fei definitely came to the Dark Church. As for what it was, he didn't know. Was it important to him? It was simply not important. As long as the person came, everything would be fine. His trusted aide came from outside. Immediately bring the people of the law enforcement hall to catch this guy for me. The King of 10,000 Demons not only had a big background now, he was also a hall master of the law enforcement hall. A portrait appeared in the void. It was precisely the appearance of Lin Fei. Understood. Immediately, a small team from the law enforcement hall was sent out. Lin Fei already knew where the king of 10,000 demons was. This guy also sensed me and actually dispatched a squad to deal with me. Lin Fei also sensed that the king of 10,000 demons had made his move and dispatched a squad to deal with him. The strength of this squad was quite capable. With a whoosh, Lin Fei's entire person disappeared from sight. With a great teleportation technique, he arrived at the territory of the Dark Church. Which means he was inside the city. After all, it was great teleportation technique, which could break through all kinds of restrictions. Even a formation couldn't block it. This was the frightening part of great teleportation technique. After arriving inside the Dark City, Lin Fei directly went to the mansion of the King of 10,000 Demons. In front of a majestic mansion. The figure of the King of 10,000 Demons was inside. Another great teleportation technique. Lin Fei entered the mansion. The King of 10,000 Demons was waiting for the good news. The law enforcement hall was dispatched. With the strength of that kid, he shouldn't be their opponent. Last time, he regretted it. It was very likely that he was tricked by the other party. Otherwise, when he returned on the spot, he might be able to seize this guy's body. Thinking about it, this kid's body was quite strong. It could hold on for so long. Although his fighting strength was average, it could be considered as a good foundation. Such a good thing was relatively rare. What a pity, what a pity. Chapter 4766. Who is it? The reaction of the Demon King was very fast. He instantly sensed that someone had come in. Two black shadows appeared beside him. It was the 1,000 Demons warrior. They immediately pounced forward. One on the left and one on the right. The blade light flashed and the void was cut open. This was a good thing of the Demon King. He always carried it with him. At the critical moment, he would use his strongest force. This was the headquarters of the Dark Church. There really wasn't anyone who dared to cause trouble here, so the King of 10,000 Fiends was very assured. After all, when he swaggered around in the past, there were many people who wanted to kill him. Now that he had become the eldest son of the Dark Church, it naturally saved him a lot of trouble. His strength could easily recover to the level of a 5-star heavenly god. If he was given some time, he would be able to reach the level of a 6-star heavenly god. At that time, there were only a few people in the entire Dark Church that he could take a fancy to. Only a few people could be his opponent. Only a few. He even wanted to take down the Dark Church. At that time, he could secretly control it and do whatever he wanted. At that time, it would be even easier to get the resentment bead. This was also what the Demon King comprehended. In the past, he was alone and did all kinds of things. As a result, he became the target of everyone's scorn. No one came out to help him. But now, it was different. If he could control the huge Dark Church, he would naturally have more helpers. Originally, the Dark Church should have done some crooked things, but now, they were restraining themselves everywhere. In the eyes of the Devil King, this was simply impossible. I said, why couldn't I find these two things at that time? I didn't expect you to take them back. It seems this time, it will be much easier. Laughter floated over. Two golden threads directly flew out and wrapped around the puppet warriors. These were the golden threads condensed by the Great Five Elements technique. They were incomparably tough. This entanglement instantly rendered the two puppet warriors unable to move, and they were tightly bound. It was as if they were tied by a spider web. They instantly lost their fighting strength. The pupils of the Demon King slightly shrank and he also stood up. He knew that he had met his match. He had easily taken down two of his puppet warriors. It should be known that the strength of these two puppet warriors had increased after a round of forging. They had both reached the peak of the 3-star heaven god realm. Given a little more time, they would be able to reach the level of a 4-star heaven god. At that time, his strength would increase by a large margin, but he never expected that he would be controlled by someone at this time. It's you. The King of 10,000 Fiends finally saw who it was that came in. The intruder, Lin Fei. Wasn't he outside just now? How did he arrive at his mansion so quickly? And it was done in silence. Most importantly, he had easily taken down 2 of his 10,000 demon warriors. This was what the king of 10,000 demons couldn't accept. That's right, it's me. Haven't you always wanted to see me? That's why I came uninvited. Your days are getting better and better, you are now the eldest son of Dark Church. Compared to your previous life where everyone wanted to beat you up, you are much better, don't you think so? The king of 10,000 demons didn't dare to believe that this Lin Fei could find him so quickly. After seizing the body, he used a lot of secret techniques to seal all the methods that could be exposed. It could be said that unless it was a top powerhouse, no one would know about it. But the current scene really gave the king of 10,000 demons a great shock. He was actually exposed. The other party found him just like that. He didn't know how this intruder, Lin Fei, found him, but no matter what, he was exposed. Then the only thing he could do was to kill this Lin Fei. Or dig out the process of how he was exposed from his mouth. Only then could he continue to be the eldest son. Otherwise, once the news spread to the outside world, the leader of Dark Church would know that his eldest son was killed and his body was seized. That leader would definitely go all out against him. That leader of Dark Church was very powerful. Even the current king of 10,000 demons was not his opponent. That's why he was very low-key. Even if his strength increased, he kept suppressing it. He didn't dare to expose himself. The voice of the king of 10,000 demons was cold. I don't know how you found this place, but since you came today, don't think of leaving this place. Swish, 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 swish. The surrounding formation instantly formed. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings of the 2 of them changed. It turned into an illusory world. Originally, I used this formation to deal with that leader of Dark Church, but I didn't expect that you would come in first. Then, welcome to my illusion. One figure after another walked out. Each figure was the king of 10,000 demons. Their voices, aura, and strength were exactly the same. It made people unable to distinguish the real from the fake. That time, you were lucky. This time, you really don't have any luck to speak of. Just obediently let me refine you and turn you into a puppet warrior so that you won't be able to reincarnate for the rest of your life. 100 king of 10,000 demons made their move. A time spear appeared in Lin Fei's hand. Swish. It came out. The time spear directly pierced through the illusory figure and nailed the body of the king of 10,000 demons. The king of 10,000 demons didn't even have time to react and was directly pierced by the time spear. His pupils constricted and he didn't feel good. Time, since you control time, damn it, how can you control time? This is a top-notch technique. Just now, the attack of the time spear made the king of 10,000 demons feel the flow of time. A part of it was forcibly taken away. He understood that this was the great Tao of time, the most terrifying technique. The king of 10,000 demons didn't expect that he would encounter such a fellow. Then you also know the time. Then have a taste of this time again. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and grasped, causing the river of time to land in his hand. It turned into a large saber and slashed out. This attack was the most terrifying because you couldn't block it at all. The treasure blocked in front of him and was instantly slashed. Then, it landed on the king of 10,000 demons. The king of 10,000 demons' expression turned cold and he felt that his face had become much paler. This blade had taken away a lot of his lifespan. He finally knew how terrifying time was. How did this fellow grasp such a top-notch technique? He actually offended such an expert. Voila! Another blade slashed over. The king of 10,000 demons couldn't block it as usual. Chapter 4767. 2 slashes and the king of 10,000 demon felt a terrifying chill. How could he have encountered such a powerful existence? Last time, he was so weak and was nearly killed by him. In the blink of an eye, he wasn't his match anymore. The king of 10,000 demon was about to collapse. This was the first time he had faced such a thing. Slow down, don't attack. 2 slashes and the king of 10,000 demon didn't dare to be careless. If he were to receive a few more slashes, he would really die. He would be completely finished. Even if he had a high lifespan, he wouldn't be able to withstand such consumption. Lin Fei did stop. However, the river of time instantly turned into a meteor shower that came crashing down. Each strike instantly broke through all his so-called defenses. In front of time, there was no defense at all. Unless you had a true treasure of time, otherwise, you wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of time. After a loud explosion, the king of 10,000 demon kept retreating. Although there weren't any injuries on his body, his face was getting whiter and whiter and his aura was getting weaker and weaker. I give up, stop attacking. The king of 10,000 demons' small tricks couldn't fool Lin Fei at all. A time meteor shower attack was launched. It caused the king of 10,000 demons' heart to collapse. In just a short period of time, he took away so much lifespan. It made him regret offending such a person. At this moment, the king of 10,000 demon really didn't have any thoughts. He really couldn't beat this fellow in front of him. If it was any other method, the king of 10,000 demon might have some thoughts. But this was too difficult because he couldn't beat him at all. Especially the Tao of time and Tao of space. Anyone who faced this would have a headache. Now you know how to behave. Lin Fei walked over. He wasn't afraid of what the king of 10,000 demon would think anymore. This fellow was panicking. Even if he was allowed to leave, he wouldn't dare to. The Tao of time wasn't a joke. Lin Fei casually sat down. I was wrong last time. I think you want the resentment beads. I have another batch of resentment beads with me. I can give them all to you, but please spare my life. The king of 10,000 fiends was quite smart. He took out a batch of grudge prayer beads without hesitation. Although the number of beads in this batch wasn't as large as the previous one, there were still 60 million resentment beads. If they were converted into hate points, that would be 6 billion hate points. Of course, for Lin Fei now, 6 billion hatred points was really nothing, but it could at least prove one thing. This king of demons still knew how to earn this resentment bead. It's not enough, it's too little. Is your life worth 60 million resentment thought beads? It's a far cry from what I expected. Of course, the king of 10,000 demons was a little clever. He naturally knew that Lin Fei's men were interested in the resentment prayer beads. He didn't sense any resentment from the other party at all, which meant that the other party had either given it away or used it for his own use. His methods were much more brilliant than his own. At the very least, the king of 10,000 fiends now had some resentment. Fortunately, the people of the Dark Church didn't have any resentment, so they naturally wouldn't be noticed. However, he really couldn't do what this invader, Lin Fei, had done. This guy was simply too powerful. When he heard that the resentment prayer beads weren't enough, the king of 10,000 fiends' heart thumped. He had a feeling that something bad was about to happen. Could it be that the other party really came for him, or for the resentment prayer beads? It really wasn't easy to get the resentment prayer beads in this world. But for the king of 10,000 fiends, it wasn't difficult. He had already figured out a whole set of procedures. It was just that there were too few people. If there was some help, the efficiency would be even faster. How about I help you get a batch of resentment prayer beads, and then you let me go? I won't find trouble with you anymore in the future. Scram as far as you can. As long as you're there, I won't appear. This was the only way the king of 10,000 fiends could think of. No matter what, he had to survive first. At least the other party wasn't ruthless, otherwise he would be dead for sure. In front of the grand Tao of time, he really couldn't withstand it. What made the king of 10,000 fiends feel the most despair was that the other party's 5 elements divine ability was also very powerful. Even now, his puppet warrior had not managed to break free and was tightly entangled. At the beginning, he didn't know what it was, but after observing for a while, he understood. It was actually a rope-like attack formed by the combination of 5 kinds of forces. Although this method didn't have any power, it was really very good to use it to confine people. Even the king of 10,000 fiends himself wouldn't be able to break free in a short time if he encountered this method. He really didn't know what other methods this intruder Lin Fei had. What you said is very nice. Actually, when I first came here, I wanted to kill you. After all, you let me experience what is called danger. But then I thought that killing you would be too easy, so I decided to capture you and make you work for me for 500 years. Hearing that he was going to be killed, the king of 10,000 fiends' heart skipped a beat. He didn't doubt that the other party would really kill him. Hearing the latter part of the words, he felt as if he had been pardoned. I have never felt such a good feeling of surviving. In 500 years, the only thing you have to do is to help me collect resentment prayer beads or faith beads. If you do it well, maybe this 500 years will become 300 or 200 years. It might not necessarily depend on you. There was nothing better than this to make the king of 10,000 fiends feel good. He could finally live and no longer have to worry about anything. Thank you for sparing my life. I am willing to work for you and collect resentment prayer beads. I feel that if I want more resentment prayer beads, I have to take down this dark church and completely control it. That way, it will be easier to collect resentment prayer beads. Just as Lin Fei finished speaking, the king of 10,000 fiends began to speak in a very bootlicking manner. He raised his hand. A special runes was directly shot into the king of 10,000 fiends' body. The king of 10,000 fiends also discovered that there was a strange force in his body. In the face of this strange force, he actually felt the threat of death. This is a small trick I gave you. Change it once every 100 years. If you don't change it within 100 years, you will explode. Even if your body is strong and invincible, you won't be able to withstand it. Chapter 4768. Lin Fei had already taken down the king of 10,000 devil, but he knew in his heart that this fellow wasn't so well behaved. Hence, he used this method on him. This wasn't an ordinary technique. It was an imprint that Lin Fei had fused together using a special technique. As long as this fellow dared to be dishonest, he would be able to turn him into ashes with a single thought. This imprint wasn't so easy to remove. He believed that the king of 10,000 devil would definitely be able to see through it. At that time, he would be well behaved. 500 years wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. The king of 10,000 devil knew that the imprint in his body was extremely terrifying and filled with a dangerous aura. No matter how powerful he was, he had no idea what to do in front of this imprint. He completely resigned himself to his fate. At the very least, he was still alive. It was simply too easy for Lin Fan to kill him. The great Tao of time slashed after slash, reaping his lifespan. He wouldn't be able to withstand too many slashes. This kind of blade technique couldn't be blocked at all because one didn't have a certain level of ability. Unless one had a true treasure of time or an extremely strong body, there was no hope at all. This was something he knew better than anyone else. At this time, there was nothing wrong with being well behaved. After taking down the king of 10,000 devil, Lin Fei didn't care about other small matters. What was left was how to return to the outside world. After all, everything here was basically resolved. But before that, there was one more thing that Lin Fei had to do. How could he guarantee that he would be able to obtain these resentment thought beads? This was the most important thing. If he couldn't obtain them, then he would be helpless. It was impossible for Lin Fei to come here all the time, right? How could that be possible? Hence, he had to find out if there were any treasures or things related to this. You also know that I am an invader who came from the outside world. Help me collect the resentment thought beads. Do you think there's any way to send them to me? Think carefully before you say anything. If there's no way, then there's no point for me to keep you alive. I'll just send you to the heavens with a slash. Lin Fei's words were neither light nor heavy. But to the 10,000 devil king, it was like a saber reaping his life. His heart sank as his countenance turned pale. Sweat started to drip down. He really couldn't sit still anymore. He had originally thought that he would be able to survive after being captured by the other party and being controlled by the imprint. A bad life was better than a good death. Everyone understood this sentence. But now, the king of 10,000 devils discovered that there was something wrong with his situation. How could this be? He kept telling himself in his heart, don't worry, you can definitely think of a way, you can definitely think of a way. Lin Fei smiled at the king of 10,000 fiends. He felt that this guy would definitely be able to come up with a solution. After all, this guy was an old monster who had lived for so long. Otherwise, it wouldn't have turned into a situation where everyone wanted to kill him. Naturally, they would know more things. Just wait for his reply. If he really couldn't answer, then Lin Fan could only kill him. Anyway, it wouldn't be good if he stayed here and lost contact with him. I thought of a place. Maybe Master can go there and have an unexpected harvest. This place is called Eternal Paradise. After thinking for a while, the king of 10,000 devils finally thought of a place. But when he mentioned these words, even his heart trembled. Have you heard of what Eternal Paradise is? Tell me about it. If it was any other place, it would be fine. But in this place, Lin Fei really didn't know much about it. When he heard the words Eternal Paradise, he felt that it was quite high and mighty. So, he wanted to hear what the king of 10,000 devils had to say about it. This Eternal Paradise is a special place. It is considered unique in our world. This Eternal Paradise is a trade association. You can buy many things from this trade association. However, it is too difficult to enter Eternal Paradise. Even I don't have the qualifications to enter. Back then, I only heard that such a place existed. Lin Fei's face sank slightly. What you said is equivalent to wasting your breath. If you can't find a place to enter, then how can I enter? When he heard it just now, Lin Fei was indeed quite interested in this Eternal Paradise. Especially the place that sold things. There were definitely some good things there. However, it seemed that this Eternal Paradise was very difficult to find. Wait a minute. I heard that this Eternal Paradise has an Eternal Paradise seal outside. As long as you have this thing, you can enter. However, there is another way. That is to burst out with the strength of a 7-star celestial god. Then, you can enter and join in. The king of 10,000 devils said hurriedly. Lin Fei was a little surprised. This place was so amazing that only 7-star celestial gods could enter for free. One could even join this Eternal Paradise. This was quite a big deal. At least, Lin Fei had never heard of this Eternal Paradise. However, he had heard of the Eternal Trade Association. Is this Eternal Paradise easy to find? With Lin Fei's current strength, if he used it, he should be at the level of a 7-star celestial god. This would be a little high profile. So, Lin Fei wanted to see if there was an Eternal Paradise seal. If there was such a thing, it couldn't be better. That way, he could keep a low profile. After all, being too high profile sometimes wasn't a good thing. This Eternal Paradise seal is very rare in the outside world. I don't know who has it. However, I know the specific location of Eternal Paradise. Master will definitely be able to find it. With Master's strength, you will naturally be able to enter easily. The king of 10,000 devils was also feeling a little guilty. After all, this Eternal Paradise seal was too rare. Even if one appeared, it would be put away. This was because only with an Eternal Paradise seal could one buy what they wanted in Eternal Paradise. Since the king of 10,000 devils said that, Lin Fei could naturally hear that the king of 10,000 devils was afraid of this Eternal Paradise. One could imagine how mysterious this place was. It actually required the strength of a 7-star celestial god to enter. Lin Fei didn't have anything to do, so he decided to take a look at the situation first. Then lead the way. Let me see what this eternal heaven is all about. To think it would make such a huge request. A requirement like this was really quite high in this world. So far, the powerful ones that Lin Fei had met were only at the level of a 5-star demon god. 7-star demon gods were really too rare. He had to take a look. Chapter 4769. Lin Fei was quite interested in this eternal paradise island. No matter what, he had to take a look first. The king of 10,000 demons didn't dare to stop and just continued to lead the way. Stop and stop. Stop and stop. Lin Fei didn't say anything. He knew better than anyone that the king of 10,000 demons definitely hadn't been to eternal paradise before. He probably heard about it. As for the exact location, he should be able to find it. But it would take some time. Lin Fei wasn't in a rush. Right now, he didn't have much else but time. So as long as he could find the general location, he would be able to find eternal paradise. He passed through countless worlds and came to the end. He reached the end. In front of him was a vast island. Many islands stood in great numbers, looking very different from the rest. After arriving here, the king of 10,000 demons' expression became much more solemn. He said softly, "This is the end of our world, it is called Endless Island. Eternal paradise is on one of the islands, but I can't find the exact location." The king of 10,000 demons lowered his head, feeling really awkward and helpless. It wasn't easy to find this place. There were only a few people who knew where Eternal Paradise Island was. When he arrived here, Lin Fei knew that the king of 10,000 demons definitely wouldn't be able to find the exact location. If he had that ability, he wouldn't be the king of 10,000 demons. Otherwise, why would he be chased and beaten by everyone like a rat on the street? It was good enough that he knew the general location. This kind of secret could only be known by those at the top level. At least you have some ability. Otherwise, I would have killed you with one blade. There's no point in keeping you. The king of 10,000 demons finally heaved a sigh of relief. At least the Lord wasn't angry, otherwise, he would have been killed. That would have been really pitiful. Lin Fei also saw that there were many islands in front of him. These islands weren't ordinary. After taking a closer look, Lin Fei's lips curled up. This endless island was a super grand array. These islands were not ordinary islands. At first glance, they looked very ordinary, but in reality, they were all connected together. If someone forced their way in, the situation would be different. This seemed to be a super big maze. Perhaps this was a test. Lin Fei couldn't help but smile. It was indeed a different place. Today, he could explore the endless island. Follow behind me and don't run around. Otherwise, if you die here, I won't care. It's quite interesting for a dignified king of 10,000 demons to die here. The king of 10,000 demons sucked in a breath of cold air. He shuddered all over his body. He really couldn't believe it. He obediently followed behind Lin Fei. Just like that, he entered Endless Island. In the past, I heard people say that this Endless Island is a dangerous place. Once one enters, one basically can't leave. Unless one obtains their recognition, otherwise, one would just be a corpse here. The king of 10,000 demons, who had been following behind, sized up the surroundings. Even if he didn't do anything, he could sense the cold aura around. It was really dangerous and he didn't dare to have any thoughts at all. He stayed close to Lin Fei, not daring to leave for even a moment. He didn't expect that the king of 10,000 demons would have such a day. On this endless island, he had such thoughts and such fear. Fortunately, there was an adult in front of him, which made him heave a sigh of relief. If he was alone, he wouldn't have dared to come in at all. Lin Fei flew above Endless Island. Walala, walala. From time to time, techniques would appear. One wouldn't be able to defend at all and they would appear just like that. If normal people entered, they would be wiped out in the blink of an eye. Lin Fei didn't feel much about it, it was quite interesting. I didn't expect this endless island to be so interesting. The king of 10,000 demons didn't think so. Wave after wave of attacks came at him, it was really displeasing. Let me find out where eternal paradise is. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. The Great Karma technique was activated. The moment it was activated, many threads of karma appeared. To Lin Fei, finding a place was not difficult. After all, he had the great karma art. That was another wonderful use. No matter who it was, everyone had karma on them. There were big and small ones, and normal people wouldn't know about karma. But when it came to Lin Fei, even karma was revealed. It really wasn't hard to find this eternal paradise island. Along the way, there were many big and small WeChat messages. Lin Fei avoided all of them. Roughly 2 hours later, his eyes squinted. Jingguang flashed in his eyes. I finally found you. This time, Lin Fei finally found a place that was different. This was a very inconspicuous island. No one would care about this island. It was really normal. It was really normal and low profile. Lin Fei was sure that eternal paradise was here and there wouldn't be any surprises. The king of 10,000 devils also followed. He didn't see anything special about this place, but he believed that there would be something special here. Come out. Lin Fei punched out with a single punch. The power of this punch was like a single point of light that tore apart the void. At that moment, a door appeared on the island, faintly discernible. Even Lin Fei couldn't tell how this door appeared. It could be seen that this involved multiple dimensions. After all, the space Dao was really mysterious. No one dared to say that they had truly grasped the space Dao. Even Lin Fei was the same. For example, he grasped the time Dao, but he only grasped the surface. It was said that the truly terrifying ones could use the time Dao to travel between the past and the future. That was truly terrifying. Killing enemies in the river of time was something that Lin Fei could not do at the moment. He was far from being able to do so. He only grasped the surface, and the space Dao was the same. Lin Fei brought the king of 10,000 demons and entered the door. The moment he entered, he noticed that he was standing on a platform. This was a circular platform, and in front of him appeared a number of platforms. Instead, it was just a platform that floated over. It appeared in front of Lin Fei. An illusory figure appeared on the platform. Welcome to Eternal Paradise. Please show me your Eternal Paradise seal or show me your 7-star demon god strength, otherwise, you will be killed. The voice wasn't loud and had no emotions at all. It was just a refined existence. The king of 10,000 demons could sense the killing intent within. He would really be killed. Chapter 4770. As soon as the phantom appeared, Lin Fei instantly sensed danger. This was an expert. A top expert. No wonder even the king of 10,000 demons was so afraid of this place. To be honest, that was really the case. The faint voice was filled with an endless sense of danger. As long as Lin Fei's strength didn't reach the strength of this 7-star demon god, he would naturally be attacked by the phantom. Or rather, he would be eliminated and completely missed the chance to enter Eternal Paradise. I don't have the Eternal Paradise seal, but my strength should have reached the level of a 7-star demon god. I wonder if there is any assessment method. If there is, please take it out. I'm ready to challenge it. Lin Fei said very directly. He knew that this phantom should be very smart. Maybe it was specially refined by a super expert. It was used to guard the door. Just look at the king of 10,000 demons next to it. This guy's courage wasn't as big as he imagined. Previously, he was arrogant and despotic outside, and even dug a super big hole. But in front of this phantom, he was very obedient. At the same time, in a small palace in Eternal Paradise, there were 2 people sitting here. These 2 people were very ordinary, but under this ordinary appearance, they had strength that everyone felt was unattainable. That was the strength of a 7-star demon god. They were leisurely drinking tea, and in front of them appeared a screen, which could be called a sky screen. He could clearly see the situation outside. Just now, someone had barged in. I didn't expect that someone would come to Eternal Paradise again. It's not easy. I think this kid doesn't have the Eternal Paradise seal, but his strength is a little lacking. Even you think so? Even you think so? I feel that this brat is a little different. Do you recognize the person beside him? Maybe you can't, but I can. He's the king of 10,000 devils. I didn't think that this fellow would actually become his follower. It wasn't easy for him. I'm afraid he must have suffered a lot. No way, this guy is the king of 10,000 demons. I heard that he used to shout about killing people, but I was too lazy to care. Who would have thought that he would become his follower? This kid has some ability. Our eternal paradise hasn't had a newcomer in a long time. Let's take a good look. Both of them were 7-star demon gods. Of course, they were very mysterious existences in this world. Without reaching a certain level of strength, it was impossible to come into contact with this circle of 7-star fiend celestials. So you're here to participate in the challenge. As you wish, but you only have one chance. If you miss this chance, you'll never be able to come to eternal paradise again. The Phantom said. Lin Fei nodded. I only need one chance. As for the other chances, I don't need them at all. I have enough strength to pass your test. The Phantom didn't say anything. Then follow me. You can either keep the person beside you, or I'll send him out. What's your choice? With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei let the king of 10,000 devils enter his heavenly grotto world. His own world could also be used to keep people. In the blink of an eye, the king of 10,000 devils was kept. Lin Fei followed the Phantom in. He brought Lin Fei to a public square. Naturally, this public square was completely silent. There was basically no one around. However, the moment Lin Fei arrived, he could feel that something was amiss. This is the arena you'll be challenging. When the time comes, we'll bring out a puppet warrior. As long as you can defeat it, you'll become a member of Eternal Paradise. If you fail, you'll either be eliminated or killed by the puppet warrior. You better be mentally prepared. In the arena. After a burst of starlight gathered, a puppet warrior had appeared. The moment this puppet warrior appeared, Lin Fei could feel how powerful this puppet warrior was. It was filled with arrogance and invincibility. Just by standing there casually, it actually had the strength of a 6-star demon god. Moreover, it was a great expert in close combat. No wonder it was said that Eternal Paradise was so difficult to enter. I'm quite interested in this. I also want to see how strong this puppet warrior is. Or is it because I'm stronger? Lin Fei laughed and directly went into the arena. In the arena, the puppet warrior didn't take the initiative to attack. Instead, a halo of light appeared around the arena, forming a spirit array. The energy waves that isolated everything. Then, the puppet warrior instantly moved. It didn't move at all. The blade flash shadow arrived. This was a guy who specialized in close combat. He used a saber. This saber was the most common saber. Of course, this saber technique was also very ordinary. But such a saber was filled with the power of a 6-star demon god. The void was instantly cut open by the saber. It fell directly on Lin Fei. This saber was extremely fast. Before this, Lin Fei had also encountered some people who were strong and fast in close combat. He didn't expect this puppet warrior to be stronger than he had imagined. The saber almost reached his chest. If it was someone who wasn't strong, he would be seriously injured or defeated by this saber. Sure enough, a 6-star demon god wasn't that easy to deal with. Lin Fei's Great 5 Elements technique appeared directly. It blocked in front of him. It had become a super big shield. There was a rumbling sound. The Great 5 Elements shield collapsed directly. The next second, it quickly condensed and then collapsed again. In the end, it was still blocked. A Great 5 Elements shield formed by the convergence of 5 forces. This guy is quite capable. He actually withstood a saber. He does have some capital. I just don't know how strong his attack is. If his attack is not strong enough, it will be a little difficult to defeat this puppet warrior. The two 7-star demon god experts who were drinking tea looked at each other. Their eyes lit up. It was not easy for such a powerful guy to appear. After all, in their opinion, the defense of the Great Five Elements shield alone was enough to prove that this guy was extremely strong. Lin Fei didn't display the Great Way of Time. It should be known that the Great Way of Time was his strongest ability. Therefore, he would hide it if he could. At this moment, it was a super killer move. It was definitely a gift that made people feel desperate. It could often catch people off guard. Lin Fei's 5 elements technique formed a shield around him, and a loud rumbling sound rang out. The power of the Great 5 Elements turned into a meteor shower the size of a fist and smashed down with a rumbling sound. The power of the Great 5 Elements meteor shower was extremely powerful because Lin Fei's strength had reached its peak. Chapter 4771. This meteor shower was something that the puppet warrior couldn't resist at all. This was because the power of the meteor shower was getting stronger and stronger. One after another. It was vast and mighty. There was no other way other than to take it head-on. This was also the best attack that Lin Fei could think of. He didn't need to do anything at all. He didn't even need to use the power of time. The meteor shower alone was enough to make the puppet warrior feel the pressure of a mountain. After a loud rumbling sound, the puppet warrior was unable to hold on any longer, and its tough body was pierced through, leaving behind many holes. Then, the puppet warrior disappeared, and the puppet warrior's silhouette reappeared. It was the same person from the beginning. Congratulations on defeating the puppet warrior. This proves that you have the ability of a 7-star demon god. You are now a junior member of Eternal Paradise. Although Lin Fei had made it look simple, the puppet warrior was actually quite strong. Only a 7-star demon god could defeat it. Even a 6-star wouldn't be able to. One would never know the power of the puppet warrior without fighting it. After obtaining the junior member of Eternal Paradise, Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Even the assessment was so strict. One could only imagine how many treasures there were inside. Although it was just a junior member, Lin Fei didn't think too much about it. This is your identification as a member of Eternal Paradise. In the future, with this identification, you can enter any branch of Eternal Paradise. This is a branch of Eternal Paradise. The virtual figure took out an identity token. This identity token was quite interesting. After taking a look at it, Lin Fei proceeded to refine it. After refining it, a large amount of information surged in. Instantly, he had a certain understanding of Eternal Paradise. In Eternal Paradise, one could buy a lot of things. Of course, one had to have a certain amount of contribution points. This surprised Lin Fei a little. Originally, he thought that after becoming a member of Eternal Paradise, he would be able to obtain some good items. Now, however, it seemed that he had been overthinking things. If he wanted these items, he would have to earn contribution points. Lin Fei decided to take a look first. If there were really things that he was interested in, then it wouldn't be difficult to obtain contribution points. In any case, the most important thing for Lin Fei now was to increase his strength. Completing missions and completing contribution points, then buying the things that one wanted was a very normal thing to do. No effort, no gain. Lin Fei had always acknowledged this point. The distribution of Eternal Paradise wasn't very big. It was already introduced in the message, but when Lin Fei came over, there were still a few figures flying out. As soon as these figures came over, they cupped their hands and greeted Lin Fei. I heard that there is a newcomer today. I am Demon God Tian Shui. Nice to meet you. I think you must be an invader from the outside world. I didn't expect you to be a part of Eternal Paradise. I am Triple Kill Demon God. These people were very friendly. They didn't have the aura of a 7-star demon god. However, Lin Fei knew that they were very strong. He didn't expect them to come over and greet him. Lin Fei smiled and said, I am the newcomer, Lin Fei. Nice to meet you all. Lin Fei also understood what was going on. They must have seen it when he was taking the test just now. After all, the strength that he had displayed was very strong. Naturally, they would have some ideas. Let's get to know each other first. There was nothing wrong with that. After Lin Fei greeted them for a while, he headed towards a palace. This was the only palace in Eternal Paradise. It was called Eternal Paradise Palace. Naturally, there would be things that Lin Fei wanted in this palace. After entering, this was a huge hall. However, there were many treasures floating in the hall. These treasures were wrapped up in a ball of light. He could also feel the seals on the surface of this ball of light. These powers were very strong. Even if he wanted to break these seals now, he would feel that it was very difficult. Lin Fei also understood why there were so many treasures in this place even though there weren't many people. It wouldn't be so easy to take them away. It was probably set up by a real super expert. At the very least, he must have surpassed the level of a demon god. Welcome newcomer to Eternal Paradise Palace. There are some treasures sealed in these light balls. I don't know what treasures you are looking for. I can help you investigate. A ray of starlight gathered and formed a figure. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect there to be an equipment spirit here. That's right. This illusory figure was formed by the equipment spirit. If it wasn't for the equipment spirit, not everyone would be able to see these light balls. I'm Lin Fei who just joined Eternal Paradise. I'm quite interested in treasures. I want to know if there's a treasure that can allow me to travel between two realms. Lin Fei really wanted a treasure that could allow him to travel between two realms quickly. This was the only way he could get the resentment bead at all times. He didn't want to wait for a period of time to get it. This was very bad for Lin Fei. This would affect the growth of his strength. If it wasn't for the fact that the system didn't have these things, Lin Fei wouldn't have found this place. A treasure that can allow me to travel between two realms? Are you sure you want this thing? The artifact spirit asked once more. Lin Fei nodded. Yes, I want this treasure that can allow me to travel between two realms. Can you find it? Please wait a moment. I'll help you check. The equipment spirit quickly dispersed. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. After all, a treasure that could allow him to travel between two realms wasn't that easy to find. It would be best if he could find it. If he couldn't, it didn't matter. At most, he could find another way. Lin Fei was still quite calm. Even if he was in a hurry, there was nothing he could do. After all, this thing wasn't that easy to obtain. After some time, the equipment spirit reappeared with an illusory heavenly book in his hand. Lin Fei didn't need to guess to know that this heavenly book should be a table of contents. The equipment spirit should have gone to get this table of contents. It would be able to know if there was a treasure like this in the first place. If you want a treasure that can allow you to travel between two realms, we just happen to have one here. This treasure is called the Cloud Gathering Shuttle. This treasure costs a lot of contribution points. It requires 1 million contribution points. 1 million contribution points didn't sound like a lot, but Lin Fei knew that it was a huge number. One had to know that completing a small mission would only cost a few hundred contribution points. At most, it would cost 2,000. That was considered a lot. 1 million contribution points wasn't cheap. It was quite expensive. Chapter 4772. If it was a few 100,000 contribution points, Lin Fei wouldn't care at all. At most, he would just be a little busy. However, it was a different story if it was 1 million contribution points. This wasn't something that could be obtained by completing dozens of missions. This wasn't good news for Lin Fei. It was really difficult to exchange 1 million contribution points for a cloud gathering shuttle. However, this cloud gathering shuttle was extremely attractive to Lin Fei. With this thing, he could travel between the two realms. It would be much more convenient then. Therefore, 1 million contribution points wasn't considered expensive. It was too useful for Lin Fei. He had to get this cloud gathering shuttle no matter what. Then, can I know what missions can give me tens of thousands of contribution points or hundreds of thousands of contribution points at once? Lin Fei was smart enough to ask directly. The item spirit took out another heavenly book and a sky screen appeared in front of Lin Fei. Missions appeared on the sky screen one after another. There were also asterisks at the end of the missions. Interesting Books Pavilion. There were missions ranging from the lowest 1 star to 9 stars. After completing each mission, one could obtain a certain amount of contribution points. If you want to obtain tens of thousands of contribution points or more than 100,000 contribution points at once, you have to choose missions that are at least 7 stars. The item spirit didn't explain in detail, but Lin Fei understood. The requirements of this mission were a little high, so it wasn't easy to obtain contribution points. Can I take a look at this catalog? Or should I say, how can I obtain this catalog? How can I accept these missions? Lin Fei had already made up his mind. He had to get this cloud gathering shuttle no matter what. He had to get this 1 million contribution points, even though it would be a little troublesome and stressful. In Lin Fei's opinion, it was all worth it. With this cloud gathering shuttle, his strength would increase even faster. After all, the King of Demons was quite capable. If he stayed here or somewhere else, he would naturally be able to obtain more resentment prayer beads. This world is much more terrifying than you can imagine. There were even 7-star fiend gods. As for the 8-star demon god or the 9 stars demon god, Lin Fei would have to reconsider. After going to the immortal world cage before, Lin Fei realized that this place was definitely not as simple as he had imagined. Or rather, it was very terrifying. You can directly check over there. Once you see a mission, you can accept it. Since it's your first time accepting a mission, there will be no fees, and you don't need to pay any deposit, also known as contribution points. After a while, Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This eternal paradise was quite interesting. Accepting quests required a certain amount of contribution points. For high-level missions, he still had to put down a portion of his contribution points. If they couldn't complete it, it would be deducted. Wasn't this forcing them to risk their lives to complete this task? He didn't hate her, but he didn't like her either. After all, there was no bonus. In any case, Lin Fei had finally found a way. Right now, the most important thing was how to collect the 1 million contribution points. Lin Fei had to look around. Not far away, Lin Fei saw a directory. From 1-star missions to 9 stars missions, they were all neatly listed. These missions were huge. No wonder it was so hard to enter this eternal paradise. Some of these missions were easy, while others were hard. Even after looking at them, Lin Fei felt a little pressured. Of course, Lin Fei wasn't interested in the missions at the beginning. Soon, he had his eyes on the 7-star missions. If he wanted to obtain more contribution points, the best way was to accept 7-star missions. However, these 7-star missions made Lin Fei suck in a breath of cold air. One was harder than the other. Even though Lin Fei had quite a number of trump cards and even grasped the Tao of Time, these missions were extremely difficult. These missions were also extremely difficult. He finally understood why the lowest 7-star mission could reward 10,000 contribution points. It was indeed very different from the previous ones. There were all kinds of missions. Lin Fei was dazzled by the number of missions available. From 7 stars to 8 stars, there were far fewer missions. At the very least, there weren't as many 8-star missions as there were 7-star missions. And each of these missions could reward at least tens of thousands of contribution points. When it came to 9 stars, each mission could reward more than 100,000 contribution points. Lin Fei also knew that if he wanted to complete the missions quickly, he might really have to start from these 9 stars missions. As he had just joined Eternal Paradise and became a beginner member, he naturally didn't need any contribution points to accept the missions. It was considered a bargain. For many people, they would only choose the active missions, such as 1 star, 2 star, or 3 star. But for Lin Fei, since the first time was free, he definitely had to choose the missions with high contribution points. Lin Fei directly started from 9 stars missions. His mastery of the Tao of Time was more advantageous than anyone else. This was also one of the reasons why Lin Fei was so confident. Of course, his leisurely leveling system was another matter. Specializing in killing people won't do. It's too troublesome. This explore secret land is okay, but this secret seems a little dangerous. Lin Fei looked over one by one. There weren't many 9 stars missions. At a glance, there were less than 109 stars missions. In Lin Fei's opinion, there weren't even 109 stars missions. Looking at the previous 7 stars missions, there were easily thousands, and there were also hundreds of 8 stars missions. Compared to the pile of 9 stars missions, there were indeed a lot less. 9 stars mission, explore Miracle City. Lin Fei quickly noticed the last mission. It was the 9 stars mission, explore Miracle City. He didn't know much about this Miracle City, and had never even heard of it. But the contribution points directly reached 800,000, and Lin Fei was really a little tempted. 800,000 contribution points wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small amount either. Compared to the other missions that easily had tens of thousands of contribution points, this mission was indeed easier to look at. He didn't need to do anything, just explore a Miracle City. Miracle City, a special world. There are often miracles here, but there are also all kinds of deaths. There was a series of introductions, and there was only one conclusion, which was that this Miracle City was very amazing. Very amazing. As long as one explored the Miracle City inside and created a complete map, they would be able to obtain 200,000 to 800,000 contribution points. In other words, no one had been able to come out of this Miracle City alive. No wonder it was 800,000 contribution points. Chapter 4773. Lin Fei accepted the Miracle City decisively. Although it was a 9 stars mission, he should be able to explore it a little. Otherwise, where could he get hundreds of thousands of contribution points? After coming out of the hall, Lin Fei saw 2 figures waiting for him outside. These 2 figures were 7-star demon gods. Lin Fei soon learned their names. Brother Lin Fei, it looks like you've accepted a quest here. I wonder if you have the time to sit down and have a chat with me. The 7-star demon god who spoke was called Demon God Watercloud. He had a smile on his face and looked harmless. It's rare for a newcomer to come here. You are considered a newcomer, so I can give you some advice. What mission did you accept? After all, this world is much more dangerous than you think. The arrival of the 2 7-star demon gods surprised Lin Fei a little. If there were no surprises, the 2 of them should have their own thoughts and objectives. Lin Fei did not care much. After all, his strength was there for all to see. To them, he was still of great value. It was very normal for them to wait for him outside. I indeed just accepted a mission. Both of you are seniors, so you can give me some advice. The 2 7-star demon gods heaved a sigh of relief when they heard that. After all, this newcomer was very strong and had a promising future. It was the best time to get to know him. Therefore, the 3 of them left together and came to a small palace in Eternal Paradise. There were quite a few small palaces like this. As long as one had a certain amount of contribution points, one could cultivate in these small palaces. They could even stay here for a long time. It was very safe and could be considered a safe place. The 3 of them sat under a pavilion. Demon God Watercloud brewed a pot of tea. The tea was very fragrant and unusual. After taking a sip, one would feel as if his whole body was frozen. However, this feeling was very refreshing. This is iced tea. Generally speaking, people with poor physiques really can't take it and can only drink half a cup. It's really rare to see someone like you who can drink it for a lifetime. Demon God Watercloud laughed and took a small sip. His impression of Lin Fei deepened. Lin Fei was not polite at all. He poured himself another cup and gulped it down. His whole body recovered in a short while. Good tea, really good tea. Compared to you, the treatment I enjoy is much worse. The 2 fiend gods laughed out loud. He put down the teacup. I don't know what kind of missions you've accepted this time. Can you talk to us? In this great world, we are considered old people. Lin Fei nodded. Why not? I just wanted to ask the 2 of you. I've accepted a 9 stars mission. Demon god Watercloud and the other fiend god beside him looked at each other and gave him a thumbs up. You're quite impressive. You've accepted a 9 stars mission right off the bat. If I was as smart as you back then, it wouldn't have been so difficult to cultivate at the beginning. When this matter was mentioned, demon god Watercloud felt bitter tears rolling down his cheeks. Back then, when he became a junior member of Eternal Paradise, he accepted a 3 stars mission with a safe attitude. In the end, he wasted an opportunity and didn't get many contribution points. The next few years were really tough. Now that he heard that Lin Fei had accepted a 9 stars mission right from the start, he was filled with admiration. His quick thinking was really different. Anyway, I don't need to pay much. I'll just take it as a try. My mission is to explore Miracle City. Therefore, I want to know what kind of background Miracle City has. Demon god Watercloud and the other fiend gods' expressions changed when they heard this. They didn't care much about other places. But Miracle City was really different. Good lad, you're really bold. You actually accepted the 9-star mission, Miracle City. That place is a place where you can't return from. The Watercloud demon god didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If this was any other place, perhaps it would be fine. Or he could even give some advice. But if it was the Miracle City, then forget it. He really couldn't get out once he went in. Demon god Lai Shan also chimed in. That's true. That place is really dangerous. Anyone who goes there will suffer a lot. You have to be mentally prepared. Otherwise, you can give up on this 9 stars mission. Lin Fei didn't expect that when he accepted a 9 stars mission, the 2 7-star demon gods would have a drastic change in their expressions and advise him not to go. One could imagine how extraordinary the Miracle City was. The more it was like this. The more Lin Fei wanted to explore the Miracle City, the more he wanted to. After all, it was worth hundreds of thousands of merit points. Whether he could get the Luo Yinshua depended on these hundreds of thousands of merit points. As long as he got the merit points, the rest would be very simple. At most, he would just have to complete 1 or 2 more missions. Lin Fei didn't think there was any problem with this. If it's really that dangerous, then it's no wonder no one accepts this mission. It's worth hundreds of thousands of merit points. Demon god Watercloud and demon god Lai Shan burst into laughter. It's because it's too dangerous. Basically, no one who goes there can come out. I heard that the Miracle City comes without any warning. In our words, the Miracle City is a battlefield. There are some tricks left behind by some top experts. Once, an 8-star demon god went in and was instantly killed by a force. Since then, no one has dared to go in casually. This was really big news for Lin Fei. He knew about the battlefield. It was indeed dangerous. He didn't expect it to be so dangerous. His physical body seemed to be lacking a little bit. It would be great if he could improve it further. After all, his infinite divine body had only reached a certain level. It hadn't reached the highest level yet. Fortunately, there's no time limit for the Miracle City mission to explore the 9 stars. You don't have to go. Of course, you can also wait until you're stronger. Of course, if you want to earn merit points, in addition to accepting missions, we can actually use it to trade or complete various things in private. I just don't know if you're interested. Lin Fei seemed to understand why these 2 7-star demon gods came to find him. That should be their goal. However, it sounded quite interesting. Chapter 4774. Actually, Lin Fei's guess was not far off. The reason why demon god Watercloud and demon god Lai Shan came was very simple. It was to invite him. I wonder if brother Lin Fei is interested in joining our humble sect. Demon god Watercloud spoke first. Lin Fei knew it would be like this. They were definitely here to invite him. After all, it was not easy to meet a 7-star demon god. If one appeared, they would definitely be roped in. Lin Fei even felt that demon god Watercloud and demon god Lai Shan's purpose in coming to Eternal Paradise was very simple. They were looking for newcomers. If a newcomer like Lin Fei was roped into a faction, his strength would be greatly improved. Our humble sect doesn't have any rules. It is just a casual organization where everyone gathers together to exchange experiences and insights. Or to complete some missions to explore mystic realms together. Demon God Watercloud began to introduce again. No matter what. This humble sect sounded more relaxed and free. Lin Fei wasn't too interested in joining a faction, but it was a different story if he joined a relatively idle faction. Without too many rules and constraints, Lin Fei was quite happy to join such a place. At the very least, he could exchange some insights and experiences. Thank you for your invitation, Demon God Watercloud. I'll have to think about it first. Lin Fei didn't agree immediately. For an invitation like this, he had to think about it and investigate it first. Demon God Watercloud laughed. You really have to think about it carefully. You can contact me when you've thought it through. You can send messages to anyone with your identity in Eternal Paradise. But before that, we have to add each other as friends first. After sitting idly for a while, Lin Fei stood up and left. To him, he had achieved his goal in coming to Eternal Paradise. He wasn't in a hurry to leave Eternal Paradise. Instead, he booked a small palace. He would stay there for a period of time first. There was a lot of information in Eternal Paradise. As a newcomer, Lin Fei was qualified to read through this information. Lin Fei decided to look through the information first. After all, there weren't many opportunities like this. The King of 10,000 Fiends was also released by Lin Fei. This guy had been well-behaved the moment he came out. Especially after knowing that he was in Eternal Paradise, he had his tail tucked between his legs. Who didn't know that these were all 7-star demon god experts? One look, one action, and he would be killed. Lin Fei stayed here for half a month and went through all the information. At the same time, he also joined this poor family. In this world, it could be considered a relatively strong organization. Moreover, this organization had a relatively good reputation. There was no coercion. Lin Fei also joined in. The happiest ones were none other than Demon God Watercloud and Demon God Lai Shan. Another expert was dragged in. Lin Fei hadn't gone to this poor family yet. But it didn't prevent him from knowing a lot of things through this poor family. Especially about this place called Miracle City. It was really very dangerous. If he wasn't careful, he would die here. No matter who mentioned Miracle City, no one would have the guts to go there. Lin Fei decided to go to the vicinity of Miracle City to take a look at the situation first. Before that, Lin Fei still had one thing to do. That was to send the King of 10,000 Fiends away. He had to collect the resentment thought beads first. Resentment thought beads weren't easy to get. Originally, he thought that there should be a lot of resentment thought beads in Eternal Paradise. But in the end, he discovered that he was thinking too much. There weren't many things. At least, it didn't make Lin Fei very happy. Therefore, he had to collect the resentment thought beads by himself. At this time, the King of 10,000 Fiends came in handy. He couldn't stay by his side every day. Go back and take control of Dark Church first. Lin Fei sent the King of 10,000 Fiends away. Now, the King of 10,000 Fiends had a backer. After all, Lin Fei joined the poor family and became a junior member of Eternal Paradise. Naturally, the boat rises with the tide. As a person following by his side, the King of 10,000 Fiends more or less received some favors. At the very least, some people who wanted to deal with him wouldn't make a move. The King of 10,000 Fiends could also defeat the average 4-star and 5-star King of 10,000 Fiends. He more or less heaved a sigh of relief. After the King of 10,000 Fiends left, Lin Fei didn't stay idle. He directly went to Miracle City. The place wasn't hard to find. It was located in the depths of the world in the void. Therefore, it wasn't difficult to find it, but it wasn't easy either. For people like Lin Fei, it was really easy to find this Miracle City. After 3 months, Lin Fei came to the depths of the void. He found this miracle city. In the void, a huge city was floating in the air. That's right. The miracle city was floating just like this. Of course, the movement of floating wasn't big. It was very subtle, but it was more or less moving. From the outside, this miracle city didn't seem to be anything special. But Lin Fei could feel the dangerous aura that came from the depths of his bones. Indeed, as the information said, the miracle city was indeed a dragon's pool and tiger's den. It was even 100 times more dangerous than a dragon's pool and tiger's den. Once he stepped into the miracle city, it was too difficult to come out. After circling around the miracle city, he realized that this miracle city was very big. It was at least 1,000,000 kilometers in size. The entire miracle city was quiet. The more it was like this, the more it proved that this miracle city wasn't ordinary. Lin Fei didn't enter the miracle city. He just sized it up. Finally, he came to the entrance of the miracle city. This place looked very ordinary. It was just a rainbow bridge that spanned out. But Lin Fei could feel the great danger and horror on this rainbow bridge. Just entering the gate was already so dangerous. One could imagine what kind of situation it was. Lin Fei decided to go and take a look to see how dangerous this rainbow bridge was. Just as he landed on the rainbow bridge, Lin Fei felt another terrifying force. This force was actually annihilation. In front of this annihilation, this force kept seeping over. The more he went in, the stronger the annihilation force was. This also made Lin Fei have a greater feeling about the miracle city. It was indeed a place where one couldn't get out. It was really dangerous. Even if Lin Fei used the Great Five Elements technique to form a shield defense, it couldn't resist the invasion of this annihilation force. It kept collapsing. If his foundation wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't be able to hold on at all. As expected of the miracle city, the power of annihilation is so overbearing and fierce. It seems that my Great Five Elements technique can't stop it. Chapter 4775. Miracle City was also known as the Land of Death. Back then, who knew how many geniuses wanted to enter and explore? In the end, they all died inside and couldn't come out. From then on, those who dared to go to Miracle City were all fools. Basically, no one was willing to go to Miracle City anymore. However, there were still some people around the Miracle City. This was because 1 or 2 treasures would occasionally appear in the Miracle City. Of course, this could be a few decades, a few hundred years, or even 1,000 years. This didn't stop people from trying their luck outside. Just like that, a few heaven gods started to wander around. They wanted to try their luck too. Even if they didn't find anything good, if they could meet 1 or 2 experts who came out, they could still gain something. Everyone's thoughts were more or less the same. They wanted to take advantage of someone who was weak, let alone someone who came out of Miracle City. Demon God Sanyang was such a person. He was just trying his luck in this area. 30 years ago, he got lucky. He killed an expert and gained a huge amount of wealth, which allowed him to reach the 5-star demon god level. Therefore, he had been wandering around Miracle City all this time. Now, he finally saw another person on the Rainbow Bridge. He raised his eyebrows and smiled. Our luck is not bad. Another person has come. It's another guy who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. We can go up and guard him. When he escapes, he will definitely be injured. At that time, we can kill him without anyone knowing. In the past, demon god Sanyang had always acted alone. But now, he had found a few helpers. These demon gods were all attached to him. With these people, he could move much faster. His combat strength was also much stronger, so it was easier to deal with people. Moreover, he was dealing with someone who was seriously injured. He knew how strong the Rainbow Bridge was. It wasn't easy to take. He didn't expect his luck to be so good today. Someone else got on the Rainbow Bridge. He wanted to try his luck in Miracle City again. Such a person deserved to die. To demon god Sanyang, Miracle City was a trap, a super huge trap. Whoever went in would be unlucky. It wasn't easy for them to come out alive. Of course, now that he was in this area, even if they went in and wanted to come out, they would have to ask for his permission. The few demon gods behind him also started laughing. They also felt that they would be able to reap great rewards in a while. Who told these people to not know the immensity of heaven and earth? If the Miracle City was so easy to break into, then there would have been people who succeeded in taking down the Miracle City or taking out powerful treasures from inside. No one would pay a high price to know the situation inside Miracle City. Demon god Sanyang immediately brought his people over. He had a pearl in his hand that could perfectly cover their tracks. It was because of the pearl that demon god Sanyang was able to catch the other party off guard. Just like this, they came to the vicinity of the Rainbow Bridge. He could vaguely see the figure inside. Even 3C's demon god would feel great pressure when facing the Rainbow Bridge, let alone the guy inside. If nothing goes wrong, this guy will definitely escape within an hour. If he can't escape, then he's dead. That's great, we just need to get this corpse out. Demon god Sanyang was a professional now. It didn't matter if you were injured or dead, he could easily get you out of there. Demon god Sanyang had prepared a series of things and this guy came to him on his own accord. Time passed minute by minute. The originally motionless figure suddenly moved. He walked forward again. He was extremely fast. He was getting further and further away from him. Then, demon god Sanyang's expression changed slightly. This situation was a little surprising. This guy actually had some ability. He actually went inside. Didn't he know that it would be more dangerous inside? It's okay, we'll just wait here. He will definitely come out. No one can persist until he gets inside. If he can come back, he'll be considered rich. When the time comes, he'll be able to make up for decades or even hundreds of years of savings. Demon god Sanyang wasn't surprised at all. He just sat down cross-legged. He slowly started to wait. On Lin Fei's side, he felt the power of the Rainbow Bridge. It was really rare. No wonder exploring Miracle City required 800,000 contribution points. It really wasn't a place that anyone could enter. Very quickly, Lin Fei crossed the Rainbow Bridge. He frowned as he actually sensed the existence of other people behind him. No way, someone is planning to come to Miracle City. No, he seems to have stopped. Is he waiting for me to come out? Lin Fei understood right away. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect that there would be such a smart person waiting for him outside. If he was injured, then naturally, he wouldn't be their match. If he died here, then even his corpse would be taken away by them. This was a good deal. Lin Fei didn't continue to think about it. The moment he entered, there was a giant square. The square was empty. Lin Fei squinted as he saw a few things. They were actually corpses. Who knew how long they had been dead for? These corpses should be dead, at least 1,000 years ago. Maybe they came here to try their luck. Lin Fei didn't see the rings on the ground, which surprised him a little. Thinking about the people outside, he shook his head slightly. He didn't need to guess to know that they must have used some means to take them away. It was dangerous for people to come in, but there were some treasures that could ignore these dangers, so they could really take these rings away. It was an unexpected gain. Lin Fei didn't bother about it anymore. Hua 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 hua. At this moment, a gust of wind blew. This gust of wind was very gentle and didn't have any strength, but it instantly made Lin Fei feel what absolute danger was. The Tao of Time instantly unfolded. Peng 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 peng. These winds landed on Lin Fei's body and instantly exploded with a terrifying cutting ability. Even Lin Fei's great cutting technique was reprimanded in front of this power. Fortunately, Lin Fei opened the Tao of Time. He directly used the flow of time to weaken the power of the great cutting technique. Even so, it made Lin Fei feel a terrifying sense of danger. A huge wound was left on his body. He didn't even have time to defend. What kind of miracle city is this? This is definitely a place of death. Chapter 4776. The wind in the square was very strong and it was very powerful. Lin Fei finally understood why so many people didn't dare to come to Miracle City. If they came, they would be finished. His Tao of Time was consumed very quickly. Fortunately, he had accumulated a lot and he managed to withstand this round of attack. Lin Fei also knew that this wind should be condensed from the so-called intent power. Not everyone could withstand it. If one's physical body was slightly weaker or their defense was slightly weaker, all their previous efforts would be in vain. In other places, Lin Fei might not dare to use this Tao of Time because it was too conspicuous. However, in this place, Lin Fei didn't care. The Tao of Time was activated. The 5 elements defense was activated. The Great Cold spell was activated. His entire body became an existence that was impervious to water and fire. Fortunately, Lin Fei had accumulated a lot. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been enough. Even so, he had to walk and stop, and then walk again. Fortunately, the route that Lin Fei took was not bad. Exploring this place was quite dangerous. However, in Lin Fei's opinion, this miracle city should have a lot of good things. However, so far, he hadn't seen anything that satisfied Lin Fei. He entered from the square. Swoosh. Lin Fei came to a palace. This palace was very big. A terrifying chill seeped through the air. Lin Fei's Great Cold spell directly clashed with this chill. A loud rumbling sound collided with each other. Lin Fei's Great Cold spell wasn't the strongest. Hence, after clashing with the chill, it was directly blasted away. However, there was still a part of the power that penetrated through. After continuously reducing it, it landed on Lin Fei's body. His body was covered with a thin layer of frost. This made Lin Fei secretly suck in a breath of cold air. This place was even more terrifying than the outside. Don't be fooled by the thin layer of frost. It could instantly freeze his entire body. I really don't know who made this miracle city. Without the strength of an 8 or 9 stars demon, one wouldn't be able to withstand it. It's too difficult. Lin Fei finally understood why an 8 stars demon would die here. He really couldn't withstand it. Lin Fei sighed in his heart and was attracted by the scene in front of him. He really couldn't believe it. There were actually many frozen statues in this palace. These statues were all kinds of corpses. Even though these corpses were dead, the frozen corpses could still emit a powerful pressure. Moreover, this ice was not ordinary ice, it could actually withstand the spread of the pressure. The ice sealed inside didn't spread at all. Black Yuan Demon Snake, good at heaven-devouring technique, has 9 stars demon combat power. Killed by an expert from the celestial world. Lin Fei frowned when he saw that there was a record at the bottom of the statue. Could it be that the people sealed in this miracle city are experts from other worlds? And these experts from other worlds were killed by experts from the celestial world. This time, it was Lin Fei's turn to be shocked. He was trapped in this cage of the celestial world and almost couldn't get out. He didn't expect to see these things in this miracle city again. Along the way, there was a simple introduction of each corpse. Without exception, they were all killed by experts from the celestial world. There were about 20 to 30 corpses here and each corpse was at the level of a 9 stars demon. Lin Fei guessed that these 9 stars demon gods should be the top existence in this level. Otherwise, they would really be qualified to stand here. At the front, there was a door. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to go in. Boundless starlight gathered together, and a figure appeared. Welcome to Miracle City. This is a land of miracles. As long as you have the strength, you will enjoy the benefits that Miracle City brings you. No matter how he looked at it, the figure that appeared seemed to be promoting the place. Lin Fei felt weird no matter how he listened to it. As long as you can withstand the pressure of these 9 stars demon gods, the longer you can withstand it, the more you will be able to obtain their inheritance and enter the second level. Lin Fei just heard this, and before he could say anything, the frozen corpse of the 9 stars demon gods was instantly unsealed. Boundless pressure came crashing down on them. Fortunately, Lin Fei hadn't lowered his defenses at all. Thus, he was instantly hit by the frightening attack. He didn't know how many times he had cursed in his heart. This place was really overbearing. It didn't care if you agreed or not and immediately started attacking. What kind of person could withstand it? If he wasn't careful, he would be wiped out completely. One by one, the attacks from the shadows started coming. Within the pressure, they actually transformed into their original forms and started attacking Lin Fei without exception. This attack made Lin Fei feel the pressure. The pressure of these 20 to 39 stars demon gods, coupled with the attack of the illusory bodies, was really terrifying. Lin Fei directly exerted the great Tao of time to the extreme. Time passed. This was the only way he could withstand the pressure and attacks. Even so, Lin Fei's fleshly body had been torn open and blood flowed out from his wounds. He looked as though he was covered in blood. Fortunately, this didn't affect Lin Fei too much. He could more or less withstand it. He was betting that these attacks wouldn't last for too long. Based on his current situation, he could definitely withstand it. Time passed by the minutes and seconds. Half an hour, 2 hours, 4 hours. Time passed very quickly. Lin Fei finally experienced what was called great horror. If he hadn't mastered the great Tao of time, he might not have been able to withstand it. Miracle City, I'd like to see what kind of miracle you can bring me. Lin Fei felt that he was a little careless. This place was really a little dangerous. It was more dangerous than a dragon's lair and a tiger's lair. Now, he could only bite the bullet and see how long he could last. Fortunately, Lin Fei didn't have to wait for long. After about 8 hours, the frozen statues were frozen again. Everything happened as naturally as flowing water. It was very fast. Before Lin Fei could even react, he had been sealed in ice. All of the oppressive might attacks had disappeared. However, it had also tired Lin Fei out. It was as if he had walked out of a pool of blood. With a thought, his powerful physical body instantly began to recover. It took a long time for him to recover. His face was a little pale. This was the strongest lineup that Lin Fei had encountered so far. The shadow formed by the starlight appeared again. Congratulations, Challenger. You are the first person in 5,000 years to pass this stage. You are qualified to receive the inheritance. The first in 5,000 years. Lin Fei was slightly stunned. This was a little long. Chapter 4777. Lin Fei's heart trembled slightly. He was the first person in 5,000 years to pass the test. On second thought, it seemed to be the case. It was too difficult. The attack of 20 to 30 phantoms was truly terrifying. If it wasn't for the great Tao of time that weakened the power in his strong physical body, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it. If it was anyone else, they would have died here. The shadow reached out and grabbed. From the statue that was originally frozen, blood-colored beads flew out. As soon as these blood-colored beads flew out, Lin Fei felt that these blood-colored beads were different. It was extremely thick and terrifying, and it even contained all of the essence within it. If this is the reward, it's not bad. It should be fine for my physical body. Lin Fei's infinite divine body was relatively strong. But this time, he also realized that he hadn't reached the real level of strength. Otherwise, the attacks of these shadows wouldn't have hurt his body at all. It could only be said that there was a big difference. These are their essences. You can choose any 3 to absorb and refine. It will be of great benefit to your physical body. However, you have to refine them on the spot. Only then will you be qualified to enter the next level. Otherwise, I can only send you out and take it as you have given up the qualification. In front of him, feeling the existence of these blood-colored beads, Lin Fei could feel how terrifying they were. It was so thick that it was ridiculous. It really wasn't something that anyone could absorb and refine. This first level was really a bit fatal. Not to mention anything else, he had to first withstand the attacks of these 20 to 30 shadows. Now that the blood-colored beads as a reward were so terrifying, he had to absorb them on the spot. This miracle city was really strange. If it was only one bead, many people could withstand it. But if it was 3 beads, it was different. It could definitely make one's physical body explode. Unless one cultivated an absolute physical body cultivation method. Lin Fei decided to give it a try without thinking. After all, his physical body was still very strong. No matter how domineering it was, his time great Tao was no joke. He could still upgrade his infinite divine body. Lin Fei couldn't get these faith beads for a while, so he couldn't get any honor points. Without honor points, he naturally couldn't upgrade his infinite godly body. Just thinking about it makes me want to cry. I choose to absorb and refine the 3 blood-colored pearls here. Lin Fei was the first to speak. He didn't want the shadow to throw him out again. At that time, it would be a wasted trip. Who knew if the next test would be like this? Lin Fei didn't want to gamble, nor did he want to try. He wanted to get the benefits first. All the blood-red beads automatically came to Lin Fei. Each of them was terrifyingly rich, just like a blood sea grand realm. Lin Fei could not imagine how much essence these blood-red beads had accumulated. One could definitely imagine that this thing was no less than a super nourishing pill. Without a certain level of strength, one wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. Of course, the final result was obvious. It was like a ripe watermelon, splitting into pieces. It really couldn't be more dead. The impact of that moment was definitely abnormally terrifying. Lin Fei still decided to give it a try. Such an opportunity was too rare. He suspected that all the essence of the foreign race experts who died outside had gathered together to form these blood-red beads. I want this one, and this one, and this one. Without any hesitation, Lin Fei directly chose 3 of the blood-red beads. Then, 3 blood-red beads floated over and landed on Lin Fei's hand. The faint light contained terrifying essence power. The shadow waved his hand, and all the blood-red beads returned. Then, the surrounding vision changed rapidly. It was as if he was in a secret room. Then, the shadow's voice came. Next, you will have a year to refine and absorb them. If you can't refine them in a year, then you won't be qualified to challenge the second level. The shadow immediately dissipated. Lin Fei knew that this guy would dig a hole here. The 3 blood-red beads contained rich essence. It would definitely take time to refine them. It would be too difficult to refine them in a short period of time. If he didn't expect the shadow to give him a year's time, this would definitely be a huge test. Not many people could do it easily. Even Lin Fei himself felt the pressure. The time was so long that it was released directly. A year's time. I really don't believe that I can't refine these 3 blood-red beads. Miracle City, let's see what kind of miracle it can give me. Lin Fei directly swallowed one of the blood-red beads. As soon as the blood-colored bead entered his body, it instantly erupted with terrifying energy. This energy was vigorous and vigorous. In an instant, it seemed like it wanted to destroy this body and pursue freedom. All of you, scram to the infinite grotto heaven. Lin Fei directly controlled the time Tao to suppress the violent impulse of this energy. All of them rushed into the infinite grotto heaven. At this time, the infinite grotto heaven came in handy. Once it entered, the violent energy kept hitting the infinite grotto heaven back and forth. Lin Fei's time Tao directly enveloped it, continuously suppressing it. Of course, the consumption of energy also became exceptionally high. Soon, traces of golden energy appeared. This trace of golden energy was mobilized by Lin Fei and entered his flesh and blood. After this golden energy entered his flesh and blood, it instantly made Lin Fei feel what was called warmth. It was as if he had really taken a great tonic. His physical body, which was originally stagnant, actually started to move again. I knew it would be like this. There must be a huge amount of essence in here. Previously, Lin Fei had already guessed that these blood-red beads contained the essence of many foreign race experts. From the looks of it, that was indeed the case. His physical body had been upgraded in an instant. It seems like my infinite divine body can really be improved this time. This infinite divine body was said to have no ceiling. Lin Fei had always wanted to try and see how many levels he could reach. Now it seemed like there was really a chance. Putting his mind back, Lin Fei began to use all his strength to suppress this violent energy. Only after he suppressed it could he refine it and extract the traces of golden energy to improve his physical body. This process was very cumbersome and very boring. Therefore, he had to concentrate for hundreds of hours. Chapter 4778. Level 4 Infinite Divine Body. Level 5 Infinite Divine Body. Level 6 Infinite Divine Body. Level 7 Infinite Divine Body. The essence of the blood-red beads was so dense that it was as if a rocket had been fired. Lin Fei was also very shocked. This miracle city was really a good person. It absorbed all the essence of the foreign race experts and gathered it into a blood-red bead. Lin Fei had taken a total of 3 such blood-red beads. Fortunately, he had the suppression of the time Tao. Therefore, Lin Fei did not feel much pressure when absorbing and refining them. At the same time, his physical body was also gradually becoming stronger. Meanwhile, in another palace, a shadow was gathering. Beside him were 2 shadows. Their faces could not be seen clearly, but at this time, they were staring at one side of the screen. It was the scene of Lin Fei cultivating. This kid is not bad. He has actually mastered the time Tao. It seems that we can really nurture an amazing guy this time. That's hard to say. Even if he has the time Tao, it is still unknown whether he can absorb and refine these 3 blood-red beads. Not all cultivation methods have such a strong absorption ability. No matter what, we have to have some hope. It was not easy to find such a person. It is not bad that he has the guts and strength. We can still give it a try. The tone of the 3 shadows was cold, but no matter how one listened, they seemed to have great expectations. However, Lin Fei did not know at all. His infinite divine body had finally broken through to the 10th level, and his physical body had become much stronger. The infinite grotto heaven had also started to expand, and the energy it could store was also increasing. The infinite grotto heaven also seemed to have become a lot more solid. Finally, I have refined the 2nd blood-red bead. There is still one more. Maybe my infinite divine body can break through to the 15th level. This is really unimaginable. Now, my physical body has reached the level of a demon god. It is at least as strong as a 7-star demon god, or even more. Previously, Lin Fei's physical body was already relatively strong. Coupled with a series of defenses such as the Great 5 Elements technique, it was simply impossible to break through. Defense was still defense, but now that his physical body had grown, it was different. Even if he didn't use the Great 5 Elements technique, he still had other defensive methods. Just his physical body alone was incomparably strong. Most importantly, his physical strength had also improved. He could shatter the void with a single punch. He could kill a demon god with a single punch. This was what made Lin Fei the happiest. The feeling of his fists hitting flesh was much better than the others. Lin Fei swallowed the 3rd blood-red bead. This time, the life essence that gushed out was even more powerful and terrifying. He didn't know how long it had been accumulating, but for a moment, Lin Fei's body felt like it couldn't take it anymore. If not for the fact that his infinite god body had been upgraded to level 10, his physical body would have burst open for a split second. Lin Fei himself was shocked. To think that there was such a huge pit buried here. Indeed, this thing wasn't that easy to obtain. There was even a small trap set up. If one wasn't careful, one would be wiped out by this small trap. Lin Fei looked at it in disdain. He started to focus on refining this blood-red bead again. It took him almost an entire year to refine these 3 blood-red beads. Even so, it was enough to tire Lin Fei out. Fortunately, his infinite god body had finally broken through to level 15. His physical body had also reached the peak of 9 stars demon god. This was also the so-called peak of 9 stars celestial god. At this time, his physical body was really ridiculously strong. There were traces of infinite defense surrounding him. If one wanted to break through his physical body, they would first have to break through this infinite defense. Even Lin Fei was a little surprised by such a defense. He didn't expect to have such a harvest. This infinite god body was really not bad. It was indeed something that he had exchanged from the business floor. It was indeed a good thing. Congratulations on successfully refining the 3 blood-red beads. Your physical body has also been greatly improved. The starlight converged, and the phantom appeared once again. Lin Fei still couldn't see through this phantom. He was sure that this fellow was an equipment spirit. To be able to cultivate such an equipment spirit, it was definitely the work of an almighty. This is a stone tablet. You can only enter the second stage when your strength reaches a certain level. Come on, bring out your full strength. Let me see if you've really improved. The phantom waved its hand again. There was a loud rumble in front of Lin Fei and a stone tablet appeared just like that. This was a black stone tablet. It looked very ordinary. However, Lin Fei could feel that this stone tablet was different. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This phantom really knew how to calculate. There was a small trap in one of the 3 blood-red beads. Now that there was such a stone tablet, wouldn't it mean that it would be difficult for him to enter the second stage without breaking through? This was really a case of one after another. Lin Fei laughed, as you wish. Boom! Lin Fei directly punched out. This punch turned into a light spot and landed heavily on the stone tablet. Streams of light instantly spread out on the stone tablet. There was a loud rumble and the stone tablet shook. It shook for a total of 9 times. Only then did it stop. Lin Fei had indeed used all his strength in this punch. He wanted to see how powerful his punch was. He also wanted to see how strong his physical body was. Lin Fei felt that his physical body had reached the level of 9 stars of the heavenly god realm. However, he would only know if it was the case after he tried it. Now that there was such a stone tablet, Lin Fei's wish was fulfilled. No matter what, he had to give it a try. Moreover, it wasn't a problem to go all out here. Lin Fei had mastered the great teleportation technique. Previously, he had already sensed that he could use the great teleportation technique to leave this place. No one would know that Lin Fei had mastered the great teleportation technique, which allowed him to ignore the formation and break out instantly. This was also the reason why Lin Fei dared to enter. After all, many secret realms were filled with all sorts of traps. Small traps, big traps. Big traps, you don't even know when you will be schemed against. After these golden streams of light passed, a few words actually appeared on the black stone tablet. 9 stars demon god. Lin Fei knew that it was exactly the same as what he had guessed. He didn't expect his physical body to really reach the level of 9 stars demon god. Isn't this considered reaching the sky in one step? Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect you to reach the level of 9 stars demon god. Then you are qualified to enter the next stage. Phantom Dao. Chapter 4779. Walala Walala. Outside of Miracle City, a black hole suddenly appeared in the void and someone walked out. There weren't many people, just 3 of them. 2 of them stood at the back. They surrounded a young man. It was a white-haired young man who was looking at Miracle City in front of him. At the same time, demon god Sanyang, who had been sitting cross-legged in the dark, opened his eyes. That's weird, why did someone come again? Is it a trend to enter Miracle City? I really have nothing to do after eating my fill. Demon god Sanyang was still a little resentful. One must know that the kid had been in there for almost a year and still hadn't come out. This made demon god Sanyang speechless. Did that guy really die inside? He had used his treasure to check, but he didn't see the kid's corpse outside. This made Demon God 3Cs even more certain of one thing. That kid had definitely barged in. Such a situation was really rare. He didn't expect that after just a year, more people would come. 3 people came at once. The moment the 3 of them appeared, Demon God Sanyang was delighted. Was the heavens helping him? 1 was gone, and another 3 came. Just as Demon God Sanyang was feeling great, the white-haired young man suddenly raised his head and looked over. That gaze pierced through the void and landed on Demon God Sanyang's body. The 3C's demonic god shuddered at once. Not good. He noticed me. How is this possible, my treasure? The moment that thought appeared, Demon God Sanyang realized something even more terrifying. In an instant, the 2 figures broke through the air and appeared beside him. 1 on the left and 1 on the right, they grabbed his arms and brought him away. As for his subordinates, they were annihilated with a bang. They didn't even have the ability to think before they turned into ashes. Demon God 3Cs was scared out of his wits. He had met a super terrifying existence. Those were a few 3-star demon gods and 4-star demon gods. He didn't expect them to be wiped out with just a gaze. Young master, please spare my life. I'm just passing by. Demon God 3Cs understood what was going on. He had encountered the young master who was out and his bodyguard was so strong. One could only imagine how strong he was, so he quickly begged for mercy. The white-haired young man said indifferently. I ask, and you answer. If you answer correctly, you live. If you answer incorrectly, you die. It's that simple. His tone was light, but it was filled with irresistible majesty. The 3C's demonic god knew very well that if he didn't answer well, he would definitely die. First question, is this Miracle City? The 3C's demon god nodded. Yes, this is Miracle City. There is only one place called Miracle City in the entire great world. There is no other. The white-haired young man didn't look at demon god Sanyang anymore. He looked at the Miracle City in front of him. My luck is pretty good. After crossing 32 worlds, I've finally found the Miracle City. This trip wasn't in vain. There was a loud bang. 3C's demon god's mind went blank and he lost consciousness. The white-haired young man set foot on the rainbow bridge. His entire body was instantly enveloped in a brilliant light. Then, he went up against the power on the rainbow bridge. Step by step, he walked into the room. If someone was here, they would definitely exclaim. This was definitely top-notch strength. It was the same for the 2 people behind him. Lin Fei finally entered the second stage. After leaving the strength of the 9 stars demon god on the steel, he finally entered the second place. This was also a palace. However, compared to the previous palace, there were many frozen statues. There were even more of them than before, causing Lin Fei to gasp in surprise. How many experts had died in this world? There were actually so many here. Before, there were only 20 to 30 statues, but here, there were more than 100. Lin Fei sized them up and didn't see any records. This meant that these were all nameless corpses. From these corpses, Lin Fei could feel a terrifying pressure. They were stronger and more terrifying than the 9 stars demon god below. If it wasn't for the fact that his physical body had reached the level of the 9 stars demon god, Lin Fei wouldn't be able to withstand this pressure. This pressure was like a mountain. One after another, it kept hitting his body. The infinite defense around his body kept collapsing. Fortunately, it didn't affect Lin Fei's physical body too much. It can't be that I have to withstand the attacks of these phantoms at this stage, right? If that's the case, it will really be a bit stressful. Lin Fei underestimated it in his heart. He felt that the possibility of this was still very high. The starlight all over the sky gathered together and a phantom appeared. Compared to the previous phantom, this phantom was much taller and bigger. Lin Fei was slightly stunned. Could it be that there were a few weapon spirits here? This is really interesting. Lin Fei had never doubted his ability to judge. There was definitely more than one phantom in this place. There was one phantom in the first stage and another one in this stage. The two phantoms were different. It was very easy to capture them. This also made Lin Fei even more curious about what kind of place this miracle city was. Indeed, it would bring about some different miracles. At the very least, his physical body had improved and his infinite divine body had reached the 15th level. It had also allowed his physical body to reach the level of the 9 stars demon god. If he were to take another step forward, his physical body might be able to reach the level of the 10 stars demon god. Welcome to the second stage. This second stage seems to be similar to the first stage, but there is a little difference. You don't need to fight with these corpses. You only need to fight with one of them. When you win, you will get the reward of this stage. The voice was as cold as ever. But for some reason, Lin Fei felt a trace of anticipation in the cold tone. It was very different. There are so many statue corpses here. If I choose one of them, isn't it no different from choosing blindly? This stage was indeed a little different. But compared to the previous stage, Lin Fei felt that there was no difference. Who knew which of these corpses was stronger and which was weaker? So, he could only rely on luck. This time, Lin Fei wasn't so stupid. He felt that he could totally be lazy and use some tricks. Otherwise, if he really encountered a terrifying existence, he would really be dead. Challenger, you only have an hour to make your choice. Good luck. Chapter 4780. The white-haired young man also successfully passed the Rainbow Bridge. He arrived at the first level. Frozen statues appeared one after another, followed by the appearance of a phantom. I didn't expect this miracle city to be so interesting. No wonder no one has been able to succeed in the challenge here. I've picked up a big bargain this time. The starlight all over the sky gathered together, and the phantom appeared again. Challenger, if you want to get the reward of this level, you have to withstand the joint attack of these 30 statues. Only by persevering can you get the reward. The white-haired young man smiled faintly. I didn't expect there to be a weapon spirit here. It seems that the God of Miracles really knows how to arrange things. In that case, I'd like to have a good taste of it. The 30 statues moved instantly. The phantom and the real body's attacks were all coming, and it was very powerful. The white-haired young man's white hair suddenly moved. Immortal God of War, Immortal God Fist. A loud rumbling sound began. Lin Fei didn't stop either. Instead, he chose to use a trick. After all, he wasn't very clear about what it was like inside. If he thought about it slowly, it would be bad if he was unlucky. Therefore, it was more appropriate to find a trick. As long as he could get to the next level, he would be the winner. Lin Fei wasn't that old-fashioned. Fortunately, he still had hatred left, which was used at these critical times, and it came in handy now. Great luck technique. This was the cheat method that Lin Fei chose. It wasn't a high price, but it was relatively useless. Because it could only be used 3 times, it was a one-time use. To get the complete great luck technique, the hatred would not be low. This was the top 10 of the 3,000 great paths. It was second only to the great path of time, great path of space, etc. This also made Lin Fei secretly heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had this one-time use, otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to afford this great luck technique. With this great luck tree, it would be different. Lin Fei was instantly filled with confidence. He felt as if there was a direction guiding him, and he walked forward. Previously, Lin Fei had planned to use the great karma technique, but he realized that he had no karmic connection with these statues at all, so this method naturally failed. However, things were different now that he had the great luck technique. Following that feeling, Lin Fei arrived in front of a statue. This was a statue with 3 heads and 6 arms. At first glance, it looked very mighty and domineering. Lin Fei was slightly taken aback. That can't be right. The statue with 3 heads and 6 arms looks very powerful no matter how I look at it. Could it be a mistake? Lin Fei couldn't help but doubt himself. There was no other way, so he decided to stick to this statue. Are you sure? The voice of the phantom came over. Lin Fei nodded. Since there are so many statues here, I'll just pick one at random. Let's start, don't waste time. Suddenly, the surrounding scene changed. It appeared in a huge palace, and there was only this ice statue left. With a whoosh, cracks filled the sky. Following that, the statue shattered, and the three-headed, six-armed fellow came out. This is an ancient demonic beast, the three-headed ox demon. The strength of an ultimate demon god, which is the so-called strength of a 10-star demon god. The three-headed ox demon that came out of the ice instantly attacked Lin Fei. The mysterious man's words also fell into Lin Fei's ears. Lin Fei's heart slightly shook, wondering whether his luck was good or bad. Could it be that the other statues all had the power of a 9-star heavenly god? Or could it be that these statues all had the power of a 10-star demon god? In the blink of an eye, the three-headed ox demon had already attacked. Its 6 arms struck out all kinds of magic skills. And this guy was also very fast. In an instant, it collided with Lin Fei. There was a loud rumbling sound. Under this violent collision, Lin Fei actually took a step back. The three-headed ox demon didn't move at all. Then, the magic skills of the 6 arms came down, putting Lin Fei at a disadvantage. The loud rumbling sound didn't stop. The three-headed ox demon's attack was very simple and very violent. Its strength was extremely penetrative. If one's body wasn't strong, they would have been torn apart. This was because this power contained the power of destruction. This wasn't simple. Good fella, the three-headed ox demon is really strong. If I were to encounter it, I probably wouldn't be able to hold on. The other party's strength was indeed very strong, and there was the power of destruction in the penetration. However, Lin Fei's infinite divine body tier 15 wasn't to be trifled with. He withstood it all the way. It doesn't seem to be that lethal. After being attacked by the three-headed ox demon for a while, Lin Fei didn't feel that it was as scary as he had imagined. Could it be that a 10-star demon god was weaker? Suddenly, one of the three-headed ox demon's heads shot out a cold light. Caught off guard, Lin Fei was hit by this cold light and was instantly petrified. The 6 arms actually used 6 types of magic skills. The 6 types of magic skills actually fused together and turned into one type of magic skill. A palm landed on Lin Fei's body. This palm directly passed through Lin Fei's body. Just this palm alone was enough to injure Lin Fei. Whoosh! Whoosh! In just a few thoughts, the bloody hole that was torn open was immediately healed. This was another function of the infinite divine body, the powerful recovery ability. What a sinister fella. He actually has such a trump card. If I were in the same realm, I would have been killed immediately. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced in his heart. His infinite divine body was really too helpful. Not only did he have a strong physical strength, but he also had a strong recovery ability. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to beat the three-headed ox demon today. The three-headed ox demon was simply an overbearing existence. I can't let you attack anymore. It's my turn now. The great Arctic spell directly followed up and wrapped around the three-headed ox demon. However, it only took a breath's time for it to be broken. Following that, the great incisor art turned into thin threads that wrapped around the three-headed ox demon, leaving behind a white mark. Time like knife. The first two were just buying time. The real time like knife. The time like knife slashed across the three-headed ox demon's body. Lin Fei instantly realized that the three-headed ox demon's speed had slowed down significantly. It seemed like time was also useful against these corpses. The effect was also better than he had imagined. The three-headed ox demon's speed had obviously slowed down, and so had its attacks. Another knife slash was sent over. Chapter 4781. It seemed like time like knife was very effective. Lin Fei was even more relaxed. He slashed at it again and again. Although it consumed a lot of energy, he still had to chase after the three-headed ox demon and not give it any chance to make a move. All kinds of great path techniques enveloped it. In this way, Lin Fei was able to relax. After a total of 10 slashes, no, it should be 10 slashes, he finally killed the three-headed ox demon. After all, every slash of time like knife was not simple. It wasn't something that just anyone could withstand. Whoosh! The three-headed ox demon instantly turned into a cloud of smoke. The frozen statue in the distance instantly shattered with a tkacha sound, and the huge corpse directly turned into a puff of gray smoke, completely disappearing without a trace. After all, Lin Fei used time like knife. One slash took away the life force, and another slash took away the life force. Even if it was a long time, even a corpse could not be preserved. It could be said that Lin Fei did it very directly. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. He had completed the second stage. To be honest, the difficulty of this stage was quite high. If it was not for the great luck technique, it would not have been easy. At the very least, Lin Fei felt that the great luck spell was pretty good after finding someone he could deal with. The phantom appeared again. It was a little surprising that the challenger could kill the three-headed ox demon so quickly and destroy it completely. Time like knife was indeed quite terrifying. The power of every slash could be maintained completely. It was not something that anyone could do. This was because time like knife consumed too much energy. One slash after another would consume even more energy. After a while, even a super expert would be quite tired. Unless he had accumulated a lot of energy. Congratulations on completing the second stage of the challenge. A beam of light shrouded him. Lin Fei felt a force pulling him. He did not resist. In an instant, he came to a small palace. It was very different from the place before. The phantom also followed closely behind, but it didn't reveal its true appearance. It only transmitted its voice. You can choose any treasure here, and you will also have a year's time to rest. Right, let me remind you that another challenger has arrived. You may meet him, but it's not certain. Be prepared. The voice of the mysterious man stopped abruptly. Lin Fei was also slightly stunned. In the first trial, he could choose 3 qi blood orbs, but this time, he could only choose 1 treasure. Could it be that this treasure was even more valuable? Of course, what surprised Lin Fei the most was that there were still people in Miracle City. Along the way, Lin Fei also understood that this Miracle City was not so easy to break through. Without top-notch strength, it was impossible to enter this place. Lin Fei knew this better than anyone else. But now, someone else had come in, and it seemed that this person was extremely powerful. Could it be that he was also a 9-star celestial god? Lin Fei absolutely did not doubt the words of the mysterious man. Since he said that a challenger had come in, there must be one. If he could meet him, it meant that it was very likely that he would pass the second trial. I just came in to take a look and try my luck. What does it have to do with me if he came in? I just have to do my own thing. Lin Fei did not think so much. He might as well pick out the spoils first. Lin Fei was not very clear about what the rewards on this floor were. Fortunately, this palace was not very big. After a glance, there were all kinds of things, most of which were treasures. The origins of these treasures were not small. They were all 9-star demon god treasures. Coupled with 10 stars demon god treasures, these 2 levels of treasures were enough to move people. Of course, for Lin Fei, it was not that attractive. His physical body was already strong enough to withstand 9-star treasures. As for 10 stars treasures, their power was indeed different. Lin Fei wanted to find something that could improve his strength, not these treasures from the outside world. This won't do. This won't do either. The strength is a little weak, and the defense is a little weak. These treasures were very simple. They were either main attack or defense. As for offensive and defensive treasures, it was really rare. It was no wonder that offensive and defensive treasures were sold at such a high price. It could be seen from here. After a round, he did not find a ball of chi and blood that could improve his physical body. He was a little disappointed. He had some guesses in his heart. Perhaps the third trial would be more difficult. That was why he was asked to choose a treasure here. Lin Fei decided to choose a 10 stars treasure. Only a 10 stars treasure could be easily pushed and its greatest power could be exerted. As for a 9 stars treasure, it was a little lacking. 18 stars bracelet. After choosing for a while, Lin Fei finally found a treasure. That was the 18 stars bracelet. There were 18 beads, but all 18 beads had quite a history. This was because they were all refined from star worlds. Lin Fei had good eyesight. Otherwise, he would not have been able to recognize them. They were indeed very different. This bracelet was a 10-star fiend celestial treasure. Every bead was refined from the star world. When fighting against someone, the 18 star worlds could be set up to form a formation that could reduce the opponent's strength by more than 40%. To be able to reduce the opponent's strength by 40%, it was definitely a very terrifying method. It was no wonder it was called a 10 stars demon god treasure. Lin Fei was also interested in this. If he could suppress the opponent's strength, he would naturally be able to defeat the opponent. I will choose this 18 stars bracelet. Lin Fei picked up the 18 stars bracelet, and the light seal on the bracelet dissipated. Then, he started refining it. He had to refine every star world in order to completely refine the 18 stars bracelet. Half a year had passed since the refinement began. Fortunately, Lin Fei's speed was quite fast and he managed to completely refine the 18 star world. Finally, he put the bracelet on his wrist. At first glance, he thought it was just an ornament. In fact, it was a 10 stars demon god treasure. Go, 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 go. With a single thought from Lin Fei, the 18-star bracelet flew out. Each of the bracelets transformed into a world of stars and unleashed a powerful attack. Each attack reached the level of a 10 stars demon god. Of course, it consumed a lot of energy. A 10-star demon divine treasure is indeed different. Every strike of it is able to unleash such a powerful force. It's really not something that just anyone can withstand. Most importantly, there's this array. Chapter 4782. There was a loud rumbling sound. The white-haired young man had passed the first level. He had also refined and absorbed the 3 blood chi beads, reaching the second level in one go. The miracle city is really my blessed land. I didn't expect my body to improve so much. It seems that the treasures of the miracle city will also fall into my hands. The white-haired young man was called Gu Feng. He was the son of a top family in a top great world. Only they had information about the whereabouts of the miracle city. Along the way, he had crossed more than 30 great worlds before he found the miracle city. Just the harvest from the first level had greatly improved Gu Feng's strength. Coming to the second level did not affect Gu Feng at all. He could still easily pass it. The phantom image condensed. Congratulations, challenger. You've reached the second level. I hope you can keep up the good work because someone is already challenging the level before you. Gu Feng frowned, looking a little surprised. There was actually someone who was one step ahead of him. And he had even made it to the second level. He knew that the miracle city was very difficult. Without a certain level of strength, it was impossible to pass it. Except for the top monstrous geniuses, no one else could. The corner of his mouth also rose slightly. It seems that I have a competitor. That's good. Otherwise, how can I prove that I'm stronger than any other geniuses? After refining the 18-star beads, Lin Fei's strength had also improved greatly. To him, he preferred close combat. But this time, he realized that the level ahead would not be easy to pass. Thus, he chose a relatively powerful treasure. This treasure was very powerful. Of course, it also consumed a lot of energy. Fortunately, Lin Fei's infinite divine body had increased to the 15th level. The accumulation of energy in his body was also unbelievably vigorous. If he really used it, he would be able to last for a long time. A year passed in a flash. Lin Fei's mastery of the 18 star beads had also changed at will. Not only could it instantly turn into an array, but it could also launch an attack instantly. Anyone who was not a 10-star demon god would not be able to withstand such an attack. Even a 10-star demon god expert would have to be careful. In this great world, Lin Fei did not know of the existence of a 10-star demon god. The strongest was only a 9-star demon god. In the face of the 18-star bracelet, it really couldn't withstand one of the attacks and directly turned into ashes. Lin Fei's surroundings began to change again. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at a palace. Lin Fei knew that the third test had come. The illusory figure also appeared. Challenger, welcome to the third stage. This third stage is a little different from the other two stages. Different? Lin Fei frowned slightly. What kind of trick was Miracle City playing? Lin Fei was looking forward to what the third stage would be like. Now that he heard the illusory figure say this, he felt that it was a little different. It should not be like the previous two stages. In the third stage, one of your opponents has not arrived yet. You can only announce it when he arrives. Originally, if he didn't come, I could announce it at any time. However, my master left an order, so you have to wait for the second challenger to come here, unless he is disqualified. This news was not good news for Lin Fei. Instead, it was bad news. He just wanted to look for something good in Miracle City. He did not expect to encounter such a thing. Now, he did not know what the third stage was about, but he actually had to wait for a person. Lin Fei was also very speechless. Then he would wait. It seemed that the person was very likely to make it through. If he could make it through, it proved one thing. The other party was really strong. At least, the gap between them should not be too big. Of course, Lin Fei still had a trump card, which was the time Dao. If the other party was really strong, then at most, he would use his trump card. Who was afraid of who? Lin Fei was really not afraid of anyone. He just came here purely to look for treasures. It had nothing to do with other things. Just like that, Lin Fei waited for an entire year. In the past year, Lin Fei had only meditated once. When he opened his eyes again, Lin Fei felt as if he was sitting in a meditative state. He looked at another place. That was because a figure had appeared there. This figure was actually a white-haired young man. He looked over here with a glance. Thus, Lin Fei decided to go against this white-haired young man. The pressure of the other party was very strong. He was incomparably arrogant. His whole body was full of dignity that only a superior could have. Without guessing, he knew that this white-haired young man definitely came from a top family. A real top family. The kind that had been passed down for billions of years. It was not even a real ancient family. Gu Feng also passed the second stage. The second stage was really difficult to pass. Fortunately, he had gained a lot this time. After a year, he finally refined the treasure and came to the third stage. When he came to the third stage, he saw a person immediately. This was a young man. He was very strange. The aura of his body was not strong. It was ordinary. However, Gu Feng felt a dangerous aura from this young man. This was a guy who could be dangerous to him. In other words, if he was not careful, it was very likely that he would be killed by the other party. This was the result of the dangerous aura. This also let Gu Feng know that the third stage was definitely not easy. Maybe the other party was waiting for him. The virtual figure appeared again. Lin Fei and Gu Feng's eyes turned and fell on the virtual figure. Welcome to the third stage, two challengers. It has been a long time since we came to the third stage together. Therefore, it is worth looking forward to. Lin Fei and Gu Feng looked at each other again. One could imagine the huge amount of information that the virtual figure brought. It was huge. In other words, it was rare for the two of them to enter the third stage together. The content of the third level is also quite simple. Of course, it's easy to say, but it's actually quite complicated. You need to unify a macro world within 500 years. Whoever emerges as the final winner will be the winner of the third level. Lin Fei and Gu Feng's hearts sank. The test of Miracle City was too fierce. They actually had to unify a big world. Who could do that? Especially in the span of 500 years, this was not an easy task. Gu Feng's heart was also shaken. It was not easy to unify a big world. If it was a weak big world, it would be easy. But if it was a medium big world, even with his current strength, it would not be easy to defeat it. Most importantly, there was a competitor in the macro world on this side. Chapter 4783. The task of the third level had become very interesting. It could be said that it had become very competitive. If Lin Fei was alone, it would not be a problem. Now there was another outsider, and this outsider was the son of a top family. Therefore, there was a certain suspense about who would win and who would pass this level. Since you are the only two people who have come to the third level in recent years, this is an excellent opportunity for you. The figure began to speak again. Those who can pass this level will naturally see the things left by my master. As for the loser, he will also get a treasure that surpasses the level of a 10-star divine realm. Lin Fei could clearly feel that the other party seemed to be interested in this treasure. Of course, he was more interested in the first place. In other words, the reward for passing this level would be very generous. Even if Lin Fei was not too interested in these treasures, a treasure that surpassed the level of a 10-star demon god was still a little tempting to him. In any case, he would not suffer any loss on this trip. If this challenger wanted to completely destroy him, it would be a different matter. Now you will have 10 breaths to think about it. 10 breaths of time, either you go or you don't. As soon as the figure's voice fell, Gu Feng was the first to speak. I am willing. After saying that, he glanced at Lin Fei again, full of provocation. To him, anyone who was here was his enemy. As long as it was an enemy, he had to deal with it. No one could take away what originally belonged to him from his hands. He had crossed more than 30 macro worlds to come here, and was full of endless expectations for Miracle City. Everything here belonged to him, and he also had the confidence to pass. Now, this ordinary stranger was a guy who came out halfway. For such a person, he would never be soft-hearted. If he met such a person, he would kill him without mercy. It is rare to encounter such an interesting thing. Wouldn't it be a waste if I don't go? So I have to go. Gu Feng did not say anything harsh. To him, harsh words were of no use. Only strength was truly reliable. No matter who it was, he could kill them with one punch. It was just that straightforward. It was better than bragging. This was also a principle that his family had taught him, saying too much would lead to mistakes. If one's strength was absolutely tyrannical, they could directly kill someone. No matter how much they talked, it would be useless. It was a very simple principle, and it was also very practical. Then I will send the two of you to the outside world now. You have 500 years to complete the unification. Whoosh. A huge black hole appeared just like that. Without any warning, the black hole enveloped Gu Feng and Lin Fei from both sides. They disappeared without a trace in an instant. After the two of them disappeared, 2 more phantoms appeared in this place. The 3 phantoms gathered together. This time, it's really lively. I thought there would be a challenger, but I didn't expect there to be another one. This house is even more lively. Let's see who has the ability to unify a macro world. Gu Feng has a strong foundation and comes from a top family. I guess he has many tricks up his sleeves. On the other hand, Lin Fei looks a bit ordinary. I'm afraid he can't compete with this guy. You can't say that. This guy is quite powerful. Didn't you see that he has mastered the Great Way of Time? With the Great Way of Time, at least he can be invincible. If Gu Feng wants to defeat him, he has to be stronger than him and break his Great Way of Time. For a moment, the 3 phantoms were arguing. They could not see what was happening in the other macro world. They could only wait for the final result. In their opinion, it wouldn't take more than 500 years to unify the great world in that world. Most likely, it would take 200 to 300 years. That should be enough to determine the winner. As for 100 years, it was even more impossible. It was a rather special and interesting world. It was also a macro world left by his master to test people. Not everyone could do such a big trick. Whoosh! 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 Lin Fei felt that after a long distance, his feet were on the ground in an instant. He had mastered the great way of time and understood it better than anyone else. The trick just now was definitely the real great way of space. Moreover, he had crossed a long distance in an instant. How far was the distance? Lin Fei did not dare to guarantee it, but at the very least, it was possible for dozens or hundreds of great worlds. The Master of Miracle City was really a powerful existence. The great way of time that he had mastered couldn't be compared to the Master of Miracle City. In front of the great way of space, it was completely useless. It was no different from an ant trying to shake a tree. As soon as Lin Fei's feet touched the ground, there was a loud rumble and he saw the power of heaven and earth crushing down. Then, the power of heaven and earth slashed like a knife. The knife slashed his body again and again. This scene happened too quickly. It was so fast that Lin Fei could not resist it. Not good, this universe seems to be able to sense my arrival and wants to kill me. Lin Fei had encountered such a situation several times in the past. In other words, his strength allowed him to sense danger in this world. The infinite defense around him was instantly broken. Following that, the infinite godly body was also left with many invisible scars. This was the power of heaven and earth. It did not appear on his physical body and slashed at the depths of Lin Fei's soul. One slash after another, it was very terrifying. This situation really surprised Lin Fei. The great way of time directly spread out around him. This time, Lin Fei used time slowdown. He could only slow it down by 10 times. This was the limit of someone who had just mastered the great way of time. He was not like others who could directly expand it by 20 times, 30 times. The more powerful ones could directly exceed 100 times. This kind of speed was really as slow as an ant. Time slowed down by 10 times. Although it could affect the power of heaven and earth, it also made Lin Fei feel quite uncomfortable. At least he had fought for a certain chance. He punched out one punch after another. At this time, he had to resist the power of heaven and earth. Only by enduring this wave could he be considered to have a foothold here. Didn't I just make a trip here? Is there a need to be so ruthless? Heaven and earth attacked right from the start. Lin Fei cursed in his heart. This task was really difficult. Fortunately, his infinite god body had reached the 15th level. Otherwise, he would have been wiped out by the power of heaven and earth. When that happened, he would have become a walking corpse. Chapter 4784. He continuously withstood 20 to 30 attacks of the power of heaven and earth. Lin Fei finally withstood it. It could be said that he had gained a firm foothold in this world. It seems that this should be a very big top-level world. Only then can the power of heaven and earth interfere with people like me. Lin Fei sighed in his heart because he knew one thing. Just after withstanding it, there was a faintly discernible mark on his body. Of course, only Lin Fei knew about this mark. It was also a kind of recognition from the power of heaven and earth. It could be said that it was a label of this big world. Only then did he not continue to be attacked by the power of heaven and earth. These 20 to 30 attacks were very strong. Of course, it was still a little difficult to kill him. Perhaps this was a test of the power of heaven and earth. As for the top genius over there, it was the same. He should not have suffered much. Now, what Lin Fei wanted to do was to first understand this big world. He wanted to see how he could complete this path. A world like this was not a big world. If it was a small world, Lin Fei could directly integrate its power. But this was definitely not a small world, let alone a middle-level world. It was very likely that this was a big world. The ability of a big world was much more terrifying than imagined. Just look at the power of heaven and earth. Lin Fei had been to some worlds, most of which were low-level small worlds. He had not seen many middle-level worlds. So, as soon as he came to this big world, he knew that it was definitely not easy to survive in this big world. If he did not survive well, he could be easily destroyed. The words that came out of his mouth were really hard to believe. After really stepping on the ground, Lin Fei chose a direction and flew outside. He did not fly too high. It was better to be careful in a place like this. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Streams of light directly flew over. These streams of light were very powerful. They actually had the strength of a 2-star demon god. No, it should be the strength of a 2-star heavenly god. These streams of light were blocked after reaching Lin Fei. Bang, 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 bang. It exploded. A torrent of energy surged forward. It turned out that there was another method hidden within the flowing light. Then, 3 figures came up. As soon as he saw Lin Fei, he immediately attacked. He has a murderous aura on him. He must be from the demonic path. Kill him for me. These 3 people were all 2-star heavenly gods. When they attacked, they were relatively strong. At this time, Lin Fei's body did not reveal any aura at all. He was no different from an ordinary person, except that there was an additional black fog around his body. The black fog had only appeared a moment ago. Or perhaps it was because Lin Fei was using the resentment points to cultivate the cultivation method, so it was a little exposed at this time. He didn't expect that they would treat him as someone from the demonic path. On second thought, he felt that he was quite similar to this demonic cultivator. Then, he would reluctantly become an expert of the devil path first. He waved his hand. A surge of power rumbled and directly crushed forward. Of those 3 2-star heavenly deities, 2 were killed on the spot. The remaining one was so scared that his face turned pale. He turned into a flowing light and turned to flee. Lin Fei reached out and a surge of power enveloped the other party. He directly pulled him back and casually threw him to the ground. He pointed a finger at the other party's glabella. He plundered all of his memories. Then, this person turned into ashes. Lin Fei was not polite at all to people who attacked like this. They were just on their way, but they were mistaken as demonic cultivators. Wasn't this asking him to kill them? Lin Fei was definitely not going to be polite. He stood there quietly. After a while, he also completely digested the information in these memories. He also knew the origin of the Great World. It had to be said that the Great World was indeed a great world. It was the so-called large-scale world. It was not like other small worlds or middle-level worlds, which could not be compared at all. Because there were so many experts here. There was actually an existence who had broken through the 10-star heavenly deity in the Great World. In other words, he had reached the realm of War God. This War God was much stronger than a heavenly god. There were many war gods in this great world, but there were only a total of 5 strongest. They were known as the 5 top experts. Every single one of them was at the war god realm and controlled a territory of their own. The rest were the limit heavenly gods. There were also many of them. After them were the other 8-star heavenly gods and 9-star heavenly gods. Their strength was terrifying. If he analyzed it according to the information inside, the 6-star heavenly gods and 7-star heavenly gods in that great world were not a match for these heavenly gods at all. At the same realm, they were directly crushed or insta-killed. The difference was too great. As expected, this mission is not so easy to complete. There are actually war gods. I heard that these war gods have all cultivated divine country worlds. In other words, the grotto heaven worlds have appeared. They are directly released during the battle. It is equivalent to a huge domain. Why were the 5 war gods always the top existences? Because it was too difficult to break through from the limit heavenly god realm to the war god realm. Even if they broke through, there was still a huge gap between them. Therefore, the 5 war gods were always the strongest existences. Each of them had been in charge for hundreds of millions of years. They were truly ancient existences. For such a mission to fall on his head, Lin Fei felt that the Lord might have made a mistake. Or did he have a conflict with the 5 top war gods, or did he want to kill with a borrowed knife? No matter what, this mission was not easy to complete. However, at this time, Lin Fei wanted to leave, but he couldn't. Because his great teleportation technique was suppressed by the power of this great world. In other words, the power of heaven and earth suppressed him. Lin Fei knew that this was a trap, and a big one. In other words, unless he completed the mission, he could forget about leaving this great world for hundreds of years. If I want to improve my strength now, I can only start with the bead of resentment. Lin Fei quickly pushed this thought to the back of his mind. He had to improve his strength first. Fortunately, in this great world, his strength was not suppressed at all. In other words, he was still a genuine powerhouse. If he had to start all over again, he would really want to cry but have no tears. Didn't they treat me as a demonic expert? Then I'll start from the direction of the demonic path. Lin Fei could justifiably obtain a way to cultivate. Of course, the more reliable method was to control the entire demonic path for his own use. He believed that Gu Feng had the same idea as him. Now, it was just a matter of whose speed was faster. In any case, it was definitely not going to happen within 100 years. Chapter 4785. Gu Feng immediately understood the situation of this world. 5 top-tier war gods and a few regular war gods. It would be impossible for them to unite this world within 100 years. At the very least, it'll take 1 to 200 years, and that's if he's lucky. If he's alone, Gu Feng isn't worried at all. It doesn't matter even if it takes 400 years. He's still confident about this. But with the other challenger, the situation is different. He'll have to face the other sooner or later. Therefore, he needs to accumulate strength and expand his influence to unify the world in the future. Too bad that guy didn't appear near me. Otherwise, I'll use my secret technique to kill him. Too bad, too bad. Gu Feng didn't sense the other party appear near him. There's no information at all. He still has a treasure on him. Once he uses this treasure, even if the other party is a 10-star demon god, he'll still be able to kill him. Too bad he missed this opportunity. I hope you can live a little longer. Otherwise, it would be a pity if you didn't die in my hands. What I love the most is to kill you with my own hands. There's nothing more pleasurable than that. Gu Feng turned into a black light and left. After Lin Fei made his decision, he prepared to go to the nest of the demonic sections. He's already searched his memory, so he naturally knows what the situation of this world is like. The righteous sects and the demonic sects form 2 opposing sides. However, the righteous sects are dominating. The demonic cultivators were being slaughtered like stray dogs. Apart from the demonic sects and the righteous sects, there's another force, the monster race. The monster race also has a great influence in this world. It can also be said that this world is a combination of 3 great forces. The righteous sects have a war god. The demonic sects also have a war god. However, the war god from both sides didn't make a move, so they tacitly agreed to the fight below. The demonic sects are getting worse every year. They're not doing well. The monster race also has a war god. Apart from this war god, the other 2 war gods are free and unfettered outside. They have their own forces. These 5 war gods had determined the situation of the entire world. As for the other war gods, they would either establish their own sects or rely on other top-tier war gods. Lin Fei still decided to walk on the side of the devil path, because walking on the devil path could quickly collect hatred. Only in this way would he be able to improve his strength even more quickly. Otherwise, he might not be able to catch up to the mysterious challenger. That guy was definitely a top-notch genius young master from a top-notch faction. He must have some ultimate treasures on him. Lin Fei had the Great Tao of Time as a trump card, so the challenger also had a trump card. It was unknown who was stronger and who was weaker. According to the clues in my memory, the Devil Dao should be in the Ghost Mountain range now, occupying 2/10 of this world's territory. Information started popping up one after another. After confirming the direction, Lin Fei headed towards the Hades Mountain. The journey was not very peaceful, because the devil chi on his body from time to time attracted the pursuit of some righteous path experts. These people showed no mercy as soon as they came up and directly started a killing spree. Unfortunately, they met Lin Fei. Lin Fei did not hold back at all and directly annihilated them. Along the way, he didn't know how many groups of righteous path experts he had killed, but he had also gained some hatred. This amount of hatred was really nothing compared to the previous harvest, but it was still an improvement. At least he had left a certain reputation on the righteous side. This was considered acceptable. Otherwise, how could he gain hatred? This was not enough. If he wanted to gain more hatred, then he had to collect a large number of resentment prayer beads, or establish absolute demonic might, making them feel monstrous hatred. This way, he could gain more hatred. No matter which one it was, Lin Fei felt that it was quite difficult. The current Devil Dao was not having a good time. The righteous path was dominant, the monster race was recuperating, and the Devil Dao was struggling at death's door. It could be imagined that in this great world, the Devil Dao really had no future. Fortunately, Lin Fei thought of the king of 10,000 demons. This guy could make resentment prayer beads, so he had to get it no matter what. He couldn't do it now. He had to go to the Hades mountain range first. So. The starlight that filled the sky directly rushed towards Lin Fei. After these starlight, more than a dozen figures appeared. These young figures were all calm and confident, as if they had Lin Fei in their grasp. They instantly surrounded him. They instantly surrounded Lin Fei, trapping him inside. Then, treasures flew out one by one. You are the Devil Dao expert that just appeared recently, right? You killed so many of our experts. Now that so many of us are here, let's see where you can run to. The one who spoke was a red-haired young boy, controlling a stream of light that kept attacking. It turned out that this stream of light was a flying knife. The flying knife was extremely sharp, and each attack could cut through the void. After killing you today, we can take the opportunity to show our Brotherhood's ability. What Devil Dao expert, in front of our Brotherhood, isn't he just a chicken or a stray dog? They can't even withstand a single blow. I also think this is good, killing the chicken to warn the monkey, let the other Devil Dao experts know that now is the world of the righteous path. You Devil Dao experts can just hide in the Hades mountain range. These young people were extremely strong, almost at the level of 4-star heavenly gods or 5-star heavenly gods. When their strength exploded, they were indeed mighty and domineering. It seems that these people are some geniuses. Although you are not the most outstanding and can only be said to be 3rd tier, killing you should make my name even more famous. Lin Fei laughed. With a swoosh, he came over. One by one, the treasures were sent flying. The frost that filled the sky froze the void in an instant. Wherever the frost passed, the figures were instantly blown to smithereens. What a weakling. You want to deal with me with this kind of strength? You are really dreaming. Lin Fei squinted his eyes slightly. He turned around and punched the void in the distance. Layers of the void were directly blasted, all the way to the end. Lin Fei's figure directly rushed in. There was actually a spaceship in the void. There are fish that escaped the net. In the surrounding area, there was really nothing that could hide from Lin Fei. Even if this small spaceship was extremely well hidden, the result would be the same. Chapter 4786. This small spaceship wasn't very big. It just stopped in the depths of the void. Of course, treasures like this weren't cheap. He estimated that it would cost at least a few thousand cubic meters. If that wasn't the case, it wouldn't be hidden in the void. It could even travel through the void. After Lin Fei rushed in through the void, the small spaceship flew forward. It was so fast that it looked like a shadow. How could Lin Fei let it go? He activated the Great Tao of Time. Although it was only 10 times slower, it was enough for Lin Fei. He enveloped the spaceship. Lin Fei's time slowed down was still very large. In the blink of an eye, the other party couldn't escape. Lin Fei chased after him. The 5 elements technique turned into ropes that flew out of the void and wrapped around the spaceship. The spaceship couldn't fly anymore. Lin Fei caught up in a few breaths' time. He punched the spaceship. The surface of the spaceship had a very strong defense. It caused the blood of the only person left inside to churn. He spat out a lot of blood. "If you don't come out, I'll beat you to death." Lin Fei punched the spaceship again and again. Strands of energy seeped in and struck the person's body. Because Lin Fei had added the Great Karma technique to these traces of power, he could accurately lock onto the target. The other party had ambushed him here. This meant that he had a karmic connection with Lin Fei. Now, this karmic connection would come in handy. "Spare me. I'll come out now. I'll come out now. Don't kill me." A terrified voice came from the spaceship. The defense around them opened. A figure came out obediently. There were huge wounds all over his body. His face was extremely pale and he looked like he was on the verge of death. "You ran so fast when you saw me. Do you really think you can escape?" When Lin Fei saw that it was just a 3-star heavenly god, he knew why the other party was here. He was probably a ship pilot. Lin Fei felt bored for a moment. His finger struck the center of the other party's brows. He had plundered all of the other party's information. Lin Fei fell into deep thought. He didn't expect to discover some unexpected news. Extreme Heaven Mountain, Tao Discussion Assembly of the Younger Generation. The current hatred value could be said to be a drop in the bucket for Lin Fei. Now that he had gained a bit of fame, there were people who came to ambush him. But for Lin Fei, this was not enough. The difference was too great. The world was so big, and such a small place could only be said to be a corner of it. Lin Fei naturally wanted to seize the opportunity to expand his reputation. This way, he could gain more hatred. After seeing this Extreme Heavens Mountain, Lin Fei knew that his opportunity had come. This Extreme Heaven Mountain was a rather special place. It was a battlefield in ancient times and there were still various divine abilities left behind. Every 10 years, there would be geniuses who would go there to spar and comprehend the sacred arts on the Extreme Heaven Mountain. Hence, it was very lively. Not long after, it would be the Tao Discussion Assembly that was held once every 10 years. It was said that only the most powerful ones were qualified to go there to comprehend the sacred arts. 300 years ago, there was an ordinary cultivator who comprehended the sacred arts here. In just 300 years, he became a 7-star celestial powerhouse. It only took him 300 years to go from a 1-star to a 7-star celestial. This kind of potential was considered very outstanding. Unless he was a disciple of a top family, it was impossible to cross several realms in a few hundred years. Lin Fei wondered if he should go to this Extreme Heaven Mountain to take a look. He could at least go and make his presence known. This way, he might be able to gain more hatred. If he really encountered any experts, he could just leave. He believed that there wouldn't be too many powerful experts in such a place. Lin Fei was still very confident in his strength. Now that he had the Great Tao of Time and the Infinite Divine Body Tier 15, he had the foundation of a 9-star celestial. If he unleashed his strength, he would definitely have the strength of a 10-star celestial. Hence, Lin Fei boarded the spaceship and headed straight for the Extreme Heaven Mountain. If he were to travel by himself, it would take a long time. However, if he had this spaceship, it would be different. At most, he would be able to reach the Extreme Heaven Mountain in a month. He could take this month to have a good rest. At the same time, he released the King of 10,000 Demons. This guy was on tenterhooks. As soon as he came out, he stood beside Lin Fei obediently. He could see that this spaceship was an amazing treasure. It was worth at least a few thousand yuan crystals. "Tell me, how can we collect the resentment prayer beads? Now that we are in a different world, we will have to live here for at least 200 to 300 years. The longest is 500 years. As soon as the King of 10,000 Demons came out, he felt that this place was a little different. It turned out that he had come to a new world. When he heard that he would have to stay here for 200 to 300 to 500 years, he understood what was going on. After all, he already knew that Lin Fei had gone to the Miracle City. The Miracle City was extremely mysterious. Until now, no one knew its specific origins. However, those who went to the Miracle City would either take something out or die in there. 99% of the people died inside. The remaining 10% weren't any better. Even though the king of 10,000 demons had caused such a huge commotion, he didn't have the guts to go to the Miracle City. He didn't want to go there and never return. If you want to collect the resentment prayer beads, I think it's best to borrow a force or form your own force. I'll be the front desk. This way, it will be very easy to get the resentment prayer beads. It's best to find a demonic force. Leave the rest to me. The king of 10,000 fiends volunteered. Lin Fei knew that bringing the king of 10,000 demons over this time was quite useful. If this guy went to the front desk, no one would suspect him. Anything that attracted hatred would be left to the king of 10,000 demons. This kind of free labor, Lin Fei quite liked it. The more the better. You should prepare well. When the time comes, I will find a demonic force and let you be the head. My goal is very simple. I must see the resentment prayer beads. The rest of the journey was very calm. During this period, Lin Fei saw a few flying ships. They were much bigger than this one. Looking at the direction they were heading, they might be heading towards the Heaven's Pole Mountain. Lin Fei could guess that the Heaven's Pole Mountain should be very lively. They were all heading in that direction. The closer they got to the Heaven's Pole Mountain, the more small flying ships they saw. Anyone who could drive a small flying ship naturally had a certain force. Chapter 4787. Heaven's Limit Mountain was a continuous mountain range. The mountain range was very interesting. From time to time, there would be a huge shadow that would appear and use a sacred art. The only thing left to do was to comprehend it. This shadow didn't exist for long. It would only exist for 3 to 5 breaths of time or 7 to 8 breaths of time. Such a phantom would only appear once every 3 to 5 days. It might appear once every 10 days or half a month, or it might even appear once a day. It was just that they would appear during this period of time. After this period of time, the Heaven's Limit Mountain would usually be quiet. One wouldn't be able to tell that this was a place with sacred arts. One wouldn't be able to tell that this was a place of war. When Lin Fei came over, he sensed a different aura. Many of these auras were filled with terror and danger. These dangerous auras weren't targeted at him. Lin Fei knew that these were definitely the thoughts left behind by those powerful existences. They had all returned to their original state. They didn't have any offensive capabilities. That was why these phantoms had appeared. At this moment, Lin Fei was standing in the sky. In the distance was the Heaven's Limit Mountain. One after another, tall mountains began to appear. Lin Fei's luck wasn't bad. When he arrived, he saw a huge shadow. It was a fist technique. This fist technique was quite profound. It could combine all of one's strength into one point and instantly unleash dozens of attacks. Such a technique was quite terrifying and could catch one off guard. As a sacred art, it was quite useful. In the sky, Lin Fei caught sight of figures one after another. These figures were all sitting down cross-legged as though they were trying to comprehend something. Most of them were heading towards the Heaven's Limit Mountain. Lin Fei had already retracted the demonic energy on his body. Demonic energy was actually a combination of all sorts of negative emotions. It wasn't difficult for Lin Fei to retract it. In fact, it was extremely easy. If it was somewhere else, it wouldn't be a problem. But this was the Heaven's Limit Mountain. Lin Fei wanted to make his presence known. Therefore, he had to keep the demonic energy first. With this, Lin Fei was no different from an ordinary person, and his body did not exude a strong aura. He stowed the small flying shuttle away. Lin Fei flew towards the extreme Heaven Mountain. His speed was not very fast, and he only suppressed his strength to that of a 5-star heaven god, which was about right. It was neither too tall nor too short, and neither was it eye-catching. He was prepared to learn more about the Heaven Pole Mountain. This kind of strength was enough. As long as he didn't make a move, the devil chi on his body wouldn't appear. He would be able to observe the extreme Heaven Mountain better. Entering the extreme Heaven Mountain, Lin Fei found that he seemed to have entered a huge array. The array was broken, but even so, Lin Fei could feel the dangerous and terrifying aura within it. As expected of the battlefield of the past. Once the formation was activated, it would definitely be able to unleash a top-notch attack that far surpassed that of a 10-star heavenly god. Lin Fei still had this little bit of eyesight. He saw it clearly. Within the extreme Heaven Mountain, there was a dangerous aura everywhere. He could also see some illusory figures, as well as some traces left behind from the battle. It was not easy for a place like this to be preserved until now. Suddenly, Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. He actually sensed the aura of a 10-star demon god here. If he had not fought with a 10-star demon god before, Lin Fei would not have been able to sense it. To think that there was such a great master here. In a place without a god of war, a 10-star heavenly god was the strongest. Lin Fei pondered for a moment. Perhaps this was the caretaker. A place like this was still very valuable. It would be a pity if it was destroyed by someone. After all, there were still many talented people who could comprehend some god skills, and they would become experts in the future. If this place was destroyed, it meant that there would be much less opportunities for them to become experts. It was normal to leave a 10-star heavenly god here. At the center of the extreme Heaven Mountain range, Lin Fei finally saw a huge platform. This platform was not simple. Someone had used a divine weapon to cut it flat. There were 10 round stone platforms on this platform. Many figures appeared in the surroundings. Some of them were strong, some were weak. The strongest one was an 8-star heavenly god. The rest were all 7-star heavenly gods and 6-star heavenly gods. They were fighting, and it seemed like they wanted to climb up to the big round stone platforms. Lin Fei was in no hurry to go over. After watching from the side, he understood what was going on. It turned out that there was a core area in the extreme Heaven Mountain. If one wanted to go there, one had to be qualified. These 10 round stone platforms were for them to fight for. Whoever could last the longest would be able to enter the depths of the extreme Heaven Mountain. If one could last until the end, they would naturally be able to enter the depths of the extreme Heaven Mountain. There were even more powerful god skills that one could comprehend there. There were even some special techniques. Lin Fei also understood why there was a 10-star heavenly god guarding this place. It was used as a judge. It was also used to guard that special place. If there was no one guarding it, wouldn't everyone be able to go in and comprehend? Lin Fei felt that such a place would have a definite effect on one's comprehension, which was why they came up with such a method. This made Lin Fei even more satisfied. There was a 10-star heavenly god sitting here, but Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. It was best not to fight if he could avoid it. How could a 10-star heavenly god not have any tricks up his sleeves? Perhaps he had even grasped a formation. With the power of the formation, a 10-star demon god would be able to unleash the power of a war god. Lin Fei's gaze landed on one of the round stone platforms. There was a young figure sitting there. It was the 8-star heavenly god. He was very young and had a strong aura. Someone attacked him. It was 3 7-star heavenly god powerhouses. It seemed like they had discussed it beforehand to test this person's strength. Many blood-colored lotuses appeared in the sky and instantly covered them. After the lotuses shattered, all of them spat out blood and retreated. It was obvious that they were injured in just one move and weren't a match for him. Many people gave up on dealing with this 8-star heavenly god. They turned to attack others. All of a sudden, it was really lively. Lin Fei also came nearby and realized that there was a layer of power here that wouldn't affect the outside. He glanced around. Everyone here was a righteous path expert. As for the demon path, there wasn't a single one at all. That made sense. This was the world of the righteous path, so how could the demon path disciples do as they pleased? Such a gathering was destined to belong to the geniuses of the righteous path. Lin Fei was delighted. He could use this chance to get famous and let everyone know that there was such a person like him. A single spark could start a prairie fire, and so could raising one's presence. Chapter 4788. The battle on the round platform below was very intense. At the start, some people went up, but they were immediately chased down. Basically, no one could stand firm in a short period of time. The people around them wouldn't give them a chance at all. So whether or not they could stand for long depended on their strength. Was he the strongest? And the most stable one was that 8-star celestial god. He basically didn't have anyone to fight anymore. Even if someone did, they wouldn't be able to get close to him. After the blood-colored lotuses rose up, they were injured. It could be said that the one who had the easiest time in the factory was this young man. Lin Fei watched for an hour and finally decided to go down. Since he was going to start, he had to do it right from the start. He had to let people know that he existed. He couldn't just wait until the end. That would be so boring. Anyway, his infinite divine body tier 15 couldn't do much else, but his defensive physical strength was really terrifying. Lin Fei was prepared to act as a body cultivator. Anyway, body cultivators were the most common, so of course, they were considered unpopular. That way, no one would suspect him. Lin Fei flew down and randomly chose a round platform. He had just arrived. The person on the round platform raised his hand and many flying daggers came slashing over. These were small flying daggers. Each one was very sharp and was a pretty powerful treasure. Of course, there were many of these small flying daggers. There were a total of 99 flying daggers. It formed an absolute vacuum in the surroundings. This was the strongest move the other party had. Anyone who wanted to get close was basically chased away by these small daggers. Even if they wanted to, they couldn't because these flying daggers had the strength of a 5-star celestial god. The other party was a 6-star celestial god. His realm wasn't too high, but it wasn't too low either. Coupled with this set of flying daggers, he did have the right to occupy a spot. He had held on for a long time. When he saw Lin Fei coming over, he controlled the flying daggers to slash over. Peng 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 peng. Flying daggers came flying over one after another. When it was only an inch away, it was blocked by a force. It was the infinite defense. Only after breaking through his infinite defense could he truly harm Lin Fei's physical body. These flying daggers were shaken off one by one. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei arrived in front of the round table. He threw a punch. Just a single point of power was enough to force the other party to retreat countless steps. Another close-range attack followed. Another punch. With a loud bang, the young man was sent flying by a single punch. All the flying daggers gathered in front of him could not withstand the power of Lin Fei's punch. He was knocked out of the round platform. After landing on the ground, he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and his face turned pale. What a powerful physical strength. I can't even block it. An absolute expert. Lowering his head, he saw that the treasured armor on his body had cracked. His heart was bleeding. Where did this body refinement expert come from? It was truly ferocious beyond belief. Lin Fei stood on the round platform and smiled faintly at everyone. He smiled faintly at everyone and said, "You don't have to fight anymore. This round platform is mine. In my eyes, all of you can't even withstand a single blow. None of you are qualified to own this round platform. However, I am different." The moment Lin Fei said this, the expressions of the surrounding experts changed slightly. Their anger soared to the heavens. What an arrogant guy. This round platform is not up to you. Have you asked for my Qingquan sword's permission? It turned out that the people here were basically all genius disciples. They had never heard such words before. Especially since this young man looked inconspicuous and dared to say such big words. He really didn't take them seriously. Lin Fei also received a lot of hatred at this moment. He didn't expect these guys to hate him so much. Thinking about it, they were all righteous disciples and each of them had a reputation. He really had to be thick-skinned. After hearing what Lin Fei said, it would be strange if they didn't hate him. The disciples of the Xianmen sect usually looked serious, but when they fought, they were fiercer than anyone else. Now, Lin Fei had learned something new. Then, a series of attacks came over. Lin Fei stood there quietly, the corners of his mouth curling up into a smile. It's not that I look down on you. Even if I stand here and don't move, you can't do anything to me. I never talk big. If there's one, then there's one. Just watch carefully. Lin Fei really stood there and didn't move. He let the attacks fall on him, but they were all blocked by his infinite defense. They couldn't move at all. Their strength was really too weak. Even if they had more people, they couldn't do anything to Lin Fei at this time. Tell me where this kid came from. I can't even break his defense. This defense is a bit strong. My treasure can't even break it. What the hell? He must be a physique cultivator. Only a physique cultivator can have such a strong defense. No wonder he is so confident. Everyone, let's attack together. Isn't it just a physique cultivator? Let's see how long he can last. Everyone also guessed the opponent's cultivation. He should be a physique cultivator. Against such a person, there was really nothing to worry about. Wasn't it just that he could withstand it? They had treasures and time. With so many people here, how could they not be able to defeat him? For a moment, Lin Fei's round table became the target of everyone's attacks. This also made the other people on the round table secretly heave a sigh of relief. They really admired this kid. He dared to say anything. Didn't he know what kind of situation he was in now? He actually provoked all these people in one breath. Interesting, really interesting. Even the 8-star celestial god looked over at this time. His eyes flashed with a bright light. Half an hour, 2 hours, 4 hours, it was unknown how many people had participated. God knew how many treasures had been used. But the other party just stood there quietly, as if nothing had happened. This made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. They all knew that they had encountered a great expert. So many people couldn't do anything to him. His strength wasn't something they could contend with at all. So, one by one, they retreated. They didn't dare to attack anymore. On the contrary, the people on the round table who had just heaved a sigh of relief felt afraid. It was like a fierce tiger had invaded their territory. They really couldn't beat such a person. I've already told you that I'm taking this position. Even if you did anything, it would have been a waste of time. Look at it now. You've wasted 4 hours. If you had that time, you could have chased away the people on one of the round tables. Lin Fei laughed. This made the people's expressions even more unsightly. But they didn't dare to attack anymore. He was already so strong even when he didn't resist. If he attacked, they would be chased away. Chapter 4789. Lin Fei easily took down one of the round tables. The others didn't dare to come over for a while. After all, Lin Fei's strength was there for all to see. No matter how they attacked, nothing happened. And this was under the condition that Lin Fei didn't make a move. Otherwise, they would have been injured more or less. Facing such a fierce existence, they naturally chose to change their approach. They couldn't afford to offend him. I don't like people standing around, so I can only let you go down. Originally, the people on the 2 round tables were very cautious. But when Lang Wuqing heard this, his heart sank. Then, a figure flashed over. 2 sounds. The 2 of them were instantly blasted away. The treasure in front of them shattered instantly. Then, Lin Fei returned to his original position. This scene also caused the other people to be stunned. The people on the round tables in the distance all sucked in a breath of cold air. They were so lucky that they weren't next to this guy. Otherwise, they would be in big trouble. This guy's temper was really bad. Lin Fei also sat cross-legged again. He looked at the people around him indifferently. Previously, I gave you face and didn't make a move. Now, if anyone dares to make a move, then I won't be polite. I'll kill you directly. Anyway, no talent is no talent. You want to try your luck too much. Lin Fei's words made everyone very angry. After all, these words were really too provocative. They were hit so hard that they made a rattling sound. Even though some of them were furious, no one dared to come up for a while. One must know that everyone was smart. It would be a big mistake to come up and fight with someone over a few words. If they had the time, they might as well focus on other sources. Anyway, they didn't have the guts and courage to do so. Lin Fei thought that they would come up after he provoked them. He didn't expect that he was thinking too much. These guys were slippery. They were like loaches in a pond. Once they encountered any wind or grass, they would immediately escape. It seemed that it was really difficult for him to kill a few of them. Then, he would just close his eyes and rest. They had to stay on the round platform for a month at a time. Of course, you could also make a move at the last moment. That way, you would have the highest chance of winning. Therefore, the last day was the most intense. Lin Fei didn't come too early or too late. There were 13 days left before the 1-month deadline. It was neither long nor short. The news that a powerful body-forging cultivator had arrived at the extreme Heaven Mountain spread like wildfire. In particular, this body-tempering cultivator was extremely overbearing and did not allow others to appear at his side at all. Of course, there were some people who were not convinced during this period. Wasn't he just a body-refining cultivator? He had plenty of treasures. But as soon as he made a move, he was killed by a single punch. That scene left a deep impression on everyone. This guy really knew how to kill people. No one knew where he came from. Was he not afraid of offending people? After all, some of these genius disciples were disciples of sections. If you killed them, it would be equivalent to offending the sects behind them. Time passed day by day, and it was getting closer and closer to a month. The competition was also very intense. On the 10 round platforms, the most stable ones were the 8-star Celestial God and Lin Fei. Of course, there were still empty seats on the left and right sides. As for the remaining 6 seats, the competition was very intense. You go up and I go down, and in the blink of an eye, it was the last day. On this last day, everyone became even crazier. Everyone became even more frenzied. Of course, more people were staring at the 2 round tables beside Lin Fei. After all, those were 2 empty seats. With a single sentence, everyone didn't dare to go up, and it also filled everyone's hearts with a lot of anger. Of course, for Lin Fei, the hatred he had gained these days was not bad. Although it wasn't a lot, it was still a big improvement. These people really hated him, and they all contributed a lot of hate points. Lin Fei was also glad that he was smart. Leaving 2 round platforms undoubtedly made them stare at him. The more he did this, the more hatred he could contribute. I see that everyone is quite interested in these 2 round platforms. How about this? If anyone can give me some negative treasures refined with demonic methods, then it will naturally belong to you. I wonder what my suggestion is. Who asked me to have such thoughts about this thing? With Lin Fei's strength, naturally, not everyone dared to come up and snatch it. Those who dared to come up on this round platform ended up in a pool of blood. So for a while, no one dared to come up. Now that they heard the other party's words, they were slightly stunned. Demonic treasures? Negative emotions. This guy was a little different. No wonder he was so arrogant, no wonder he was so overbearing. It turned out that his style was actually a little similar to the demonic path. If you want demonic treasures, then I happen to have some here. I killed some demonic experts and took them. See if you are satisfied. Someone flew over and threw out a string of beads. The beads were rippling with demonic energy. Each bead was actually a small skull. Lin Fei instantly felt a strong negative emotion from this demonic artifact. Of course, these strong negative emotions were some of the emotions that came out of torture. Lin Fei's eyes lit up slightly. It was indeed a treasure. He also contacted the king of 10,000 fiends to see if he could extract the negative emotions from it. Others might not be able to, but the king of 10,000 demons still had the ability. He answered immediately without any questions. It was just a waste of time, so he just gave a discount. If it was 100%, there would be a 30% discount, which meant that he could still get 70% of the negative emotions. One is too little, I want all of them, so that I can guarantee that you can stay until the end. I don't know if such a deal is worth it, I don't think I can find a second one. Originally, everyone thought that there was something wrong with this body cultivator. But they never expected that he would throw out such a sentence. This instantly made everyone's jaws drop. The young man who came up was even more delighted. After all, if he wanted to enter the core area to comprehend the gods' methods, he had to rely on strength. And his strength wasn't considered strong or weak, so he had no chance at all. But now that he said that, it was as if he had turned on a cheat. Maybe he would have a chance this time. I still have some demonic artifacts here, but not many of them are here. Take a look. One by one, the treasures flew over to them. All of them contained demonic energy. Lin Fei checked them, they all had some negative emotions, some more, some less. Anyway, they were bored. This round table belongs to you. You just need to sit quietly. Under everyone's envy, the young man directly sat on the round platform. Chapter 4790. No one would have thought that a guy with a low cultivation base would actually sit on a round table all of a sudden. In total, he had paid a dozen or so magic tools in exchange for an opportunity. Everyone was stunned. After all, this guy was just a 5-star celestial god. His strength was neither high nor low. In the eyes of many of them, he could not withstand a single blow. Of course, this body-refining cultivator was another matter. His body was strong and invincible. It was not easy to deal with him. However, this guy was different. They did not expect to be so lucky. If they had known earlier, they would have gone up as well. They all more or less had some magic tools, but the functions of these magic tools were dispensable. At most, they would hand it over to the sect in exchange for some contribution points. But now, they could actually exchange it for another opportunity. This was indeed a little unexpected. Where did this guy come from? He actually wants a demonic artifact. Is he from the diabolism? Logically speaking, he should not be from the diabolism. Those guys are hiding in the Hades mountain and do not dare to come out. If he dares to come out, he will be courting death. For a moment, everyone thought of the expert from the diabolism. After all, the experts from the diabolism were very arrogant and overbearing. There were very few people from the diabolism who walked the path of body refining. Not many of them could achieve such an achievement. At least, they thought that it was impossible. They could only say that this guy should be from a small sect. No one knew at all. They did not expect that he would become famous in the celestial pole mountain. So far, no one dared to go up. Unless their strength was at the level of an 8-star celestial god or a 9-star celestial god, there was no chance at all. Now, there is only one round table left. Don't miss the opportunity. If you miss it, who knows when there will be another opportunity. Who asked me to be in a good mood today? Lin Fei's words came again. This time, everyone was moved. Just now, they had missed an opportunity and were picked up by someone else. This time, they would definitely not miss it. Friend, I have 20 demonic artifacts. So what if you have 20? I have 30 of them here. I have 40 demonic artifacts. In an instant, the place became very lively. The people on the other round tables didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It hadn't been easy for him to come up here, and he still had to face the joint attacks of the others. In the end, he was doing business here. This kid was really quite capable. They knew that they couldn't do this. In the blink of an eye, the number of demonic artifacts had exceeded 100. Everyone, don't fight with me. I don't have a lot of other things, but I have a lot of magic tools. I'll pay 200. At this moment, a voice floated over from afar. A few experts escorted a young man over. This young man looked very ordinary, but his realm was also very unremarkable. In other words, he was a 3-star heavenly god. However, the 2 experts behind him were different. They were both 9-star celestial gods. Everyone could tell at a glance that this guy was a young master. I wonder if my 200 demonic artifacts are qualified to get this round table. This 3-star celestial god was a chubby man with a round face. The moment he came over, he was all smiles, and the others recognized him. I was wondering who had come. It's the eldest son of the Money Chamber of Commerce. No wonder he can take out 200 demonic artifacts in one go. He's really rich. I can't compete with him. I give up. I give up. The Money Chamber of Commerce was considered one of the top 10 chambers of commerce in this world. There were many experts there. However, their eldest son's potential was only average. He had accumulated a large number of elixirs, but he was only a 3-star celestial god. They didn't expect him to come to the Celestial Pole Mountain this time. They didn't expect him to come across such an opportunity. If they had known that there were 200 demonic artifacts, they would have collected some and brought them with them. They could have come in handy at critical moments. They really missed this opportunity. If no one has any objections, I'll go up to this round table. The chubby man landed on the round table with a smile. In fact, he was still a little nervous. Just now, his guards had told him that this young man's strength was unfathomable. Even if they joined forces, they might not be a match for him. Therefore, it was quite worthwhile to use 200 demonic artifacts to buy a round table. No, it should be a chance to clear this round table. At the very least, there weren't many people present who dared to do so. It seems like they won't be bidding. Congratulations, this round table belongs to you for the time being. I'll bring the 2 of you to the end. The chubby man was called Jin Yuan Bao. What a happy name. Jin Yuan Bao's cultivation was indeed average, but he was definitely good at doing business. When others could only offer 100 demonic artifacts, he offered 200 in one go. In his opinion, 200 demonic artifacts could be exchanged for the method to comprehend the sacred art. If there was a chance, the harvest would be huge. At critical moments, Jin Yuan Bao had always thought that he would have to pay a big price. He casually threw a ring over and lowered his head to store the 200 demonic artifacts. The quality of these 200 demonic artifacts was not bad. Lin Fei took them and glanced at them. He nodded in satisfaction. He casually gave them to the Demon King. When the guy saw the 200 demonic artifacts, he was slightly shocked. Because the quality of these demonic artifacts was really too good. Sir, these 200 demonic artifacts are really good. If there are no accidents, they can be exchanged for at least 30 million resentment thought beads. This time, it was Lin Fei's turn to be a little surprised. He didn't expect these 200 demonic artifacts to be worth 30 million resentment thought beads. That would be a lot of hate points. This little fatty wasn't bad after all. Then hurry up and get these resentment thought beads for me. Lin Fei didn't expect his small actions to bring about such a huge harvest. He finally saw tens of millions of resentment thought beads. This would be a huge amount of hate points. He finally found the right way. The surrounding people were originally thinking about this round table. But they didn't expect it to be snatched away by 2 weak guys. They couldn't afford to offend Jin Yuan Bao, but the other one was really too ordinary. He used more than 10 demonic artifacts to exchange for it. They were really a little unwilling. If they had known this would happen, they would have taken out dozens of demonic artifacts from the start. They could still try their luck. Now, they could only stare at their luck. They really missed an opportunity. But they really didn't dare to say anything. Chapter 4791. In a cave abode in the Empyrean Pole Mountain, a figure was sitting with his legs crossed. He saw everything that was happening in front of him clearly. Interesting, really interesting. I didn't expect a young expert to be so arrogant. His strength is not bad too. He actually dared to occupy 3 seats in one go. This is going to be interesting. It's rare for there to be a commotion. It's not as peaceful as before. The person who was sitting with his legs crossed was the guardian of the Empyrean Pole Mountain. He was a 10-star heaven god expert. 10-star heaven gods were also known as extreme heaven gods. They were said to be the strongest among the heaven gods. With him guarding the place and the broken formation, with his current strength, even if a battle god were to show up, he would be able to withstand a few attacks from him. Ordinary 9 stars heaven gods and 10-star heaven gods were no match for him at all. They would be suppressed directly. There had never been any special situation in the Empyrean Pole Mountain. This time, it was a young man who made this sparring session quite interesting. From the beginning to the end, he didn't think of stopping everyone. He wanted to see what kind of expert would appear this time. Not everyone could occupy the round platform. The competition would be more intense in the last few hours. This was just the beginning. As soon as Jin Yuan Bao and the others sat on the round platform, they felt the gazes of the people around them became unusual and full of envy. Of course, it was also full of hatred. If it wasn't for them, how could they snatch the round platform? Originally, they still had a chance. Now that there was such a powerful expert guarding the place, things were different. If they wanted to get rid of them, they had to get rid of this mysterious man first. Until now, they still didn't know where this young man came from. It was as if he had appeared out of nowhere. This was a little thought-provoking and very unrealistic. Lin Fei just sat with his legs crossed, unhurriedly. You two don't have to worry. Since I said this, you two just sit there obediently. I guarantee that you will get one of the qualifications. I'm quite efficient when I work for others. After Lin Fei's words floated over, they sat even more firmly in their seats. Anyway, this demonic artifact wasn't a good thing. So what if it was used? There was nothing to feel heartache about. It would be different if he could get the qualification. As a result, the competition for the remaining 7 positions became even more intense. There really weren't many people who came to make a move. So. All of a sudden, several streaks of light flew towards Lin Fan. Apart from him, the 2 people next to him were also being watched. It turned out that there was someone coming from afar, and it was a godly archer. This arrow became very terrifying. He actually had the power of an 8-star celestial god. This was not a simple matter. Many people noticed it and became excited in their hearts. Finally, an expert had arrived. They did not dare to challenge him because they were too weak. But now, someone finally dared to challenge him. This move gave them a glimmer of hope. After this arrow light, there was another sound that came at lightning speed. A stream of light instantly appeared and enveloped Lin Fei and the other 2. I heard that you've been guarding here for a long time. Let me see how strong you are. This stream of light was like a crescent moon, and it instantly made people feel a sense of danger. One by one, the figures quickly distanced themselves from each other, and a small empty space was quickly cleared out. At this time, no one was willing to stay in the vicinity. If a fire broke out at the city gate and affected the fish in the moat, they would be the unluckiest fish in the moat. A layer of frost appeared in front of Lin Fei. All the methods were instantly frozen when they came in contact with the frost. Even if they could move forward a little, they could not reach Lin Fei at all. Jin Yuan Bao and the young man looked at the color of frost that appeared in front of them and took a deep breath. The endless coldness made them not dare to move at all. In an instant, the cold air of the frost could completely freeze them. No wonder he could easily take the attack. You have the nerve to attack me with such a small trick. You think too highly of yourselves. Lin Fei smiled faintly, and the frost spread out in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh. It was very terrifying along the way. In an instant, a few figures fell out of the void. Even the person just now was instantly retreating. Even so, the treasured armor on his body was covered in frost. It was impossible for him to resist. After one layer was shattered, another layer appeared. In the blink of an eye, he was frozen into an ice sculpture. The power of the great Arctic frost was fierce and domineering. The void was frozen. Those who thought that there would be a good show to watch all took a deep breath and did not think too much about it. This guy was really too ferocious. As for the godly archer in the distance, he actually turned around and directly fled. He did not dare to stay any longer. He seemed to know that he could not win at all. Since you can send me an arrow, I can naturally send you an arrow. Take this. The endless frost turned into an ice arrow and instantly pierced through the void. A muffled sound came from afar. That person was hit. As for the extent of his injury, it was obvious from the sound. If you want to attack me, come at me. As long as you are not afraid of death, I will fulfill your wish. It just so happens that they will have companions on the road. Lin Fei did not stand up from the beginning to the end. His cold voice floated out. Everyone did not dare to look at him. He was simply a ferocious existence. Even God's godly archer was in danger, let alone that guy who had been close to him. He was still killed, and there was not a single breath left. This was an 8-star celestial god, and he died just like that. This made them even more glad that they did not attack. If they had really attacked, they probably would not have a good ending. As time passed, there were really not many people who dared to attack. There were only 2 hours left, and the competition for the 7 positions was even more dangerous. It made people's scalps go numb. Deaths and injuries continued to appear. Such a situation was very normal in the extreme Heaven Mountain. This position is mine. A figure in white came from afar. Step by step, the distance between them widened by a large distance in an instant. When this person in white came out, many people were shocked. This time, an expert finally came. This is great. Finally, a powerful 9-star celestial god Bai Yunfei. It's great that young master Bai Yunfei is here. He is one of the 10 young masters. This time, I want to see if this young man dares to be ruthless. When everyone saw that young master Bai Yunfei was here, they felt like they saw hope. At the very least, they could chase this guy down. Chapter 4792. Bai Yunfei's arrival caused quite a commotion. After all, he was indeed very strong. Furthermore, the Xianmen sect behind him was one of the more powerful ones. Everyone was very confident that they could suppress this body-tempering cultivator. If they let him occupy these 3 positions, then they would have no chance this year. Once every 10 years wasn't that easy. It would be best if they could make it. As long as they could, they would have a chance to fight for it. There was no need to waste time with those people. When Jin Yuanbao and Jin Bao saw Bai Yunfei, their expressions changed. Bai Yunfei was a genius with unlimited potential. They didn't expect him to come this time. Didn't he say that he didn't care about this extreme Heaven Mountain and these techniques? How could he have the nerve to fight with them? He was simply shameless. Friend, you have to be careful. This Bai Yunfei's cloning technique is quite powerful. He can create 3 clones, each equivalent to about 80% of his strength. The 3 clones can also form a joint attack formation. Jin Yuanbao was a very cunning fellow. He'd completely stripped away Bai Yunfei's foundation in one go. After all, it wasn't easy for him to sit here. Naturally, he didn't want this young cultivator to be beaten down. Therefore, he revealed Bai Yunfei's foundation first. Lin Fei's lips curled into a smile. So he knows the cloning technique. No wonder he is so confident. With this kind of strength, he can indeed suppress many geniuses. He is no different from a 4-star celestial god. Lin Fei also smiled. He didn't take Bai Yunfei seriously. At this moment, Bai Yunfei had already come over. Just now, his small trick couldn't do anything to the other party. Everything was within Bai Yunfei's expectations. As expected of a body-tempering cultivator. Your strength is really domineering. I can give up your position, but hand over the 2 positions beside you. This is the greatest leniency I can give you. Bai Yunfei said coldly the moment he came over. The other party was just a body-tempering cultivator. However, he didn't take it seriously. With his strength, he could definitely suppress the other party easily. As for why he didn't find anyone else, it was because he felt that this person had some strength. If he could really defeat him, he would naturally be able to make his presence known. More and more people knew that Bai Yunfei's strength was far greater than they had imagined it to be. To put it bluntly, Bai Yunfei was someone who liked to show off. Now that the opportunity had presented itself, there was no way he would miss it. Bai Yunfei knew that he had found the right person when he saw everyone's expressions change. The more overbearing this fellow was, the better. When the time came, Bai Yunfei would beat him into a pulp. Naturally, everyone would approve of him. It was quite good to make his presence known. While he was out and about, he was constantly raising his influence. Such influence wasn't something that could be found anywhere. Yuan Bao coldly snorted. Bai Yunfei, you may be a member of the Xian School of Righteousness, but don't you think you're going too far? I bought this seat. If you have the ability, why don't you buy one too? Unlike others, Jin Yuan Bao still had some confidence. After all, their family ran auctions. They might not have much else, but they had a lot of money. Everyone would want to be on good terms with their merchant guild. After all, when would they be short of money? When would they be short of resources? Naturally, they needed to find a rich merchant guild. Bai Yunfei looked at Jin Yuan Bao with disdain. And here I was wondering who it was. So it's you, Jin Yuan Bao. I didn't think you'd be able to pick up such a bargain. But you've probably given away your 200 demonic armaments for nothing. In a bit, I'll kick you out. If you have the ability, then fight with me. Let's see if you can beat me. Even if I give you a handicap with one hand and stand still, you still won't be able to beat me. Jin Yuan Bao was still very angry. This Bai Yunfei was teasing him. Could it be that Bai Yunfei couldn't see that his cultivation wasn't high? Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken out 200 demonic armaments. Ha 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 ha, then if you want me to go down, you'll have to get through this brother first. I don't think you have the ability. Don't think that you're very strong just because you've mastered the cloning technique. Lin Fei had a smile on his face. He felt that this Jin Yuan Bao was quite interesting. Although his cultivation level wasn't high, he was still quite courageous. If a normal person were to face a 9-star celestial god, they would definitely not have such thoughts and would not speak in such a manner. He wouldn't speak like that, so this gold ingot was quite to Lin Fei's liking. Not being afraid of anything was what a cultivator should have. One couldn't cower just because the opponent's cultivation level was higher. This would naturally affect one's cultivation. Bai Yunfei snorted coldly and his gaze fell on Lin Fei. I've already said that as long as you give up 2 positions, you'll naturally get a position. Otherwise, when I make my move, not to mention 2 positions, I'm afraid you won't even be able to keep your position. Bai Yunfei was really a rather domineering person. It was already very difficult for him to say something like this. What did it mean to make a move with a good reason? Bai Yunfei had to make a move with a good reason. Do you know what I'm going to do now? If you've guessed correctly, then I'll definitely let you suffer a little less. Bai Yunfei's expression turned ugly. This guy actually didn't intend to give up his position and seemed to dare to make a move against him. Did he really think that a body-refining cultivator could be unparalleled? Then he was definitely thinking too much. It seems that you're very confident in your own strength. Then give it a try if you have the ability. Bai Yunfei really wanted to see the strength of this body-refining cultivator. To be able to suppress so many people, it was naturally not simple. He was also a capable person, so he naturally had nothing to fear. If you can withstand 3 of my slaps, then I'll consider you powerful. But I don't think you can even withstand 1 of my slaps. Just as Lin Fei's voice fell, a slap came out and landed heavily on Bai Yunfei's body. Instantly, a 7-colored light appeared around Bai Yunfei's body, forming a barrier. I knew you would dare to sneak up on me, but with this strength, You're thinking too much. Before Bai Yunfei could finish a complete sentence, the seven-colored light collapsed in an instant, and then a huge palm landed on his body. A loud rumbling sound. In an instant, Bai Yunfei turned into a star and disappeared without a trace. Then, a rumbling sound came from afar. It was unknown whether it was a mountain collapsing or not. I already said that this person can't withstand one of my slaps. I didn't expect that he really can't withstand it. This strength is too weak. As expected, he got it by taking pills. Chapter 4793. Young Master Bai was sent flying just like that. Brutal, too brutal. He actually sent him flying with one slap. Who can tell me what's going on with this brutal guy? A 9-star celestial god. Oh my god, he couldn't even withstand one slap. If it was me, I would have been killed with one slap. Could this guy be a 10-star celestial? Originally, everyone thought that Bai Yunfei had a high chance of winning once he made a move. They didn't expect this physique cultivator to be so brutal and domineering. He sent Bai Yunfei flying with one slap and turned him into a star. It even caused a mountain peak to crumble. They didn't dare to imagine. Jin Yuanbao was already prepared. If he really couldn't do it, he could only run. He couldn't lose all his face. He didn't expect Bai Yunfei to be so weak and be sent flying with one slap. Was this still a 9-star celestial god? Jin Yuanbao felt so good. It wasn't just a normal kind of good. He took out a bottle of wine on the spot. He gulped down the wine in one gulp. He had always been unhappy with these geniuses. Didn't they just have better potential than him? They deserved this outcome. Pretending to be weak wasn't like this. They actually pretended to be strong in front of an expert. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Shameless guy, how dare you sneak attack me? An angry roar came from afar. Then, Bai Yunfei flew back. Blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. His entire face became ferocious. In his opinion, this was a sneak attack. He just wasn't prepared. He had to make things clear. Otherwise, he would feel that he was inferior to this physique cultivator. Lin Fei's lips curled into a faint smile. You people really can't afford to lose. He raised his hand. Another slap came down. This time, Bai Yunfei seemed to be prepared. However, his resistance was broken instantly. Then, there was another loud rumble. He was directly sent flying. Then, a phantom appeared. It turned out to be a mystique. Lin Fei's strength was so domineering that it directly triggered the phantom mystique. Now that Bai Yunfei had been slapped a second time, everyone shut their mouths. He didn't dare to make another sound. If he had underestimated the enemy the first time, then he would really not be able to withstand the second time. No one dared to ignore this body refinement cultivator anymore. The strength of this man was truly unfathomable. Even this 10-star heaven god who was overseeing the extreme heaven mountain was visibly moved at this moment. What a good physique cultivator. Even I have misjudged him. I didn't expect his physique to be so strong. Young Master Bai Yun is a 9-star celestial, but he couldn't even take a single palm strike from him. The guardian 10-star heavenly god was naturally able to sense the power of that palm strike. It was purely a combination of strength. Unless you were stronger than him, you wouldn't be able to withstand it. Even if it was defense, because his strength had reached the upper limit of one's defense. It was as easy as flipping one's hand to break through one's defense. I hope this Bai Yunfei is smart enough to stop struggling. Otherwise, he'll suffer for it. This 10-star celestial god would have to rely on Bai Yunfei. He was also a genius from the orthodox Xianmen sect. It would be a pity if he was killed. After all, he was a 9-star celestial god. If those 3 and 5-star celestial gods died, then so be it. It could only be said that they weren't strong enough. 9-star celestial gods were different. They were all qualified to become 10-star celestial gods. In other words, they were more qualified to become war gods. There had always been a saying in their world. If one wanted to become a war god, they had to become a 10-star celestial. Only then would they have a higher chance of becoming a war god. If a 9-star celestial god tried to become a great perfection celestial, it would be very difficult. The chances of failure were even higher. Once they failed, they would basically be crippled. It would be impossible for them to try again. Bai Yunfei came over again. He was in an extremely sorry state. His entire face was swollen. Cracks also appeared on the armor on his body. At this moment, when he saw this body-tempering cultivator again, his violent anger directly erupted. Bastard, shameless guy, I'm going to kill you. No one has ever made me look so sorry. You're the first. Lin Fei looked at him indifferently. Looks like you won't repent until you see the coffin. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to retreat. If you don't, I'll send you on your way with 1 slap. It was a voice that was neither soft nor loud, but everyone's hearts trembled when they heard it. This body refinement cultivator wanted to kill Bai Yunfei. He only gave Bai Yunfei 3 breaths of time to think. Didn't he know that Bai Yunfei was from the Xianmen sect? If he killed him, it would be like poking a hornet's nest. Young Master Bai, don't be afraid. He's just scaring you. How would he dare to kill you here? We all support you. Let's see if he dares to kill you. Even if he has 100 guts, he won't dare to kill you. We can all be witnesses. All the people present cheered loudly. The appearance of a body refinement cultivator had already made them unhappy. Now he had the nerve to say that he wanted to kill Bai Yunfei. Could it be that he really didn't take them seriously? If it was any other time, it would be fine. But at this time, with so many people present, they really didn't believe that this body refinement cultivator would dare to be so heavy-handed. Even Bai Yunfei himself was the same. Hearing the cheers of the people behind him, Bai Yunfei was also full of confidence. To be honest, he really wasn't afraid that this guy would dare to kill him. After all, he wasn't that easy to kill. He also had a life-saving treasure on him. Although this guy was very strong and gave him a feeling that he was unfathomable, he still needed his face. You really have a big tone. Since you dare to kill me, I'll stand here and let you kill me. Let's see if you dare to kill me. If I, Bai Yunfei, move, I'm not Bai Yunfei. Lin Fei shook his head gently. There are really many people who are not afraid of death. Then I'll fulfill your wish. After all, I really haven't killed a disciple of the Xianmen sect. It's more interesting to kill a 9-star celestial deity like you. The gigantic hand came crashing down. As soon as the hand came down, Bai Yunfei could feel the aura of death looming over him like a black cloud. His eyes were round and wide. How dare you? How dare you? He immediately released all the treasures on him. Crack. Crack. Countless treasures were broken. Bai Yunfei didn't even have time to release them. Then, the giant hand crushed his body and broke them into pieces. All that was left was a puddle of blood, which slowly dripped down. Look, I'm a man of my words. I said that I would kill him, so I killed him. Unfortunately, he didn't take it seriously. Who can he blame? Chapter 4794. A single slap was all it took for Bai Yunfei to be killed. He couldn't be any more dead. Even if it was a treasure ring, it was still taken away by him. Jin Yuan Bao and the other young man sitting next to him felt their hearts tremble, and they finally understood. The person sitting next to them was really an overlord. His attack was so ferocious and overbearing, which made Jin Yuan Bao feel even more delighted. Bai Yunfei feigned ignorance, but this time he had really hit an iron plate. He had been dealt with a single slap. It's over, it's over. Something big is going to happen. How dare this guy kill someone? How dare he? He's a disciple of the Xianmen Orthodox faction. I guess this guy is going to be in trouble soon. The fact that Bai Yunfei was pretending to be 13 had given everyone a huge shock. For a moment, everyone didn't dare to say anything and didn't dare to look over. Even those who had thoughts before didn't dare to think about it anymore. He dared to kill Bai Yunfei, let alone the others. The void moved. A figure appeared out of thin air. When the figure appeared, a terrifying pressure swept across the area. Everyone knew that this was a 10-star celestial god. It was very likely that he was the guardian of this place. The guardian of this extreme mountain. How could you kill Bai Yunfei? How dare you? Don't tell me you don't know who he is? A 9-star celestial god. The guardian glared at him as soon as he came over. He didn't have time to stop him at all. He could only watch helplessly as Bai Yunfei was killed in a single strike. Of course, he was also surprised. This young man's strength was so domineering. The Xianmen Orthodox faction's disciple was killed so easily. I told him not to do it, so why did he do it? So I could only kill him. You really can't blame me for this. Lin Fei said indifferently. He knew that there would be a guardian here. He didn't expect that he would come out just because he killed Bai Yunfei. It didn't matter to Lin Fei at all. So what if he came out? Anyway, he had already made it very clear just now. Bai Yunfei was just pretending. He had given him a chance, but he didn't cherish it. Naturally, he would kill him and save himself trouble. Just by looking at the people around him, he knew what was going on. The guardian was infuriated. How could there be such a guy? You think you're right? That Bai Yunfei was a 9-star celestial god. He had a chance to become a 10-star celestial god in the future. He might even become a war god. But you killed him just like that. Geniuses like this were indeed worthy of attention. That was why the guardian had come out. I'm warning you now. If there's a next time, there's no need for you to head here. The guardian had given this young man a lot of face. After all, it was not easy for a body refinement cultivator to cultivate to such a level. Let's give him a chance first. I'll say the same thing. It's naturally the best if they don't come looking for trouble with me. If they come looking for trouble with me and refuse to listen to me, then I can only kill them. Anyway, killing one is one. These people have no hope of becoming a war god. Could it be that he has a better chance of becoming a war god than me? Lin Fei's words instantly infuriated the guardian. Unfortunately, he couldn't find any words to refute. This young man indeed had a lot of potential. Especially since he was a body refinement cultivator. This was rare and commendable. If he really became a war god, he would be one of the more powerful war gods. I hope you're on your own. I'll only say this once. The guardian disappeared again with a swoosh. Everyone naturally knew that there was a guardian on the Empyrean Pole Mountain. This person had a bad temper. If he started a massacre here, it was very likely that he would be suppressed. He didn't expect this guy to kill Bai Yunfei right away. He even got the guardian out. Fortunately, this guardian seemed to be more restrained and didn't make a move. Of course, everyone took his words to heart. He did have the capital to do so. It was already difficult for a body refinement cultivator to cultivate. If he could reach such a level, his future would be even more limitless. Bai Yunfei could only say that he was unlucky. After such an incident, no one dared to come again. Even those who came later didn't think much of it when they heard that Bai Yunfei was killed. This guy really knew how to kill people. Lin Fei didn't expect anyone else to come. This was a little different from what he had thought. He came this time to gain some fame. If he couldn't gain fame now, he would wait until he got inside to gain some fame and throw all these people out. At that time, he would naturally be able to attract those experts from the Xianmen sect. Once he came out, he would directly kill all of them and make a profit. Lin Fei began to ponder in his heart. Jin Yuan Bao and another young man at the side lowered their heads. They were obviously the same age, but he had already become a great expert. He didn't even dare to make a move on the guardian and could only give a warning. Of course, this also made them heave a sigh of relief. This transaction was really worth it. They probably wouldn't come across such a transaction more than a few times in their lifetime. Minutes and seconds passed. Soon, it was the end of the time. No one moved the 3 round tables that Lin Fei had. The competition for the remaining 7 round tables was very intense. They were all replaced by 8-star celestial god experts. As for 9 stars, there wasn't a single one. Of course, this was also very normal. 8-star celestial gods might not seem like much, but they actually had a lot of potential. In the future, they would definitely be able to cultivate to 9-star celestial god. As for whether or not they could cultivate to 10-star celestial god, that would depend on their own foundation. They all had the qualifications to become 10-star celestial gods and even had the chance to become war god. Such a realm was not bad in this huge world. Time's up. A dignified voice rang out. With a whoosh, the 10 round platforms rushed into the depths of the Empyrean Extreme Mountain. Just like that, space-time doorways appeared. In the blink of an eye, these doorways disappeared. Of course, it was the same for the 10 round tables. Of course, everyone knew that they had reached the depths of Heaven's Extreme Mountain. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei found himself in the depths of Heaven's Extreme Mountain. This was a special space. In this space, there were actually many huge illusory figures. These illusory figures were all using mystic techniques. Compared to before, they were much more profound and exuded a strong sense of existence. You will have a year to comprehend here. After a year, you will be automatically sent away. The Guardian's figure appeared. Chapter 4795. As soon as the Guardian came over to remind everyone, he left. Of course, he took a look at the young body-tempering cultivator. After all, this guy was not someone to be trifled with. No matter how he looked at it, it was like a big tiger had mixed in a group of sheep. Therefore, after leaving, the Guardian also stared at the young body-tempering cultivator, hoping that he would not cause any big trouble. Otherwise, he would definitely not be polite. These 8-star heavenly gods still had a lot of opportunities. If they were to comprehend some powerful divine ability, it would be a great boost to their personal strength. They would have a greater chance of breaking through to a higher realm. After the Guardian left, everyone present was excited. When they looked at Lin Fei, they were a little afraid. After all, this guy was quite strong. Even Bai Yunfei, a 9-star celestial, was not a match for him. Since everyone is here, I just happened to tell you something. I think it should be easier for you to hear. You too can choose a place to comprehend the divine ability. My words are still reliable. Who told me to be a person who pays more attention to credibility? Jin Yuan Bao and the young man were stunned, but they immediately understood the meaning behind it. They immediately went into the distance. In the blink of an eye, they went to comprehend magic. The remaining 7 people subconsciously moved closer, feeling that there was something wrong with Lin Fei's words. Sir, what do you mean by this? They were more afraid of this body-tempering cultivator. Who asked this guy to be so strong? It was best not to fight. If they really fought, they had no chance of winning at all, so they could only rely on the Guardian. Nothing much, I just feel that there are too many people here, so I decided to let you guys out. Do you want me to throw you out, or do you want to go out by yourselves? Make your choice. At least you can save some face when the time comes. Lin Fei looked at them and said. The expressions of the 7 geniuses changed instantly, and they glared at him. Sir, you are too overbearing. You occupied 2 round tables, and we didn't say anything. Now, you actually have the nerve to ask us to go out. That's right, that's right. You're too bold. Even if you're a guardian, you won't let us do this. If you have the ability, throw us out. We're not leaving. I think we should go our separate ways. If you really find trouble with us, then you will definitely regret it. Not to mention anything else, the Guardian will not let you cause trouble here. These people were indeed very afraid of this body-forging cultivator. When he thought about the fact that he had a Guardian and the fact that he had the strength of a 10-star heavenly god, he was not afraid that this body-tempering cultivator would stir up any trouble. Lin Fei sighed softly. You people have really cultivated so much that you've become muddle-headed. Do you really think that I won't dare to do anything just because a 10-star heaven god is here? Fine, I'll send you on your way. In any case, you people don't take yourselves seriously. A bright light appeared in an instant. As soon as this beam of light appeared, the faces of the 7 8-star heavenly gods fell, and they all unfurled their treasures. In an instant. Just like that, their treasures shattered. The beam of light was about to crush them, but at this moment, a figure descended from the sky and blocked in front of them. A beam of light collided with the beam of light and blocked it. It was the guardian of the 10-star heavenly god, Lei Xing. Kid, aren't your methods a little too overbearing? Do you really not take me seriously? As long as I'm here, you won't be able to do anything. Now, I'm officially disqualifying you. The guardian, Lei Xing, was really angry. He never thought that this body-forging cultivator would actually dare to attack and throw these people out of this place. Such a thing had never happened before. You want to disqualify me? Then you'll have to have the strength first. I don't think you're a match for me at all. Let's see how long you can protect them. Lin Fei laughed loudly. Whoosh, whoosh. The great glacial spell immediately spread out. Although these 3,000 great Daos were not powerful great Daos, when they were used by Lin Fei, their power was absolutely terrifying. The entire void froze in an instant. Lei Xing had just activated his treasures when he realized that the geniuses behind him were directly frozen into ice sculptures. Even he himself felt like he was in the 9 heavens freezing ground. His entire body was cold, and the chill constantly seeped into him. He finally realized that he had underestimated this body-forging cultivator. He did not expect this guy to be someone who walked 2 different paths. I don't care where you come from. Since you dared to kill them in front of me, don't even think about leaving this place today. I'm going to suppress you. The aura on Lei Xing's body surged, and with a rumble, it shattered the frost. Flying swords in the void directly attacked Lin Fei. The flying swords were very powerful, and each attack had the power of a 10-star heavenly god. However, when they got close to Lin Fei, they were infinitely suppressed. They could not get close to Lin Fei at all. He was sent flying away. Time slowed down around Lin Fei. Although it was only 10 times, it was enough for Lin Fei. Lin Fei raised his hand, and with a loud rumble, the Great 5 Elements technique, the Great Frost technique, followed by the Great Karma technique, enveloped Lei Xing. Lei Xing's vision turned black, and in an instant, he was sent flying. His entire body was covered with cracks. Then, a big hand came over and lifted him up by his neck. Then, a punch pierced through his chest, and he immediately lost consciousness. Under Lin Fei's ferocious attack, Lei Xing was naturally unable to withstand it. With a wave of his hand, the ice sculptures shattered into pieces and vanished into thin air. The entire place became quiet. I told you not to be so serious, but you didn't listen. Why did you have to do this? Of course, Lin Fei knew that this guardian was very strong. Coupled with the array here, he could definitely burst out with the power of a war god. Lin Fei showed his absolute strength right from the start. Lei Xing also underestimated his opponent. He did not expect him to be so strong. He did not even have time to summon the array, and was directly killed. Although I killed this Lei Xing, he should have other tricks up his sleeves. Maybe he will inform others, or the Sky Prides will do the same. So, all I have to do now is wait, and at the same time, I can see what kind of powerful magic skills there are here. Lin Fei could see that some of the skills here were indeed very powerful. In the past, there were indeed great masters who fought here. He could also learn some experience here before killing them. Master, the magic skills of these phantom images are a type of negative emotion. If you collect them, you can condense a lot of resentment thought beads. At the very least, there will be more than 100 million beads. Chapter 4796. This news came too suddenly, even Lin Fei did not expect it. If it was someone else, they would definitely not believe it. However, when these words came from the mouth of the king of 10,000 demons, it was completely different. This guy made this kind of resentment prayer bead. If he said he could do it, then he would definitely be able to do it. There wouldn't be any problems. Lin Fei's expression became slightly serious. Are you sure you're right? It's really difficult for the negative emotions here to condense resentment prayer bead. Don't joke with me. If I'm in a bad mood, I'll directly kill you, so that you don't have to exist. This was extremely important to Lin Fei. If the negative emotions here could really make resentment prayer bead, then it would definitely be a huge gain for him. Hundreds of millions of resentment prayer bead would definitely be able to harvest a large amount of hatred value. At that time, someone would be able to increase his strength. Where else could he find such a good thing? After all, to Lin Fei, it would be quite difficult to unify this place in 500 years. What he could do now was to continuously increase his strength, and increase it as strong as he could. This way, his chances would be much higher. What I said is definitely not wrong. The negative emotions and sacred art methods here are actually a type of negative emotion. Even though they look no different, they are actually all negative emotions, and I have a way to collect all of these negative emotions sacred art, and the number of resentment prayer beads here might be even more than you think. Lin Fei took a deep breath, and released the king of 10,000 demons. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and see how many resentment prayer beads these negative emotions can contribute. Don't waste your time in the end. If you want these negative emotions, I'll have to trouble Master to activate all of them. Only then will I have a chance to collect them and completely light them up. I can't do it alone. The king of 10,000 demons also knew that this was a chance to perform. If he did it well, he would naturally be able to leave a better impression in Lin Fei's heart. If he did not do it well, who knew when he would be killed by a palm? At this time, he had to go all out. You tell me what to do, I'll do it. You just need to collect these negative emotions. What I want is the result, I don't care about anything else. At the same time, inside a sect, a figure walked out. This figure was none other than Lei Xing. Lei Xing didn't expect that his original body would actually be killed in the extreme heaven mountain. Fortunately, he had left behind a doppelganger back then. However, the strength of this doppelganger was much weaker. His original body was already a 10-star heavenly god while this doppelganger was only a 5-star heavenly god. This was just a way to save his life. It would take a long time to recover. Fortunately, there were some treasures here, but it was still a heavy loss. Sect head, something bad has happened to the extreme heaven mountain that we are in charge of. A tyrannical body refinement cultivator actually killed all those geniuses. Even I was killed by him. Lei Xing came to report immediately. With his current strength, he couldn't take revenge even if he wanted to. Even if he went, he would only be killed. When the sect master heard this news, his expression changed immediately. The Celestial Pole Mountain Range was jointly managed by many sects and forces. This time, it was their sect's turn. Now that even Lei Xing had been killed, even those geniuses had been annihilated as well. This was definitely not a small matter. I suspect that the body refinement cultivator should be a devil cultivator. When he was killed, Lei Xing could more or less feel the aura of the devil cultivator. Although it was well hidden, there was still a trace of it. Apart from this explanation, Lei Xing really couldn't think of another explanation. The sect master's expression turned even uglier. Who didn't know that the devil cultivators were hiding in the Yuming mountain range and didn't dare to come out? Once they came out, they were no different from rats on the street. But now, there was actually someone who dared to come out and go to the extreme heaven mountain under their eyes. He went to the extreme heaven mountain and killed all those geniuses. He even killed the 10-star heavenly god Lei Xing who was in charge. He didn't put the sect in his eyes at all. Immediately bring the experts of the sect to kill this person. We can't let him leave alive. Otherwise, we will lose face this time. Since when did a devil cultivator have the right to be presumptuous? The sect master said nothing and began to lead the experts towards the extreme heaven mountain. They had to race against time. Who knew what else that guy could do inside? Outside the extreme heaven mountain. Loud rumbling sounds were heard one after another. Many people's expressions changed slightly as they didn't know what was going on. Can you tell me what happened inside? Good heavens, another sacred art was activated. But why did it disappear in the blink of an eye? Could it be that there are many geniuses inside this time? They can really comprehend many sacred arts. Could it be that it's that barbaric body refinement cultivator? That guy is very terrifying. He even killed Bai Yunfei. Do you think that guy really has this possibility? After all, his potential really can't be compared to anyone else. These people had all seen how powerful that barbaric body refinement cultivator was. Bai Yunfei was directly killed. A stream of light flew over from afar with great momentum. Following that, 3 spaceships stopped in the surroundings. When the 3 spaceships stopped, dozens of experts flew out. As soon as these experts appeared, the people present were slightly gloomy as they recognized them immediately. It's Bai Yunfei's sect. They must be here for revenge. That guy is out of luck. Good heavens, there are 5 10-star celestial gods and 15 9-star celestial gods. This lineup is really not small. Seeing this scene, a trace of joy rose in the hearts of the people who saw this scene. After all, they also didn't like that guy. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party was strong, they would have a good fight with him. But even Bai Yunfei was killed, so they really didn't have the courage. It's better to be honest. The guy who killed Bai Yunfei is here. That's a barbaric body refinement cultivator. He killed Bai Yunfei with 3 slaps. The people present began to hit him when he was down. No matter what, they couldn't let the barbaric cultivator live a good life. If it wasn't for that guy, they would have a certain chance to fight for the round platform. In the end, they missed the opportunity for nothing. They couldn't swallow this anger, and now they could finally vent it out. We can't beat you, but can't others? Chapter 4797. The sect Bai Yunfei belonged to was called the Skycloud sect. It was considered a relatively powerful first-rate sect. Bai Yunfei was also considered a genius in the sect. They didn't expect that he would be annihilated here. They rushed over as soon as they received the news. Now that they heard that it was a body-tempering cultivator, they frowned. Since when did body-tempering cultivators become so overbearing? They didn't take the Skycloud sect seriously and even dared to kill Bai Yunfei. Looking at the extreme heaven mountain in front of them, they frowned slightly. They didn't dare to enter this place easily. There were 10-star heavenly gods guarding this place. It was said that the array formation could even unleash the strength of a war god. Most importantly, the extreme heaven mountain was formed by various forces of various sizes. Therefore, everyone could only comprehend within the mountain. Anyone who dared to make a move here would become the common enemy of all the sects and forces. Then guard that body-tempering cultivator here. As soon as he comes out, take him down and bring him back to the Skycloud sect. He has to pay the price for killing Bai Yunfei. Even the forces behind him have to bear the wrath of the Skycloud sect. An expert from the Skycloud sect said coldly. They just waited here. Many Skyprides who were about to retreat stopped one by one. Everyone knew that there would be a good show to watch soon. It would only be a year at most. For cultivators, a year's time wasn't very long. It was very short. A few more days passed. Streaks of light flew towards them. When these streaks of light appeared, their expressions changed slightly. They actually saw the forces behind many Skyprides coming over. When they arrived, all of them looked at the extreme heaven mountain. Lei Xing, come out. Why did our Skyprides die in the extreme heaven mountain? You have to give us an explanation. Why did our sect Skyprides die here? If you don't give us an explanation today, we won't leave. As soon as these forces arrived, they all rushed inside and shouted. Everyone was a little puzzled when they heard this. What exactly happened? As they spoke, they instantly understood what was going on. The Skyprides who went in earlier were all dead. Now, their expressions were even more incredulous. They immediately connected the dots. Could it be that this was done by that unreasonable body refinement cultivator again? If this was really the case, then this tyrannical body refinement cultivator was really overbearing. Putting aside the fact that he had killed Bai Yunfei, he had actually killed the rest of the prodigies as well. He really thought too highly of himself. Even the experts from the Heavenly Cloud School, where Bai Yunfei was, frowned when they heard this. Bai Yunfei's death had truly angered them. Now that their geniuses were dead, things were different. Many of these profound sects and righteous path forces were comparable to their Heavenly Cloud sect in strength. He didn't expect them to come at this time. It's probably the work of that barbaric physique refiner. My Bai Yunfei was also killed by him. The expert of the Heavenly Cloud sect said indifferently. When the other sects heard this, they became even angrier. It was actually a body refinement cultivator. This was simply too arrogant. Since when did a body refinement cultivator dare to be so audacious? At this time, they needed Lei Xing to give them an explanation. That was Lei Xing's territory. After all, their sect was responsible for guarding the extreme Heaven Mountain. Now that such a big thing had happened, they naturally couldn't take it lying down. It was fine if one died, but 7 geniuses had died at this time. Including Bai Yunfei, there were 8 geniuses. Every genius was not easy to cultivate. Now that they were dead, they naturally had to give an explanation. No matter how they spoke, Lei Xing's figure didn't appear again. This made their expressions even more unsightly. Could it be that he was avoiding responsibility? If that was the case, then they would directly go to him to seek justice. Don't ask me why I couldn't control these geniuses. It's because my original body was also killed by that body refinement cultivator. Are you satisfied now? I suspect that person is a demonic expert. A lot of time passed again. Just when everyone's expression was extremely unsightly, another voice finally sounded. Finally, they heard another voice. As this voice appeared, everyone turned their heads to look at it. They saw a big flying ship coming over. When they saw this big flying ship, they were even more shocked. Why did even the sect master come over? When they heard Lei Xing's words, it was even more difficult for them to accept it. Lei Xing had the strength of a 10-star heaven god. Together with the formation here, he could definitely unleash the strength of a war god. But now you're telling me that you were killed by a body refinement cultivator. How could they believe it? Fortunately, the last few words of a demonic expert made their pupils shrink slightly. They exploded with endless anger. Even the people nearby found it hard to believe. That body refinement cultivator was actually a demonic expert. After a short while, they finally returned to the city. I finally understand why that guy was so overbearing. It turns out that he really is a demonic expert. When I first asked for this demonic weapon, I already felt that they were not normal. I didn't expect that it was really the case. That guy hid his strength too well. He's definitely an old fart. He actually dared to come to the extreme Heaven Mountain. He's really audacious. Those geniuses are really unlucky. They actually encountered such a demonic expert. Everyone present understood what was going on, and they were all sighing. Fortunately, they didn't attack. Otherwise, they would have suffered a great loss. Just look at these experts. They were all geniuses. But now, they were directly eliminated. Even other people's sects had come over. We really didn't do the right thing. We will definitely teach this demonic expert. When the time comes, we will also kill him and the demonic forces behind him to give everyone an explanation. This was the only thing they could do now. First, they would capture this demonic expert. Then, they would uproot the forces behind him. This was the only way to quell the anger of these first-rate forces. Previously, they were really annoyed. Now that they heard that it was a demonic expert, their anger had changed. In that case, they really couldn't be blamed for this matter. The demonic experts had always been famous for being cunning. If they were not careful, they would suffer a great loss. Now, they really hated demonic experts more and more. Since the sect master said so, they naturally wouldn't say anything else. Chapter 4798. Outside the extreme heaven mountain, all the forces were waiting. After all, even they wouldn't be able to enter the extreme heaven mountain from the start. The news also spread out in the first place. No one expected that an expert from the Devil Tao would actually come to the extreme heaven mountain and kill 8 8-star celestial god experts. This was like poking a hornet's nest. It had been a long time since a demon cultivator dared to act so wantonly. All of a sudden, the extreme heaven mountain became very lively. Everyone wanted to see just what kind of abilities this body-tempering cultivator had. To think that he would be able to kill so many 8-star heavenly gods right off the bat. Bai Yunfei, a 9-star heavenly god, was among them. It wouldn't matter if his cultivation was a bit lower. But his cultivation wasn't low either. Any 9-star heavenly god had a chance to become a 10-star heavenly god. They even had a chance to become a war god. Now that one was dead, it was definitely a big loss for the sect. Who knew how much time and effort it took to nurture one? It was very likely that the one they lost would be a war god in the future. The Heavenly Cloud sect's hatred for the body-tempering cultivators in the sect was monstrous. Inside the extreme heaven mountain, Lin Fei was constantly activating these god art phantoms. One had to admit that there were a lot of them. Some of them were very powerful. Even Lin Fei had to be careful. Fortunately, these phantoms didn't have any offensive abilities. This made Lin Fei heave a sigh of relief. This world was much more powerful than he had imagined. Even though they were divine ability phantoms, they were sometimes extremely powerful. One could imagine that he was definitely a war god level fighter when he was alive. They could even leave behind such phantoms for others to comprehend. Lin Fei originally wanted to comprehend them, but he realized that they didn't fit his style, so he gave up. He decided to activate them one by one. The King of Thousand Demons started to search through these phantoms. This fellow had also brought a complete set of treasures. According to him, this was a set of treasures that he had spent a great deal of effort to develop. It was specifically used to refine these negative emotions, and in the end, turn them into resentment beads. Lin Fei was very satisfied with the King of 10,000 Devils' performance. This guy was indeed an expert. It was much easier than expected for him to collect negative emotions. In the first month, he had collected 5 million resentment will beads. It wasn't much. But it was a start. In the second month, he earned 20 million yuan. And in the third month, it rose to 50 million yuan. In the fourth month, it broke through 100 million. In the fifth month, it was 200 million. Basically, it was constantly improving every month. Until the last month. The number of resentment rosary beads he obtained exceeded Lin Fei's expectations. Even the King of the 10,000 Devils was extremely shocked. In total, all the beads of resentment added up to 3 billion. There wasn't much of an increase after that, but the number of resentment rosary beads was quite a lot. Sir, all the resentment rosary beads are here. All the negative sacred arts here have been taken clean. From now on, the Sky Pole Mountain will no longer have any sacred arts. The King of 10,000 Devils chuckled. This fellow was really interested in destroying things. Lin Fei didn't really care about this. What he wanted were these resentment rosary beads. Now that he had gained so much hatred, it wasn't a small amount. For someone who cultivated the infinite god body, these hatred points were useless. He needed glory points. Since he couldn't raise the infinite god body anytime soon, Lin Fei directly exchanged for a new 3,000 Great Tao. This 3,000 Great Tao was none other than the so-called Space Great Tao. Previously, Lin Fei had already obtained the Time Great Tao. Now that he obtained the Space Great Tao, it was the best of both worlds. Once he grasped the Space Great Tao, Lin Fei obtained one of the most basic abilities, which was Space Collapse. With him as the center, the space within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles would collapse. Anyone who entered this area would suffer from the impact of the space collapse. It was extremely terrifying. As for this move, Lin Fei really liked it. Together with the Time Shroud, it could really become a killer move. Now that he had grasped the space Great Tao and time Great Tao, there was only one Great Tao that he hadn't grasped yet. That was the so-called Destiny Great Tao. The Destiny Great Tao was different. No one could sense the existence of such a Destiny Great Tao. It was used to change one's own destiny. Of course, using destiny to kill people was also very terrifying. This time, the hatred points were just right. He could only exchange for the Space Great Tao. Therefore, the Destiny Great Tao could only be put aside. It's been almost a year. I guess those guys outside are getting impatient. It's just the right time to go out and farm hatred points. It's a pity that I can't get any faith beads. It seems like I have to farm some faith beads when I reach Hades Mountain. The faith beads came in handy. With these things, he would be able to cultivate infinite divine body. Outside Heaven's Pole Mountain, everyone was waiting anxiously. A year wasn't a long time, but it was definitely unacceptable for these people. This was because the mirages of the divine abilities on Heaven's Pole Mountain had disappeared without a trace. Even they didn't know what was going on. However, they were sure of one thing. It was definitely the destruction of the demonic experts inside. They were completely crippled in the hands of the other party. From now on, there would be no more Heaven's Pole Mountain, let alone a place to comprehend. As for the cultivation of the younger generation, it was a devastating blow. The eyes of the various forces at the scene were cold like the ice of the 9 heavens. They felt uncomfortable all over. If they didn't eliminate this demonic expert, they wouldn't be able to resolve the hatred in their hearts. He's out. Without any warning, a figure directly rushed out. He appeared in front of everyone. As soon as this figure appeared, countless mystic arts were unleashed. There was no need for any nonsense at all. However, after these attacks were unleashed, the other party easily withstood them. Didn't I just eliminate a few geniuses? There's no need to make such a big fuss. We can just nurture them again. Naturally, the one who came out was Lin Fei. He chuckled at everyone. Seeing that I'm in a good mood, you guys should go home and do what you need to do. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worth it to lose your lives here. I'm still a reliable person. These divine abilities couldn't even get close to Lin Fei. They were directly sent flying. This caused everyone to be slightly moved. He was indeed a powerful demonic expert.